That skunk come from? Under the house? That's what stuck around the house or not big. They were. It's a lot bigger than they were months ago. Crash day too, man. Skunk might die today. It's like not in a good spot. It's outside and there's a lot of crap just gonna be going on in the streets. He come in. We already came out. Not good. Really bothersome. Mom and I were hanging out. She was right there. Oh my goodness. She really has gained weight. She's also eating, I think she's eating more of her food because, uh like I was getting her like a chunkier food that, I don't know, it wasn't a pate, it was like a flakes or something in gravy. And I did that, dude. I did that for like a month. I'd put like half and half, or I'd put like 20, 60, 20 grams and 60 grams. And I always noticed in the morning there'd be a bunch of food left over. Recently I've just been giving her the pate. And she eats all of it by the time I get up in the morning. And the worm, like the worm, tapeworms, I gave her the medication for that. And please, but yeah, dude, she's definitely packing on weight on her ribs now. And before, I was kind of concerned at how thin she felt. Dude, this morning when I was getting the stream ready, she jumped onto my shoulder like I was standing up, and she like spider monkeyed over to my shoulder from the chair behind me. I wasn't prepared for it. Luckily, she didn't really scratch me. She loves getting on my shoulder the first thing in the morning, though. Like I'll be in here getting the stream ready, and she'll jump up onto me. She misses me. Oh, you miss us all night long, oh, sweetie. It's so lonely in here. Mama was about a foot from me. She hissed at me twice. It seemed like some of her teeth are missing. It looked like some of her regular teeth, like not the sharp ones, but the small ones in the very front might have been missing. I'd really like to get her checked out. I think I'll put the cage together today and start leaving it out there at least on the left side so we can just see it in the picture. I can get used to seeing it out there. I don't know if it's because she wants to play with this so much. But there you go, cat. That, you got that. You can play with that now. She's going straight to... So there you go, cat. Stop doing that. Yeah, I was getting my hand about this far from her. She hissed at me twice. And I thought usually she'll go back under and I won't be able to see her. But she just laid down right there and watched. So that's why I kind of stayed there for a second, hung out with her and talked to her. Try to get her used to me a little bit more. Interesting that skunk came out of there, man. Wonder where it went. It was a big one. That thing was way bigger. I knew those things were babies before. Who was it? Ted told me that. No, it was a possum. He said was full grown. Yeah, I think those skunks were babies though. They were like adolescent skunks, and now that thing looked way bigger than they did like 3 months ago. Yeah, I know. It went under the car in front of the house. And then when I took the trash out, I looked under the car. It wasn't there anymore. So hopefully it has another hiding place. It's dangerous for them nocturnal animals to be out during the day, you know, especially in the city like this. You know, the funny thing is, the cats never smell like skunk, though. Why don't they ever get sprayed? Oh, by the way, shout out to everybody here. Sister T was here. Is here. Golden Coin was here, though, earlier. Ted Thomas. Hanging out. Did I? Oh, I forgot to drop the dough, didn't I? Do that? I did it. And she goes through a plate fast. What's she doing? I'll put another one out. Finish it. I'll bind those and put a fresh. Look at that cat. Like she knows I'm going to the door. She just runs to it and hopes that I let her out. What did she do? Did she not make it? Oh man. I think she hurt her foot. She was raising her right foot afterwards. She hurt her foot on that one a little bit. Her right paw, right afterwards, she was raising it. She wasn't putting weight on it. She loses too much energy whenever I'm not sitting in the chair. The chair moves, takes away some of her jumping force. But if I'm sitting in it, she has enough. Yeah, I would have some dough from last night's flip. It's only 61 degrees out right now. Border Crisis Migrants Hearing, House Homeland Security Committee. That's happening right now. It's been going on for an hour though. What? Memes illegal. Hold up. This thing says California has outlawed memes.
Bills that are on the desk.
My headset's not working now at all.
Are three specific election-related bills.
And while on stage, the governor did sign 3 bills to combat deep fake election content. The new laws include requirements for large online platforms to remove or label deceptive or altered content related to elections. Another requires election ads using AI-generated or altered content to include a disclosure.
Let me get this right. So Governor Gavin Newsom just banned memes. You may say, oh, just AI deepfake generated memes. Oh, no. It's memes. Let me show you. So let's get into the weeds on Twitter. The best place to get information on this. The law states an exception for satire, but the state decides which content is satire. So the state gets to determine when it's satire, it's not satire. In California, do you think that's ever going to go in your favor if it's not satire against somebody on the right? I mean, this is a jailable offense, right? This isn't, you can steal a Gucci bag and put it on your barbecue grill because you got it in a food desert. But you make a meme, you're going to prison, bro. Elon Musk chimes in, who sponsored the bill? If you live in California, here's who sponsored the bill. You may wonder who's censoring your ability to meme somebody. I mean, memes have been very effective. You saw the cat memes. How many memes did you see rolling around with Trump, with the cat and the puppies? And they're funny. No, it's not funny anymore, buddy. Go to prison. Hodge twins are always good, right? Democrat priorities are banning memes to make fun of them. Perfect time, right? Election. All those memes come out of Springfield. Yeah, they're hilarious. I don't know. You cannot make those memes. First Amendment, you don't have that. They're saying AI generated, but you know that won't apply. Once they arrest you, the full force of the government, their lawyers get yours, you plead down, you're not meming. We had a guy go to prison for 10 years for making a meme in 2016.
But this criminal tweet is from 2016.
November.
So at any point, did you think that you'd committed a crime or that others would think that you committed a crime?
No.
When did you discover that you were considered a felon by the U.S. government?
Somebody says, will he make a vote to prevent non-citizens from voting in California? Of course not. That is the plan. Of course, the target is any free speech platform. This guy chimes in. The examples in the bill about what is prohibited already are legal. This is just a giant mechanism to penalize Elon Musk financially for codifying into law the linguistics narrative of J6 fever dreams, AI material about election machines, electoral college, etc. Well, again, it's up to interpretation. What's satire, what's not satire. So you want to rely on a Kamala Harris type prosecutor to determine what's satire? It's never going to be satire that benefits you unless you agree. And this is the modern state of California. Look at these signs. I was there in August, San Francisco. This is all very true.
The hell?
Stolen goods. Must have made it at $950.
What?
How was that sign up? I don't know.
What
There's everything
the
behind
hell?
plexiglass when I was in a nice area at a drugstore. Absolutely. Were people defecating on the street in a nice area? Absolutely. People laying around, needles hanging out of their necks, like stepping over needles. Yes. So what you see is true. You don't have to go there. I was there. I have pictures. Grown men walking down the street, totally nude. Not pride. A little child walks by and they're looking up. There's a junk in the kid's face. No one pays attention. This is totally normal. I wonder if this meme is not illegal in California. I'm a piece of shiznit. Now, can California extradite you? So you make a meme, you're in Florida, can they prosecute you in California? Have the marshals come get you? You land on a plane in California? You did a meme? You're from Iowa? Can they arrest you at the airport? I don't know the answer to that. I think the answer is yes. There's another meme. Effectively illegal now. A crime. Could this happen in real life? You're memeing. You're powerful. People are laughing at your stuff. You're jamming. This is what happened. I have no doubt. Since a bill into law makes it illegal. A felony. By penalties of imprisonment, or dudes walking in with MP5s and laser beams at your head. And this is what we got, right? So much for the First Amendment. Does this meme count? Is this meme illegal now? Yes, it's illegal in California. I can't think about my question I had earlier for you guys. If I make this meme, I'm in Florida. Can California extradite me? And if I fly into California, for some odd reason I'm forced to, do I get arrested at the airport? I mean, I think the answer is yes to that. This is a crime now. You commit the crime. You're United States of America. You land there. There's a felony warrant for you. You get pulled over, leave the rental car place. How does this meme count, Gav? This meme absolutely accounts. Because remember, deep fake AI could just mean I put glasses on somebody. I take an image, use an app, and put sunglasses on. It's interpretation, remember? Satire memes, they say, is an exception. Oh, no. No. That won't apply to you. Now, do you think this meme would get you? Meet your new neighbors if Kamala wins. That's definitely AI. Is it satire? It's a political meme.
What do you mean it's AI?
It's definitely a threat to the democracy.
How is that
You're not going to be
AI?
able to make this political. It's definitely AI. Meet your new
Well,
neighbors.
because of all the
if
fire
Kamala
they
wins.
would be burning.
That's definitely AI.
Yeah.
Is it satire? It's a political meme. It's definitely a threat to the democracy. I mean, you are not going to be able to make this in California. Absolutely not. But here's an example of a political meme, AI generated, they say is a felony, right here. Now that's clear, AI generated. Is it political? Yes. Felony. Now they're going to interpret what's a meme, AI generated. I mean, again, once they charge you, you're fighting the federal government. They have unlimited money, you don't. Where does this end? How does this end? Everything starts in California, and it spreads. And they say, well, you know, these AI deepfakes are dangerous. They are terrifying, don't get me wrong. They'll be used against you, of course. But now we've got this law which says you can go to prison for making a meme. That's where we're at in our political discourse. The memes are so powerful. Send Gavin Newsom a meme. Don't break the law. Just meme him, right? What is he going to do, come arrest you? Yes.
So among the many AI bills that are on the desk are three
Cat, look, stop making my life a fucking living hell. God damn.
So among the many AI
Mm, 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 mm.
It could. I don't know that.
What? Blast? Dude, look at this. Blasts heard. They got him again.
And
Hezbollah handheld radios explode across Beirut.
Hezbollah terror side before something bigger. I don't know.
Is this something
if
different?
It's to just do the chaos and to deter Hezbollah, or to do the
race down the road that many of the Hezbollah security people around here are using for this afternoon's funerals. We don't know yet how many people are injured or how badly. We know here that 2 ambulances have turned out. One raced down the road that you see me standing on and appeared to pick up someone. Another one is waiting at the top. His supporters and anyone else to stop using phones near any sensitive areas. Even when we come to, obviously everyone's got a lot of mobile phones, but we were often told not to bring our phones into where the coffins were, where the senior Hezbollah politicians were. They were very, very sensitive. They're very sensitive all round. There's an incredible tension, very understandably in many ways, because of the large number of casualties from yesterday's pager explosion. We were hearing from the Minister of Health, who spoke to Sky News, saying that there were now 300 of those injured who are now on the critical list. That there were for the North. Have suffered life-changing injuries. Many have lost their sight.
You know what's wild is there are Muslims that are viewing this as a terrorist attack, and they are pissed that the world doesn't see it as a terrorist attack. So guess what? Guess what they're gonna do? Another terrorist attack. They're gonna feel like they have to retaliate with their own terrorist attack now. They're like, hey, why do they get the terrorist attack but we don't? Why do you always get mad at us for doing this type of stuff? Why do they get to do it? That's how Iran and everybody's looking at this.
Many have lost limbs. It's still so tense and so ongoing that a lot of them haven't been able to even keep account of who is being injured and what injuries they're suffering from. But at least 2 doctors and the head officials and the Minister of Health confirmed that many of the injuries involve women
No.
and children, although the bulk of them are young men.
Okay, Alex, thank you for that. Look, as we can see, Alex Crawford is at this funeral being held for 4 people there, and as you can imagine, it is a very emotionally fraught event that Alex is covering for us. We're going to stick with this, of course, because I want to just bring you another line that's come in from Hezbollah official Hashem Safiuddin, who says that the group is facing a new phase. Punishment is certainly coming, or, you know, the retaliation has been threatened. Now it seems as if the retaliation toward Israel, who of course we must say, just a caveat, have not admitted to having done this, but all fingers point towards Israel as being responsible for this attack. It would seem as if there is some kind of retribution due. We are expecting as well, Alex.
But the little boy picked.
I'll bring you some more lines that have come in. When we speak about the
a very chaotic scene yesterday. The only limitations, Secretary of State.
Everything must be done. Coming up.
The theory is that people assume that those pages were tampered with explosives put inside them, and then some kind of trigger and detonating device inside them, and then a trigger that could have been sent with a message that would have enabled them to explode at the same time, which is what happened yesterday. Obviously, with walkie-talkies, then they operate on a different kind of network to pages.
Hey,
I'm not an expert
dude, I
on
bet
that,
the explosives in those are bigger.
While it would be a bit harder to target walkie-talkies, as you know, with the pages you could have just sent messages to all of the
doing
pages,
this.
and they
Go,
would have then
stop it, stop.
detonated.
You're fucking
With
really
walkie-talkies,
pestering me
maybe
this
you'd need to be
morning.
a bit closer to the devices to be able to get onto their networks. Could a drone have been used to trigger the explosions, if that's what's happened? If these were also mini bombs, mini ticking time bombs, you can imagine right now people will be poring over the images, looking at the damage that was caused to the devices themselves. As you're seeing on the screen, clearly there's been some kind of explosion or blast to that device, and then looking at the type of injury that it's caused, and from that trying to extrapolate what actually happened. And you know, if you're judging by what happened yesterday, where it does seem that the pages that Hezbollah fighters were using had been tampered with explosives put inside them, then you know, it's not too much of a stretch to imagine that perhaps the same thing has happened to these walkie-talkies. You can imagine for Hezbollah, they must be looking at all of their devices now and wondering what's safe to use in terms of attacking them from within and causing huge confusion. Clearly, this has been a very effective operation, but in terms of the indiscriminate nature of these attacks, the fact that there's been civilians and people and including children who have been nearby to the explosions when they have happened, it's that the enormity of the damage is very severe, and that will clearly feed in to the consequences. And this is an unconventional form of warfare, but make no mistake, it is still a form of warfare.
Okay, Deborah Haynes, for now, thank you for that update. As we're looking at this image of a handheld radio, which we think one of the devices.
By the way, Royce still hasn't made another food video.
Good.
This fucking tub of shit is starting to piss me off. He hasn't made one food video since he's asked for members to sign up. What the fuck was the point, dick? You fucking lard ass. Pissing me off.
In this now second day,
eat something.
Small handheld devices used by Hezbollah in Lebanon exploding, as Deborah was saying, seemingly indiscriminately. 3 people known to have been killed in Bekaa, hundreds injured in this latest round of explosions. Now, our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, is in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. She was at the funeral that was held for 4 people killed in those pager explosions yesterday, and she sent this to us in the last hour.
You know he ain't on a diet or anything. He's eating just as much as normal. He just ain't filming it.
Explosions yesterday, one of which is a young boy who's only 10 years old or so, along with one of the medics who was killed, the medic that was killed. He worked in a Hezbollah-controlled hospital. The son of one of the Hezbollah MPs and a Hezbollah fighter. The area is in the southern suburbs of Beirut. It's a very strong Hezbollah loyalist stronghold, if you like. But there are clearly lots of people here who are just mourning the deaths and what happened yesterday. There are hundreds and hundreds of people here, including many women. You can probably see them behind me on the steps, and children. People have come with their children and families. We heard a small...
Here's an explosion that happened at a funeral in Beirut. Who do these people think they are? Like, they need to just knock it the fuck off, go home, and pet each other or something. You know what I'm saying? You go fucking pet each other. Get the fuck out of the streets. Who the fuck are you? Get back inside, you little shits. You want a drone strike or what? You want a fucking drone strike? We'll fucking drone strike right here, you little fucking dumbasses. Boom! Take out 10,000 of you, huh? You want to fucking meet up outside again, bitch? Praising your fucking leaders? Boom! Bitches.
I wouldn't even describe it as an explosion, a sound of something popping, like a firework going off. We were died. There were a number of MPs who were there, Lebanese MPs there as well. We came out to try and find out what the sound was, and people were running, some of them covered in blood. There was fragments.
Oh, then they might hit some reporters, and that'll piss everybody off.
Splatters of blood on a car, and inside.
Can't they just take all these ladies out in the black outfits? They're definitely terrorists.
One young man was running, and he was very.
If a woman is willing to wear this shit, she's fucking aligning with terrorists.
He said a walkie-talkie, one of the two-way radios that many of the Hezbollah security people around here are using for this afternoon's funerals had exploded. We then saw a number of people, the Hezbollah security, gathering up all the walkie-talkies and taking the batteries out of them. Our cameraman, Sky cameraman, Jake Britton, who was trying to film all of this, was surrounded by very angry, tense Hezbollah security people who told him to stop filming. They were very angry. The situation here is obviously very tense. The funeral is still going ahead. As this was going on, as the news was unfolding in front of us, we started to get reports from around the country, further south in Lebanon, of replica small explosions. We don't know yet how many people are injured
The way
or
I see
how
it,
badly. We know here
these people are fucking Hezbollah supporters.
Ambulances have turned
all
out.
of them.
One raced down the road that you see me
They're
standing on.
possibly
and about to
Hezbollah.
pick up someone. Another one is
Future
waiting at the top.
Hezbollah.
For the first time, because we've come to a number of these funerals.
Who the fuck would show up to this funeral if you don't support terrorism?
The coffins are just coming down here. There's an army presence here with a couple of personnel carriers stationed along the route.
Can you imagine we're just watching this and all of a sudden
we're hearing a lot of people are extremely tense and very, very angry about what's happening
nuke
here.
hits them.
Yes, and Alex, look, as we're talking and looking at these pictures of that scene, we can see...
I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we had the Beirut blast that looked like a nuke was going off in Beirut. You know what? And to this day, I'm not completely sold that wasn't an inside job. You know what I'm saying? That was probably Israel. I didn't think about it back in the day that it was Israel because I didn't know Israel had beef with Beirut like this. But they did. And it was just a little ironic that there was that much fertilizer at the port just sitting there for that long, and it just happened to explode and annihilate half of the block, the whole block. Dude, that whole place was fucked up for like a year, man. And that had to have messed up their import exports because it was their port. The grain silos were all jacked up at that one place too. So I had to mess up their food supply. That not being an inside job. Now that this has happened, and Israel's not taking, they're not saying we did this. Makes me believe even more that they were the Beirut blasters.
Reported security sources being quoted as saying that these walkie-talkies were purchased at around about the same time as those pagers were purchased. And I guess that would be fitting with what had been reported this morning and yesterday, saying that, you know, Hezbollah had been told to stop using mobile phones and had been told to start using more analog, if we can describe them as such, devices to stop their GPS signals being tracked. But I guess if the reporting is right, that would not have stopped them being targeted in this way.
No, I mean,
this is just so well done, man. Like, it's
was identified by the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah many months ago, way back at the start of the year.
How long have these radios been in their possession? How long have they been waiting to do this? Like,
to stop using phones near any sensitive areas. Even when we come to, obviously everyone's got a lot of mobile phones, but we were often told not to bring our phones into where the coffins were, where the senior Hezbollah politicians were. They were very sensitive. They're very sensitive all round. There's an incredible tension, very understandably in many ways, because of the large number of casualties from yesterday's pager explosion.
That's Alex Crawford reporting there from Beirut, from that funeral. The funeral, which, as you can see at the top left of your screen, is still
and confused device. It was
course every single day.
Has to be done.
Absolutely.
The
rocket attacks across the border has made very clear that it believes that Israel is
on and would seem to be leading inevitably to major hostilities, maybe even a full-out war. This could also be preparation for that. But what I think we've seen here is intelligence and operational brilliance. I don't think it gets better than this. This is really unprecedented and with remarkable achievements. Apparently, thousands of Hezbollah fighters hit here with, unfortunately, a few civilian casualties, but very few. It doesn't get more targeted than this. And this may be enough of a dramatic hit to Hezbollah that it will deter them from the escalation. It certainly sows deep fear. Imagine if we all walk around with cell phones today. Imagine if you were living in a situation where you didn't know if it would blow up at any point. And at a bare minimum, it's, of course, disrupted their communication systems, which they would need for a conflict.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely terrorizing, isn't it? And you say, I mean, a few civilian casualties, Professor. Some children have been killed, but of course, as you say, that this was, in your words, quite targeted. Let's just dig into the sort of deterrence factor of it. Is it your sense that potentially because of the way that this thing seems to be playing out today and yesterday, the sort of the ability of the IDF to get inside the devices of Hezbollah will show the level of capability that would then deter any kind of retaliation from Hezbollah fighters? Is that the sense that you think it could have?
Well, first, I just want to go back to your comment about the few children, and if that turns out to be the case, of course, that's a tragedy. But you're talking about family members who happen to be in the vicinity of the father at the time that this happened. Remember, the father is a Hamas terrorist, a Hezbollah terrorist. And again, I don't think that there's been many cases in history of a more targeted attack than this one. I don't know if this is going to deter Hezbollah or not. Probably not. They will probably decide to respond, and maybe not immediately because their communications have been disrupted. I think they're in a state of shock at the moment, but they can bide their time. And then the question is really, do they wish to continue the ongoing escalatory spiral that we've had? For the last year, they've been firing at northern Israel and in one or two cases, the center, even Tel Aviv, incessantly, daily, numerous attacks a day. If you live in Israel's north and the northern rim has become a ghost town, something like 60,000 people are still have been forced out of their homes a year later. But they're experiencing, people in the north are experiencing at times dozens of alert in one day. And in many cases, then there are then barrages of tens of rockets. Some hit, some are intercepted. This isn't the way to live. No country would agree to this, okay? If Western London was firing on the eastern part of the city, nobody would agree to this. And there are Israeli border towns that literally abut the border with Hezbollah, with Lebanon. When I say literally, I mean it's meters. You could throw a rock at each other if you wanted to. And these people live, all they have to do is look out their window and they see Hezbollah. This situation must end. It's actually been going on for decades. It's not something that's recent. Unfortunately, it's not going to end anytime soon, but Israel is in a position where one way or the other,
You're not giving me anything. Shut up.
What's now known as the pager attack. And today, of course, there seems to be a new wave, which is...
There could be a war. They're not going to like this in Israel. They're prepared. They're war. We're in the region.
I'm Cyril Vanier. It is 15 GMT, and we are covering breaking news out of Lebanon.
Kids died.
Reports of more communication devices exploding
poor
in
kids.
several parts of the country. 3 people have been killed, and hundreds have been injured. One blast occurred during the funerals of Hezbollah members in Beirut. That's what you've just seen. It's being reported that handheld radios have exploded, not pagers, as we saw in Tuesday's attack. Emergency services have been responding in at least 3 cities across the country. Hezbollah's leadership says that the group is facing, quote, a new phase, and that, again, another quote, punishment is certainly coming. Well, our correspondents are covering this across the region. Ali Hashem, whom you've just heard, is in southern Lebanon, in Tyre specifically. Hamda Salhutin is in Amman, Jordan. First, though, let's go to Imran Khan, who is outside the American hospital in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. So, Imran, this is all very new. We are trying to piece together a comprehensive picture of what exactly happened. So when did you become aware of new explosions, and where did they occur?
Where are my kitties at?
The explosions about an hour ago. We were hearing that there was one explosion in Dahia, in the southern suburbs of Beirut. We subsequently managed to confirm that. And then we heard a lot of ambulance activity in where I am. Now, I'm in Hamra. It's occasionally called the hospital area. There's 3 hospitals in close proximity to here. We heard a lot of sirens, ambulance sirens going off, a lot of ambulance activity in the street. We also heard that Najib Mikati, the Prime Minister of Lebanon, was due to come to this hospital, one of the centers of the hospitals that have been treating people. He was actually on his way, and then we are now hearing he's cancelled his visit because he wants the hospitals to concentrate on the victims that may well arrive here. Now, just out of shot, in the last hour or so, medical staff have come out onto the streets. They're wearing protective clothing, ready to treat people. So it looks like there will be people coming to this hospital. So that's what we know so far. But what we are hearing is there have been several explosions in Beirut itself. We don't know what areas they are in, but certainly if there have been more explosions of those walkie-talkies, and that's what we're hearing, that these are now walkie-talkies that have been targeted, they will be coming to hospitals like the one behind me.
Imran,
hey.
Situate us, because the footage that we're watching right now that's in the center of our screens is of this explosion that occurred at a funeral in Dahye. That's in a southern suburb of Beirut. I understand that is a predominantly Shiite suburb. What can you tell us about the area? And is there anything that we learned from the fact that it happened there?
Well, 8 Hezbollah members were being buried today. Those funerals were due to take place at 5 p.m. local time, so about an hour ago, and that's when we heard about that explosion in Dahye as well. So that explosion taking place in the funerals, I have to say, still did take place and are ongoing. You've got live pictures that we're seeing there. So that hasn't disrupted the funerals per se, but there will be a lot of anger that Israel, which is what Hezbollah have said, it's what the Lebanese government have said, is behind these attacks, have managed to do it again 24 hours later. Now, we're also expecting in 24 hours to hear from Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. He's already said he's going to be talking about the pager attack. He's now going to have to talk about the walkie-talkie attack, as now people here are calling it. He's also going to have to talk about what he's going to do next. Hezbollah is going to be under a lot of pressure here to try and react to this, and react to this very quickly. Hezbollah, for its part, its initial statement said that it was in solidarity still with the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and they would promise retribution for these
tries to bite the fucking bed up and fuck it up. As soon as she hears me pick that up, she runs off.
Medical emergency that's taking place. Hezbollah is a political group, and it is part of Lebanese society, and Lebanese are looking at Hezbollah to see what they're going to do next. But let's talk about the hospitals. Faris Al-Abayad, the health minister, gave a press conference just a few hours ago. He ran through the numbers. They were extraordinary. He said that between 2,750 to 2,800 people have been injured. Those injured numbers are going to go up as a result of this attack. He said 300 people were still in critical condition. Many of them were in intensive care. He also talked about the fact that 100 hospitals were also involved across the country, and he said 1,084 ambulances were also involved. He said that this put tremendous pressure on the emergency services, and he said it was a Herculean effort from the emergency services. He also said that Israel is not interested in a diplomatic solution, and Lebanon, the emergency services, because he's the health minister, needs to be prepared for long term, and that's his words. He said, we have enough emergency services supplies and staff to last 3 months, but we need a lot more than that.
Imran, thank you very much for that reporting, both on what happened in Beirut and then the hospital, the situation at the hospitals. You're at the hospital outside the, or near the American University of Beirut, which of course is still treating hundreds upon hundreds of patients from yesterday's attack. Almost 3,000 people were injured, 9 were killed. We're going to go now to Ali Hashem, who's in Tyre in southern Lebanon. Ali, you can fill out this picture for us. I'm curious to know what you've been able to confirm on your end.
Well, what we can confirm is that there were several blasts that took place simultaneously, just like yesterday, as if it's the second wave of the pager attack. But this time, it was mostly walkie-talkies or radios. But now we're hearing also that some solar devices also exploded, some batteries in cars exploded. So it's a bit ambiguous. The picture is not clear yet. And if we are able to understand what is happening today, probably we would be able to understand what happened yesterday. Because what's been said yesterday about the pager attack is that explosives were planted inside the pagers. But if today things are happening, I mean, in the batteries, and this is what I understood from some sources, the batteries, the new batteries that are inside the walkie-talkies and batteries inside different devices. So probably, and I'm not a technical person, but probably there's something different here.
Hey,
and
Miss Mom.
it could be a kind of a cyber attack. It could be a kind of a cyber attack that's causing all these devices to explode simultaneously. Here, where we are in the city of Tyre, I was in a funeral just a couple of kilometers behind. We were in a building and then we had an explosion. First of all, we thought it's sonic booms, and this is very normal here in this area in southern Lebanon, which is like 20 kilometers from the border. Well, later on, we started hearing that there's a car that exploded just behind us. We saw the car, it was ablaze. But it was ablaze in a way that it was not targeted with a drone. It was kind of something exploded inside the car.
So it imploded. It exploded
just on the
from
other
within.
side of the building where we are, another explosion was heard. From within.
Did you say it imploded? Does he even know what the fucking implosion is?
Getting these messages about explosions in southern suburb, people taking part in the funeral in Sidon. Now, what we can say, there are some solid information coming from the Lebanese Ministry of Health that one person was killed and at least 100 are injured. These are the initial reports now, the official reports, that at least one person was killed and around 100, or at least 100, are injured. But it's still the beginning of, getting to know what's happening. And now we might hear about more numbers. Yesterday, I remember when this started, we were still in Doha, and we started hearing about tens of people, 300, 400 people, and then it ended with, the number today is like around 3,000 people injured, 9 or 10 people killed, and several maybe in dire situations. So what's unfolding today can't be disconnected or unlinked to what happened yesterday. This is connected, this is linked, but what happened yesterday maybe was kind of limited to the pagers. Today, there are reports that it's not only the walkie-talkies, but also other kind of
There's more to it.
We need to watch and see and get maybe a final understanding from the understanding from the authorities here.
Yeah, as you speak, we are looking at the picture of a walkie-talkie that exploded. So that's certainly one of the devices today that was weaponized. How exactly that could take place, we don't exactly know. We'll get answers, I assume, but not today, not immediately. Ali, do you know, were you able to make out who was targeted? You told us that you saw a car that exploded. You told us there was an explosion in an apartment. Now, yesterday, the pagers that all exploded belonged to members of Hezbollah. We saw that the funerals for Hezbollah members were targeted today in southern Beirut. Are you seeing the same thing where you are in your part of the country around Tyre? Is this all tied to Hezbollah members?
Well, Cyril, to take things into context,
the knee is starting to hurt from
big
doing that over and
confrontation
over.
between Israel and Hezbollah. So mainly the target of this attack is Hezbollah. This is something that we can't but emphasize.
I think it's a game or something.
Attack is Hezbollah, but are there not people around Hezbollah? Are there not people that could be in a car with a Hezbollah person, or in a funeral beside a Hezbollah person, or probably using a car or a laptop or a phone that was with someone from Hezbollah? I mean, so the fact is that it's directed towards Hezbollah, but people who are not Hezbollah also were impacted by this. Now, aside from the impact, the direct impact, which is just part of this security war, what they call the gray zone battles, that's already taking place in the middle of a wide range confrontation in the region that's been raging for a year now. There's also an impact on the people and the feeling of uncertainty. People aren't able to understand or consume what's happening, whether they are in the middle of a war or in the middle of a transitional period in this war. Everyone is trying to find their way towards the day after. And this is the big question here. Does this have a relation with the southern border, just where we are standing here, 20 kilometers from where I'm standing? Does this have a relation with an escalation that Israel is preparing on the southern border? And we've been seeing all these discussions in Israel with respect to the northern front and bringing back the residents of northern Israel back home as a main objective in Israel's war in Gaza. So this is one of the big questions, but this multi-layered conflict is just getting out of control day after day. And I remember me and you, we've been on air for the past 12 months or 11 months, and we've been saying that things are getting out of control. But the issue is that every day there is something new. There is something that no one really thought of. It's like unthinkable things are happening.
Ali, as you say, you've spent so much time reporting in Lebanon, and a lot of reporting in
Unthinkable
Lebanon is
things are
reporting on
happening.
Hezbollah.
Fuck
so
you.
I'm wondering, even though this
Like
has
your
just
rockets
occurred,
being
everything we're seeing
lobbed
this
into people's
afternoon,
neighborhoods are
you already
unthinkable.
hearing from your sources, and if so, do you have an inkling of
because it's normalized?
What inside Hezbollah, what they're saying, how they're looking at this, how they're thinking about this?
Well, there is something that's obvious now, that Hezbollah is in a situation of rethinking the structure. What's happening? The security apparatus in the party or in the organization, the viability, the preventive, the preventive layers that they have. Are they failing? Are they under an Israeli leverage? Are they being compromised? These are big questions, but in an organization like Hezbollah, that's once again
People, man, for the people. Don't forget what I do for you guys, you know?
Members, this is not an easy task, because right now, if a member in Hezbollah has a pager or a walkie-talkie and it's exploding in him, there is going to be big questions even within the organization. And now,
I guarantee
this layer
burps
is
are never
going
to cost you guys anything.
Command and control, and it's mainly the communication.
Communication
is something very instrumental in wars.
Altruistic as possible.
Is harmed,
I'm a philanthropist.
The whole war, the whole effort is harmed. And that's why I think Hezbollah should be, and I think they are, concerned that things are not good for them. Tomorrow, Hassan Nasrallah, the party's leader, is going to address his people. Now, what is he going to say? What he's going to vow? Is he going to vow revenge? I think the priority for Hezbollah right now isn't going to be revenge. It's going to be to look into the party, into the structure, into the organization, and understand where are the faults. Because these are fatal.
You of all people realize
that's really interesting.
Burps aren't free.
And I'm making a note of that. That Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is scheduled to speak tomorrow. Of course, we'll be very interested in hearing how he handles this, how he frames all of this and what's happening. Ali Hashem reporting from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Thank you very much for all of that. We're bringing in now Hamda Salhout, who is with us live from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And always the same reminder, we're reporting on Israel from Amman, because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera.
Sorry, I'm not more like Old Faithful. I don't ever know when they're going to happen.
Again, blaming Israel for everything that's happening.
Like a dormant volcano.
Not just the pager attacks in Lebanon yesterday, but today the walkie-talkie attacks. What are you hearing, and what's being said inside Israel?
Jack in the Box.
Well, according to reports within Israeli media citing anonymous officials, of course, who are speaking to several different reporters, they are saying that this was indeed Israel, not just today, but also the pager attacks on Tuesday and the sources are, quote, saying that the goal in the second wave of attacks was to increase paranoia and fear among Hezbollah to essentially show the Lebanese armed group the types of capabilities
what it's like.
that Israel has. Now, before these sources have spoken out today, we heard from several different Israeli media outlets on Tuesday that said that this
look at your
looks
apartment's
like
on fire.
That is the work of the Israeli Mossad. That's the external security agency. They have very, very intricate and sophisticated capabilities, both with weapons and technology, artificial intelligence, and all signs, they say, were pointing to that. But of course, when it comes to official Israeli reaction,
right next to my
there
bed.
was none. There was nothing from the Israeli
So
government.
in case I ever wake up and there's a fire, I got a full-size fire extinguisher right next to my bed.
External security
One of them
agency
baby ones.
who never comments on its activities abroad. But it's worth mentioning the meetings that took place between Israeli security officials last night. The Army Chief of Staff, the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who said they are increasing the readiness. They have even moved several different units of the Israeli military from where they were stationed in Gaza on the Gaza border to the northern part of the country. And it comes after a meeting 2 days ago in which the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu added another goal to the war. Previously, there were 3 goals, all pertaining to Israel's war on Gaza. But this time, it's different. There's a 4th goal that's added that relates to secure.
Dude, okay, wait.
Bring Israel's northern border to
One more
returning
minute. I need to
those
see this other
evacuated
headline.
Israelis
It's
from those
hilarious.
towns and settlements. So, according to Israeli officials, this is Netanyahu's way of signaling that he's changing his policy when it comes to dealing with Hezbollah and when it comes to dealing with the situation on Israel's northern border.
Al Jazeera's Hamda Salhout in Amman, Jordan. Thank you very much for that. Amir Oren is an analyst with the daily Israeli paper Haaretz. You're joining us, Amir, live from Tel Aviv. You deal with military and security affairs, so we want your perspective on this. What do you think is happening yesterday and today in Lebanon?
Let me start by saying that the party that
And
should
you're
be
cut
most
off.
concerned.
Israel is trying to provoke a war with Lebanon. They just carried out a...
That's fucking rich, dude. This guy has 859 subs. Breakthrough News is the name of his channel. He's got a check mark and shit. Okay. So all the shit that Lebanon did in the past wasn't trying to provoke Israel into a fucking war? Now Israel's trying to provoke them, though. They're
massive terrorist attack across Lebanon that maimed over
this guy, yeah, he's calling it a terrorist attack. He's calling it a terrorist attack. What do we have here? What have we found today?
1,000 people. Israel seems to have intercepted
fucking white
pagers used by
guy.
Hezbollah, which is not just an armed group, but also one of the largest
Fucking white,
political parties in the
self-hating
country,
white guy.
and made all of the pagers explode at the same time. Hospitals are currently overflowing with patients, and there are at least 11 confirmed deaths. Israel also had no way of knowing where the pagers would be when they detonated. This means that they knew that they would likely kill total bystanders. Videos showed phones exploding in supermarkets, bazaars, people's private homes while they were driving, and
Good.
children are among those who are dead.
Hey,
political parties
that
across
tech kid was going to be a fucking terrorist. That was a future terrorist of Lebanon. I could see it in her eyes.
Lebanon are condemning this as an attack on the entire nation. Israel did this because they want a war with Lebanon. This isn't even a secret. Israeli politicians and military leaders have been talking about invading Lebanon for months. Israel's been bombing southern Lebanon on an almost daily basis, basically begging Lebanon to respond, which would give Israel a pretext to go to war.
Hey, what do you mean? Has this guy been watching half the news or something? They lobbed a fucking rocket into a soccer field just a month ago or so and killed a bunch of kids. Just kids. Like, they weren't even going after anybody that was official. They're just killing kids. But they have some Israel has collateral damage of killing kids because these fucking terrorists like to hang out around kids and children and in mosques and places where they think that they won't get shot. What are they supposed to fucking do, man? Just keep on getting hit with these rockets? But he's not talking about that, though. It's just Israel's a terrorist attacker.
In April, Israel moved 2 brigades that fought in Gaza to the border with Lebanon and held drills simulating
because they were hitting them with shit and terrorizing their border. So they had to move people out of Gaza to the Lebanese border to pay attention to that now because it was more intense. Fucking guy needs to be taken off of YouTube.
And in the last week, there have been numerous reports quoting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel was preparing to invade Lebanon. Yesterday, the Israeli War Cabinet voted to update its goals for its war in Gaza to include the return of Israeli settlers to Israel's northern border with Lebanon, which is basically code for invading southern Lebanon. Immediately after the war...
What? Okay, so because Israel wants to be able to move back into their houses, and they might have to use the military to do that, they're the ones escalating things. Because they want to fucking live in their houses again and not live in homeless shelters, wherever the heck these people have had to move to. Bro, white people like this really piss me off. I would understand if this was a Muslim person, but this guy is a fucking sellout.
Lebanon, which is basically code for invading southern Lebanon. Immediately after the War Cabinet took that vote,
he probably got some in him. He's like half white. Hey, now I'm looking at this fucking shithead.
Carries out this attack. There is no way to interpret this as anything but a deliberate
Palestinian blood in him
attempt to provoke a Lebanese response to help Israel get the war it wants. Israel knows that as soon as they have to stop their genocide in Gaza, the whole world will see that they've not only failed to achieve their military objectives, but that they're also going to be held accountable for their crimes. So their strategy is basically to keep extending the war forever. They think that invading southern Lebanon would force the U.S. to deepen its commitment to protecting Israel. But this insane logic of starting a war to deepen U.S. support for Israel may very well not work. The U.S. has repeatedly said that they don't want Israel to attack Lebanon because if they do, they'll be fighting against Hezbollah, a group which is far better armed than Hamas.
Wait, what is this quote? The world says this. What was that, a magazine?
The U.S. has repeatedly said that they don't want Israel to attack Lebanon because if they do, they'll be fighting against Hezbollah, a group which is far better armed than Hamas, which the Israeli military hasn't been able to defeat. It's also widely believed that Hezbollah has enough missiles to overwhelm Israel's Iron Dome air defense, which would basically allow them to decimate Israel's capital.
They have enough to overwhelm the Iron Dome, but that's why we have warships in the area at the moment, because we also have a ton of missiles that can take down other missiles. I mean, and any air-to-air missile can take down a missile. It's not just to take down jets. And an air-to-ground missile might even, a ground-to-ground missile might even be able to take it. Like, they might have dual purposes. Every missile on a fucking ship might be able to take out a missile, for all I know.
Capital, Tel Aviv. We're going to keep following the situation as it develops, but for now, let me just end with this. We can never forget that this is all being done in your name. These pager bombings are not only being paid for with your taxes, but your elected representatives who claim to represent you have been
Yo, that's a good fucking payment. I like that one. That's the best use of our money I think they've ever done, was this attack, dude. Actually, it's perfect. They have to make these people scared to communicate, and that's what they are now. They're gonna have to communicate with like word of mouth and shit. This is really gonna screw up their tactical advantage at home. Imagine if the IDF couldn't use their radios because they were scared they were gonna explode. This is awesome, dude.
Justifying and excusing Israel's crimes in Gaza every single day for the last 11 months. They had every chance to pick up the phone and tell Israel to stop months ago. They didn't. Israel feels so emboldened now to do whatever it wants. If anything,
this could keep Hezbollah from wanting to go to war, because they can't communicate with one another. Like how how well are they going to be able to fight against Israel if they can't like communicate anything for what's going on at the front line to the commanders that aren't on the front line? And like, there's no way to, like, what are they going to have? Horses? They're gonna ride in with the messenger on a horse?
It's carrying out blatant acts of terrorism as a way of getting our military to fight their genocidal wars. If this happened in Israel or the United States, we would probably be in a third world war right now. But since it was Israel, Congress doesn't say a thing. The Biden administration says they don't even know who's behind it. If our government can't even condemn Israel blowing up thousands of people's pagers in busy city streets in broad daylight, what will they condemn? What does that say about our government? And when will we finally say as a country that we've had enough of this so-called special relationship between the United States and this rogue terrorist state of Israel?
A Ukrainian drone strike.
I would like to dislike bomb that dude's video just now. Like, oh, you want 1,000 dislikes? Why don't you just say so? Pink!
Destroyed a Russian weapons warehouse in the Tver region. A source in Ukraine's SBU State Security Service told Reuters on Wednesday. This unverified footage shows a huge ball of flames blasting into the sky and multiple detonations. The source said the warehouse in the town of Toropets contained weapons intended for tactical missile systems, as well as guided aerial bombs and artillery ammunition, and that a fire from the blast took hold of a nearly 4-mile-wide area. The Ukraine SBU source said it was part of reducing the enemy's missile potential, which it uses to destroy Ukrainian cities. War bloggers and media reported earlier on Wednesday the attack, over 200 miles west of Moscow, was near the site of a large Russian arsenal. NASA satellites picked up intense heat sources emanating from an area of about 5 square miles at the site in the early hours. And earthquake monitoring stations picked up what sensors thought was a small earthquake in the area.
Hit him with a nuke?
Explosions could be heard in the distance as Tver's governor Igor Rudynya addressed local media. He made no mention of the weapons warehouse and said Russia's air defense system successfully shot down unmanned aerial vehicles overnight, with falling debris causing the fire to start. He added that evacuations of residents in the area were underway. Rudynya later said the fire had been put out and residents could return with no recorded fatalities. Russian state media have in the past reported that a major arsenal for conventional weapons was located at the site of the blasts. State media, which is now subject to military censorship laws, was muted in its reporting on Wednesday. Both sides deny attacking civilians in the war fought since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. A Ukrainian drone strike destroyed a Russian weapons.
Birdie, popo.
Over here, people. How are you, my friend?
Doing good, man. Doing good. I'm so happy the president's out here. The King of New York has finally returned. You know, Long Island has been Trump country for quite some time. There isn't a blue seat to be found here on Long Island. Super majorities in both legislatures, district attorneys, county executives. We're going to get New York 3 back that was left up. So it's so great that the president came out here. And I mean, the love is out of control.
The love is truly out of control. We're going to turn New York red. Trump, 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 Trump. Amazing.
This is great.
So I am here
7 hours
Kevin
away.
Smith, leader, founder of the Loud Majority Group. Kevin, a lot of people are asking, why is President Trump coming to New York? Explain what the significance of coming specifically to Nassau County, where obviously we have key congressional races that will be decisive in determining who has control of the House of Representatives. Also, New York could potentially shift red. With no cheating or fraud in the system.
No, look, and I try to tell this to everybody that lives in a blue state. If you live in California, you live in Colorado, Colorado, Illinois, New York. You will be the key to Donald Trump's popular vote win. In 2022, on the back of Lee Zeldin, we were able to secure the House majority for for the Republicans. And without that, Hakeem Jeffries gets the gavel, and there's no check. No check. You think that House Republicans haven't been great now? Imagine how bad House Democrats would have been if we didn't flip 5 or 6 congressional seats here in New York. And you can do that in California, you can do it in Illinois, you can do it in Colorado. Guys, if you're in the blue states, you have way more power than you think, and that's what we're trying to get the message out about.
Absolutely, great message. Where could the folks at home find you? How could they learn
When
more
you're
about
red,
the
man.
majority?
Guys, you guys can check me out. Pretty much just type in The Loud Majority anywhere. Loud Majority US on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter, Kevin Smith 45.
Famous, the great Kevin Smith. Thank you so much, my friend. Absolutely.
Look at this. You know, now here's somebody who never goes to rallies. I've never seen you. This is like a moment that is so special. I'm kidding, of course. We see you all the time, and we're so glad to see you again. Tell everybody who you are.
My name is Edward X. Young. I'm from Brick, New Jersey, and I took off from work today, as I often do for these rallies. This will be my 88th Trump rally. 88. Not 88. That's significant because it's a double infinity. If you know, you know.
You're right, double infinity, and that's good luck, and that's good things, and good signs of what's to come.
About
and
that.
I will tell you, I've seen you at almost every event that we go to.
Somebody needs to tell him about the whole
you
88
have so much
thing.
pride for President Trump and so much love and
Yikes.
loyalty to him. And you know, for
Holy
those out there, of course, there are so many of us who
He's a little
supported him
clueless.
since 2016. But there are some people who have kind of changed their tune over the years.
None of the chat
and
even
they've kind of
knows either, it
maneuvered their
seems.
way on over to this
No one
movement.
is saying
So for those who
anything.
are kind of in the new group, or maybe kind of still wondering where and what to do over this election, as a loyal follower of President Trump, what would you say is the reason that you believe in him so very deeply?
I believe that Donald Trump was sent by God to preserve Abraham Lincoln's promise that a government of the people, by the people, and for
H
the people
is
will not
the 8th
perish from the
letter
earth.
in
I
the
believe he's the
alphabet,
only
by the
one
way.
with the strength and the courage to do it. The only one who had the courage to defy the
Lot of
tyranny
fucking
of political
racist.
correctness and the strength to stanch the pernicious flow of progressive
chat,
liberalism.
we'll
We
put
see how they're
88.
destroying us. They're destroying this country. But you know, they won't let up.
Only means something to
Everything
give you
they do
power.
to
No, it
try to
definitely means
stop it just
something,
strengthens our
especially
resolve.
on the
They think
internet.
they're going to scare us away. But no, all they've done, as Yamamoto said after Pearl Harbor, I fear that all we've done is awakened a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve. Look about you here. This is a sleeping
Because people-
giant. I guarantee you,
the people that
most of these people
appreciate
10
it
years ago
keep it
were very
alive.
quiet about their politics.
And
As
they
even
use it
was I, but not anymore.
Me too.
Not
to
anymore.
identify
I'm here
each
today.
other
This is Rally 88. I will be
in chat
in
rooms
Wilmington, North
and
Carolina
forums
on
and
Saturday,
shit.
and I will be in Indiana,
It's a
Pennsylvania on
covert
Monday. That'll be
thing. I don't know.
90
Him
rallies.
doing
I
that
will
was a
make one before the
little
election.
fucking weird
Yes,
at a
I love
Trump
that.
rally
And that
to
centennial
harp on
moment for you will be
88.
really special. And I hope that
little
President
bit.
Trump is watching. I know he sees you always, and I know that he appreciates your loyalty and your passion for what he brings
like a,
to this country.
88, you know,
And,
it means this.
you
Wink,
made
wink.
such a good point.
Yeah.
Nothing gets him down.
Where my
Nothing
boys
gets
at?
this group of people down. You know, what happened this weekend. Of course, I know you were in Butler as well, right? I was in Butler. You missed Butler.
Eye surgery.
That's right, because I saw you in Philly, but not Butler.
You heard something happen here today. You heard something happen here.
But they say it was a false. They say it was false. So hopefully we've got so much protection.
Big boats.
Well, here's
All
the
right.
thing. You know, we heard. Of course, we know what happened
luck,
there. We know
man.
what happened on the golf
Thanks
course
for
this
hanging.
weekend. And you wonder, is that going to hold people back? Is that going to make people afraid to show up? It's done quite the opposite.
No, it made me more determined than ever to show up for every rally I could drive to, and I do hope. I know that President Trump appreciates what we do. I just hope I'll get that one moment to have that photo, that two-shot, shaking his hand that I can hang on my wall and leave for my descendants.
I believe you will at some point. And of course, fellow Jersey friend, I'm from New Jersey as well. It's so good to be here in our backyard in Long Island, and it's wonderful to see you today. So thank you so much for your loyalty.
And thank you. And you know he wouldn't be here if he didn't think we we had a chance to win in New York. We're going to win New York.
This is what it looks like from above.
Good to see you today. Enjoy.
Not that many people there. Oh, they go. Is it inside?
So many people.
Outside.
I know. Look at these. Look at I'm a Trump girl over here. We'll get to you guys too.
Why don't we
bring on some friends?
Bring on Troy, and then we'll take it from there. We're gonna go back and forth a little bit. Sir, tell me, introduce yourself to the audience. Why are you here today? What's the big issue for you for President Trump's election this year?
My name is Troy Seclucky. I'm from East Islip, New York. First of all, we need to let our J6 prisoners out. Enough is enough already. I'm here to support the president. We need a new direction for this country. We're in trouble. If he loses, this country's finished.
We're gonna turn into a communist type system. We're already seeing it with how the courts treat political dissidents like the J6 defendants. It's horrible what's going on in this country to them. So many of them are still languishing in what they call the DC gulag. It's really, really a bad situation. Talk a little bit more about that, the significance of the weaponized justice system. That is a real issue and a real concern for New Yorkers in particular, given what they're doing in Manhattan with Letitia James and Alvin Bragg and the lawfare against Donald Trump. If you could a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, we've heard it all before. They're going to come for us soon, you know. I've seen videos on TV where the FBI shows up at somebody's house just for a tweet, you know. It's got to stop. Enough is enough already. We can't live like this, you know. I can't be afraid to speak my mind when it comes to my political views. You know, and nobody else should have to do that either.
You're right. The First Amendment is under assault by Biden and Kamala, and it's a real serious issue in this country. I want to pivot a little bit. This crowd size. What is the significance of President Trump returning to New York, returning to Long Island, where it all began?
Like, what the fuck, lady?
Originally.
Could y'all hear me just now?
Him coming here?
There's this homeless person that's out there going through like. Going through the trash, and when she opened up my trash thing, there's a brand new, looks like a Lincoln actually. It's a nice car, and she just took the lid and went bump, and the car is right behind the trash can, so the lid just went pop, and it slammed into the car. It slammed into the fucking car, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, I'm just taking this bag," and you can probably hear what I said to her. Like, what? Like, you're taking a fucking nickel bag and you're slamming the fucking trash lid into somebody's brand new car? What, lady? Are you fucking crazy? How weird, man. People going through other people's trash can is... She's about to... Get the fuck out of here. Oh, it's not even my car, but it's just it was my trash can that she did it with. And I don't want, like, my neighbor, whoever, thinking like that I slammed my can into their car or some shit. Also, you didn't hear what I said? Yeah, well, that's what I said. I was like, hey, what are you doing? She's like, I was getting this bag. As the lid is like resting up on this brand new looking SUV out here, white Lincoln, and with a fucking moonroof and shit. And like, dude, it's a nice car. And she just took the lid and she slung it, and it said "pop" onto the car. I want to go out there and look right now and see if it dented or did anything to it. Actually, I'll take a picture. I'll be right back. But like, I had like what I had to say, like I didn't say like, hey, you stupid cunt. I didn't do none of that. I'm just like, what are you doing, man? Like, I know you're crazy, you're homeless, you're looking dirty and shit, but like, have some decency or You know what I mean? You're not gonna be doing like you'll be doing much better as a homeless person if you're not an asshole, probably. Right? I'm gonna go look real fast. She's gone now.
For this rally today.
Well,
One of
absolutely.
you, my neighbors heard me.
That New York is in
They
play
always
for this,
do.
Talk about taxes.
I'm that neighbor though.
Forget
I don't
about
give
it,
a
as
shit.
they say.
Absolutely. People are drowning in taxes.
Drowning.
They're driving businesses and people out of the state.
That's
for
right.
that reason.
Absolutely, and unfiled returns, taxes are really, it's an issue for a lot of people, obviously. And of course, the IRS has escalated collections. They've added 20,000 new agents at the top of the year to kick off 2024. And so, of course, we know it's challenging times, but the best defense, as we know, is going to be Tax Network USA. And, you know, there are so many people who complain about the IRS taking advantage of them. I may or may not be one of those people that has said that word. I'm sick of being taken advantage of by the IRS. I think we all do, right?
I think we all are, yeah.
So, you know, with over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has actually saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter what the size of your tax issue, no matter what it may be, they're there to negotiate on your behalf. And that's a really nice thing to know, because they don't just negotiate, but they actually also protect your assets from the IRS seizures, and they manage your yearly returns as well. And they're also going to help you with ongoing compliance. So, you know, they're licensed to help you. They're going to help wherever you live in the U.S., not just here in Long Island.
No, it's all 50 states.
On Long Island, everybody would like better taxes. I know that much, but the clock is ticking, so you don't want to wait. Don't let it happen. Just seize control of your own financial future. You can contact Tax Network USA really easily by calling 1-800-357-1415. You can also visit tnusa.com/RSBN, and don't let the tax issues overpower you. Easy breezy.
Easy breezy. And listen, so good. Consult these people, because you need professionals now to deal with this IRS, which is becoming more complicated by the day.
And we also need Trump to help us with the taxes. You know, we know that Kamala will get rid of those tax cuts.
I know.
And we cannot let that happen.
And Trump will have the biggest tax cuts in history. SALT, no tax on tips, no tax on capital gains, no tax on Social Security.
No tax on overtime.
And no tax on overtime. That's the newest one. So maybe there'll be more policies that he rolls out between now and November. But listen,
he's full of surprises.
He is amazing. He is amazing. So we have more people
girls.
here. I'm gonna hand this one off to you.
Now you just spoke to their dad, so I saw them. I was like, you girls look amazing. You're so on trend and looking fabulous. Tell us, everybody, your names.
I'm Alexa. I'm Ella.
So when you're home and people are like, Alexa, does it go, Alexa is home? Do you get that happening all the time when people say Alexa?
Well, we changed like our names. Like we changed like the names of our Echo Dots to like Echo and Amazon. So that doesn't happen, but like good job. It used to be like when they first came out, like everyone would say like, Alexa, what's the weather? And I was like, oh.
Well, I'm happy that you're here today, Alexa, and both of you. I'm so glad you're here, because we need representation from every generation, and a lot of times people have an idea of what they expect to see at a Trump rally. They'll say, you know, you're going to see a certain age group or a certain racial background or a certain affiliation in general. And I always tell people, you see people from all over, from all walks of life, of every age group. So tell everybody, and tell me if you don't mind, a little bit about how you feel about President Trump and why you've made your time today to come here and support him.
Well, I feel like everything was just like better when he was in office. Like the prices of gas and everything were down, and just everything. I don't know much like about like political stuff, because I'm just a kid, but I just know it was a lot better when Trump was in office than now.
Well, did you feel safer?
A lot safer, definitely. Yeah.
Because I feel like, you know, I have a 12-year-old niece. I feel like as I look ahead, and how old are you girls?
I'm 14. And I'm 13.
Okay, so you're a little bit older than my niece, and you know, one of the things she says is, I don't really know a lot about what's going on in politics or the economy, but I know that when I'm out and about, I want to feel safe, and I don't feel that safe anymore. And so I know that's probably a concern for your whole family.
Yeah, because there's like a shopping center by like where I live, and like usually people like my age, we go like, there's like Applebee's, so we go hang out there, and like across is like a Marshall's or everything. And now I don't really feel like safe, because my mom is telling me there's all like these immigrants coming, and there's like sex traffickers, and I could get like kidnapped and stuff. And especially like at night, like there's a lot of stuff that I have to like look out for, and it's a lot more like cautious and stuff.
Yeah, and it's sad that you have to think that way. You're supposed to be enjoying your time at this age, and I'll tell you, you know, we want immigrants immigrants. We want people from all walks of life in all countries, but we just want them to come here legally, because if they come here illegally, they're starting their journey into the U.S. by breaking the law right off the bat. And so with the sex trafficking, as you said, and the drug trafficking, it's scary. I'm sure you've heard a lot of people talk about that. A lot of things on TikTok and a lot of the social media, they show you these things to do and people follow and they don't realize. So it's really important to be aware, right?
Yeah.
And you guys are aware, obviously. So tell me what you're most excited about at the rally today.
I'm excited to see the president. It should be so much fun. I mean, everybody's kind of on the same page here, so it's like everybody is just so nice and it's so much fun.
I love that you said that, because one of my issues is I have a lot of friends who I love and respect and care about, but we have different opinions. So I have to defend my opinion all the time. But when you're at a Trump rally, you're around people who understand and don't fight for, you don't have to defend yourself, right?
Yeah, and it's just really good energy. It's really fun. Yeah.
And you feel safe because you're protected by so many people that are here to protect us. So it is so good to meet both of you. Thank you so much for this. You look fabulous, by the way.
Thank you.
So good to meet you. Stay safe. God bless you both. Thank you for that. See, and that's the thing. We're talking to 13 and 14-year-olds, right, Paul? I mean, every age group. And
every
women.
Age group.
That's the other thing. Women,
and
women
kids.
For
Trump.
Yes, we love that.
So
We've got another friend I know that's here.
Yeah,
another patriot.
I'm going to go a little
a true
quicker now with
patriot.
these interviews.
Yes,
We have so
we got a
many
lot of people. We got Elijah coming up.
Introduce yourself. What's your name to the fans at home watching?
My name is Chad Caton. I'm one of the 175 awesome veterans with Donald Trump's coalition, Veterans for Trump, and we're here to get veterans motivated, man. We're traveling the country doing it. I'm from South Carolina, here in New York for the first time, so.
Unbelievable. So you travel all over the place with sponsoring veterans groups. That's amazing. What do you think of the crowd size today, the enthusiasm?
Amazing, man.
Did you expect to see something like this from South Carolina in a deep blue, allegedly deep blue state like New York?
No, not at all. And people back in South Carolina, they're all watching this right now going, we are so winning this thing. We are so winning this thing.
Could Kamala do this in South Carolina or in Florida or Texas, a deep red state? Could she get 100,000 people to show up for her in any of the, or even a blue state, to be honest?
If she got all them big yellow buses from Boston, maybe. They fill, 200 of them buses? First off, hey, Kamala, by the way, our veterans aren't too happy about you saying there's none of them in war zones after they took mortar fire yesterday. You need to start thinking about what you say, because you know what? Veterans make up a huge part of this country, and we're not going anywhere, and we are down for Donald Trump. Go to, can I give the website for the campaign?
That's what we're here for.
Veterans, if you want to get involved, please join our coalition. Go to veterans.donaldjtrump.com, veterans.donaldjtrump.com, and if you're a citizen who wants to get involved, because now's the time, go to trumpforce47.com.
I want you to talk a little bit more about that clip from that debate, because that was key. That she made that remark. Tell the folks at home what she said again, just as a reminder. I saw videos of veterans stationed, obviously, in war zones across the country, and they're like, what's going on? Did she forget about us? What's the matter with her? She has no idea what she's talking about.
The Democrats have forgot about the veterans long ago, and they use us as a stumping speech. But what she said in her debate was, we are proud for the first time in this administration to have 0 veterans in war zones or in harm. I don't know, I'm paraphrasing exact words. Right, yeah. But then you saw the videos come out where guys are actually taking mortar fire, and the video that you're talking about is all over the internet. They're sitting there going, where are we? Who are we then? You can't do that to our veterans, and how are you the vice president of the United States of America and you don't know where your soldiers are? It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. Contrasting the two candidates, President Trump was the candidate of peace. You know, there was no war in Eastern Europe. There was no war, what we're seeing in Israel with Gaza. Chinese aggression was at an all-time low. I mean, the world was at peace under President Trump's 4 years in which he was in office. Complete change under Kamala Harris. We're on the verge of World War III now, when we're dealing with fierce leaders, as President Trump likes to say, and Putin and Xi, who have nuclear weapons. So it's a very dangerous situation. No one talks about the nuclear weapons and the risk and threat that is to civilization. such a stark difference between the two. Maybe you could talk a little bit more.
I can, and thank you for asking that question, because one of the things that drives me crazy as an influencer on Twitter, along with some of my other influencers, there are so many people out there that are saying Donald Trump is Putin's best friend or whatever. Whatever happened to the days of Reagan where he talked Gorbachev to take down that wall? The United States of America has always tried to talk it out, and now we have a regime in place right now that refuses to talk to Putin, refuses to talk to adversarial leadership, and you're getting nothing done. We need somebody that's willing to go out there and stand in South Korea and say, "Hey, Rocket
she
Man, I'm
didn't.
here."
She didn't. It seemed the car's got a little dirt on it, so it was hard for me to see.
With a big stick.
Exactly,
But
exactly, and that's always
still,
been
it's the
America's
principle
foreign policy
of it.
position, or at least it used to be. Now, you know,
You're gonna be going through people's
Trump always
trash.
talks about this all the time. The
Don't
biggest
sling
foreign
their
policy
lid
blunder
onto their
perhaps in
car
American
while you're
history,
doing
at
it.
least in our
It's just
generation,
common sense,
the
lady.
Afghanistan troop withdrawal that led 13 American troops to be killed in the process. One of the greatest embarrassments and disasters for the United States. Months later, Putin then invaded eastern Ukraine as a result of seeing our weakness projected on the world stage. It has to be put to an end. Our enemies see us now in Biden and Harris, and they see the embodiment of weakness on the global stage. Is that basically where you're seeing us?
I don't think we could get any weaker. I mean, we talk about where Afghanistan is, and that history is not going to be kind to you, President Biden and Vice President Harris. History will not be kind to you. One thing people don't talk about is China has gone into what they call Candyland in Afghanistan. Huge in minerals. And China's already worked its way into Afghanistan after we worked our way out because of your terrible policies and not trying to understand how to keep a country safe. Close the border, take care of our troops, and do it right. We're not out here to complain because we want Trump to win. We want Trump back to get it done.
Absolutely. He's a doer, and all the others are talkers. Thank you so much, my friend. One last time, how do the viewers give your website one last time for our audience?
I'll give them my Twitter because that's where I do most of my damage because Elon Musk is awesome.
He's amazing.
I am at I'm Fired Up #2 at I'm Fired Up #2, and then my website is OperationFreeNation.com.
Thank you so much, my friend. A wealth of information. Keep up the great work. Veterans cause is so important in this election cycle, and enjoy your day today. This is going to be a really fun day.
This is my second time hanging out with you. It's always so much fun. Last time I was at Bedminster, we killed it.
We're always with the president,
That's
and
right.
whenever I'm with this guy, I'm with the president, which is the best. Thank you so
America.
much, my
Get out
friend.
there and vote.
Get out and vote. Yeah, absolutely. So we got our.
It is getting really exciting. That was an amazing interview, and I was thinking about when he talked about the military and what happened with that comment and how the reaction was. And I'm so glad it blasted all over social media because, listen, you cannot give this misinformation. This is what's misguiding the country and causing such divisiveness.
It is. It truly is. And
Yeah.
listen, America is basically like open season for foreign adversaries all across the world. You know, this is incredible just how bad our country has fallen just over the past 3.5 years. President Trump would never let this happen. As soon as he gets back in, even before he gets back in and is officially sworn in January, I believe that he will bring that Ukraine conflict to a close.
I believe
he will
it.
restore peace throughout the world.
I know that that's the goal. I know, and we've got Elijah ready to talk, a few other friends, but first we want to talk about My Pillow, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I know that a lot of people, mothers, fathers, taking their kids back to school. I know my own family. There's kids going back to college. A lot of people going back to school, and so of course, the good news is that My Pillow is bringing back the $25 extravaganza, which is exciting because Mike Lindell and his dedicated employees have been a part of cancel culture. Many of you know that. They want to pass the savings directly on to you. So the 2-pack multi-use My Pillows are just $25. Also, those My Pillow sandals, guess how much?
How much are they?
$25.
Unbelievable.
The beach towels, maybe you can guess, $25. The 6-pack towel sets, the couch and recliner pillows, you guessed it, all of it, just $25. Even the sheets and blankets, which I own, by the way, starting at $25. And another amazing offer is on the My Mattress Topper. That's great for the college kids. Do you remember those beds in the dorms? The worst.
Oh my God, I try to forget, but
I try to forget.
But listen, that's an excellent suggestion. If you're a college student listening to this, Mike Lindell's all of his furnishing, all of his mattress and everything, all the bed stuff.
Well,
it's great. Well, he's doing that twin XL topper, and it fits most college dorm beds, which is a good thing, right? So you can get a good night's sleep. You got to get a good night's sleep when you're studying.
An American made, which is very important.
All made in the USA, and of course that MyPillow topper also comes in every bedside. If you want to use it other than a twin, it comes in every bed size, and believe me, you're going to feel the difference that it provides for sure. You can actually get one of those as low as $69.99, and the amazing offers will not last long. Order now. You can see, just go to mypillow.com, and you can also see all the information on your screen in the graphics right now. Fabulous.
Go.
Oh, yeah, Elijah, come on over.
We're going to get our next guest over here, so walk out.
Good to see you.
Good. I'm a big fan of Right Side Broadcasting Network. You guys are always on time, the best. So
thank you.
It's an honor to be here.
Well, it's an honor to meet you. I'm so glad you're here today. So is this your first rally?
First rally. I live around the area, so I was actually really excited because my grandmother and my mother was like, hey, did you know Trump's having a rally? I was like, there's no way in Nassau. And I saw it, and I was like, you know what, I'm signing up for the tickets right now, so I might as well.
Yes, when I saw Nassau, I was like, I better be on that rally. I better be covering that one. I mean, it's so nice to see him in our own backyard. And what I love so much is that we're starting to see the truth of how New York really feels about their homegrown native New Yorker.
Oh, I know. I can't wait to see if New York might switch to purple or flip. Hopefully, maybe not. But yeah, it's really important for I think people to come out and just show that support so we can just ram Trump in, you know.
What are you most excited, because it is your first rally? Of course, you've probably watched, of course, on TV. But what are some of the things that you're really excited to hear him talk about, and what are some of the moments that you're looking forward to experiencing?
Sure. So some of the most important things is when Trump promised the release of the 9/11 and JFK files, and I'm actually really impressed with him that he passed the the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. That helps get a lot of the sex trafficking rings down in South America. And I have this Epstein shirt right here. So you know, Jeffrey Epstein, he's a big blackmailer, and James Bumford, who writes books of the NSA, you had Edward Snowden and him confirming that they use blackmail on public officials. So if you can't have blackmail on public officials, you can't pass any policy if these people are just put in for special interests and blackmail. And here's what's interesting: Kamala Harris is a prosecutor, so she's in the White House with Joe, and you get no other prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein's fellow procurers or his fellow people who's selling at the end of the deal with some of these poor women who are getting trafficked. And it's just, what an embarrassment. Under Trump, you got Epstein arrested. Unfortunately, he got killed. We all can say he got killed, right? And so, yeah, and then you have Ghislaine Maxwell getting her trial, and she's getting arrested. She tried again to get an appeal. It didn't work. And so it's really important that you got to get Trump back in there to just go after these monsters in our system.
Did you hear him say that he would be willing? It was in one of his podcasts that he was on. He said he'd be potentially willing to release the list, the Epstein list.
I'm hopeful. I'm crossing my fingers and my toes. But his problem is he still has Alan Dershowitz there, and he was Epstein's lawyer. So I think there's a little bit of a conflict of interest there, and I'm hoping Trump can address that somehow.
And Dershowitz said he flipped. He said he's done.
I'm actually impressed. Yeah, Dershowitz was like, go ahead, release the list. So hey, you know what? We might get some of that clearing of corruption after all.
You're so smart, and I love that you're sharing this, because it's so important that people understand the deeper meaning. Of course, the hoopla and the fanfare and all of those things are excited. We're all excited about that. But it comes down to the policies. It comes down to protecting the country. It comes down to protecting our future, but also taking advantage of repercussions for the past things that went wrong. And we don't see a lot of consequence in our society anymore. And that's why we're seeing so much corruption. And so what you're talking about is one of the biggest cases of corruption we've ever seen in the history of America.
Huge. It's one of the big. It's so big that you have the FBI director getting grilled, and he can't even get any information on Epstein. Like, do you have at least people who are getting prosecuted or under investigation? He won't answer nothing. But here's what's interesting: is you had an FBI director on Epstein's list. His name is Louis Freeh, and he was on his list. So you always have to keep a remembrance and a reminder to yourself that the FBI may be in on this. Costa said Epstein was intelligence, and I was told to leave it alone. So you got to keep on pushing and digging and putting some accountability to our Justice Department and to our supposed CIA and NSA and FBI, the three-letter agencies.
Yeah, the three-letter agencies. And Elijah, you're right on. And one of the things I think that's so important to remember, and I know you'll agree, is that we hear so much on the other side about women's rights, and nothing in the world is more important than protecting women's rights from people like Epstein.
Exactly.
And so when you think about stories like that, that in itself is leading us to finally seeing women's rights taken care of. So I think it's really important that you bring this up. And with trafficking, everything that's going on, that in itself, again, is a way for us to find protection for women's rights.
Exactly. You know, everyone's like, Trump is horrible against women. He's the only guy who's been saving women from these monsters. So, you know, I'm tired of the propaganda, and it's really getting annoying. So I'm going to try, maybe I'll run for office one day. But then again, when you have the DOJ being unfairly using lawfare against him, it disincentivizes people to run for office. If they're like, well, I'm going to get targeted so bad, my life's going to get ruined, I'm going to get bad PR, and it's disgusting. I'm really hoping that, you know, we can just get the corruption out of our system so bad. And, you know,
Thank you for being a voice for Nassau County. Thank you for being a voice for America. It's so good to meet you, Elijah.
Take care.
Thank you. What a great interview. Isn't he so right on about everything he said? Yes. I mean, he's talking about Epstein. He's talking about trafficking. We have to that's how we get women's rights under control.
It is. It truly is. And listen, a lot of the young people are very well informed about the issues, especially. And listen, he seems like he had a real wealth of information.
So smart.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
But a lot of young people, especially with the opening of social media, know now
That's right.
about our society and our situation as a country. So very important issue, closing the border, because these sex traffickers, these human traffickers exploit young women and children, especially, obviously, disproportionately, these cartels. So all that could be resolved by just closing the border and enforcing our immigration laws.
I was listening to Rachel Marin's mother today. I believe she was on Capitol Hill talking about everything that happened. And of course, we'll talk more about all of that later on.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's important.
We've
got more
people.
fun.
I'm gonna have my friends over here.
Bring them in.
Come on. Can we can we get a shot, Miles,
so
of like
many people.
This whole crowd over here? I want to get I mean, look how many people are at this rally already. We're still like, what, 6 hours, 7
We are
hours
approximately,
before President Trump is expected to speak
6.5 hours away.
I think more than that. And
this place is sold out.
But that's it. 60 at least. I mean, I was hearing 80,000 before, if not 100,000. Miles, can we get the flag too back here? This is, I mean, it's like one big Trump flag after another. It's like every single flag I see is the biggest Trump flag I've ever seen in my life. Trump 2024, Save America. These guys are amazing. The patriotism is just incredible here. And speaking of patriotism, many of this audience, I'm sure, is very familiar with Brendan Dilley and the meme team. You got the shirt over here. He's been very instrumental in waging sort of the online warfare against the left, beginning with
Trump's digital army.
Trump's digital army, beginning with the primary against DeSantis and all them, and now against obviously Kamala Harris and Biden. This, my friends, is this is a friend of mine, an operator behind the scenes. They call him Bruce Wayne, correct?
Yes, I go by Bruce Wayne on the Dilley Show. I'm one of the Dilley 300 and Trump's online war machine, Dilley meme team. Thank you guys for what you do. God bless you. I'm also, I have my own show called 3 Beer Men. It's the number 3 beermen.tv. And I go by Bruce Q. Wayne. And hey, that's all right. Nice to see you too. And so, yeah, we have a lot of fun. We talk about pop culture, beer, and technology. Dilley talks about the politics. He keeps people level-headed. So Brendan's out there doing his thing, keeping the audience level-headed, and then yet his meme team is out there jabbing and darting left and right and sideways, digitally taking down the enemies, vanquishing one enemy at a time with his memes, and it's amazing. So thank you for what you do, Brendan. Thank you, Paul, for what you guys do.
Thank you for what you do. It's so important.
And a quick shout out to Omazon and Matrix Codebreaker. I told you I would shout you out tonight. We're there.
There you go. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the issues you're seeing and your cyber, advocacy, I guess you could say. What are the key issues that people are most driven by this election season specifically? Is it immigration? Is it the economy? Is it foreign policy? Tell me.
It's a combination of everything, okay? Think about this. We're paying almost $3 extra per pound for a pound of beef, okay?
It's crazy. These prices are...
Gasoline dropped down to $3, and you got a Trump lookalike over here to my left. I'm sorry, dog.
A lot of characters coming out here.
Squirrel. I'm sorry. Yeah, but you've got all kinds of stuff going on
U.S. passport renewal
keep saying
now available.
They've boosted the economy. No, they haven't. They tossed it into the tank.
anybody can print out millions and millions of dollars. They have them in.
More jobs were created for illegal aliens than native-born Americans. 1.2. Yeah, they keep having to revise their numbers. The Bureau of Labor Statistics. 1.2 million jobs created, all for illegals or all for foreigners, many of whom are illegals. 1.3 million American jobs, native-born jobs destroyed. That says everything you need to know about Bidenomics and Kamalanomics.
And what's really scary is you talk about the illegal immigrants here. I mean, people are not paying attention to what's going on. The normies or the sheeple, whatever you want to call them, don't know about Colorado and the Venezuelan gangs that have taken over the housing complexes. And what's the governor's name? He's finally doing something about it. I mean, he had to be pressured by the digital warriors, us who do all of the mainstream, who can't do what the mainstream media is doing, and that's telling the truth.
Pressure.
Okay, RSBN is one of the leaders right now, pushing out what's really going on, and we love you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm sure the audience, of course, appreciates everything that you guys are doing on the digital front. And you're right about it. It's about getting the message out there and bypassing legacy media, which acts as, gatekeepers for the narrative. A lot of people are breaking through and seeing that the truth is obviously coming through people like you and people like RSBN.
I also went so far as to, during the Bronx rally, register as a Republican. I was always a conservative, but I registered as a Republican with Mike and the young Republicans here in New York, and I wound up becoming an election inspector because of them.
That's amazing.
So now I'm going to be watching my district. I'm going to do early voting.
That's amazing.
Next week
Why is that amazing?
Call the
You
Board of
fucking
Elections
twat.
and,
stop using the word amazing like it's fucking everything's amazing, shithead.
on November 5th. And
pet peeve of mine, dude.
You do it all.
I try.
And it's so important. Talk a little bit more about election
integrity?
Volunteering, integrity.
Absolutely.
Because, obviously we're hearing from the campaign that you have to get your vote in early. In New York, I believe it begins October 28th around. It's about a week before Election Day.
Yes.
I know in many other states, Pennsylvania.
Actually, I think even earlier than that. I want to say October 10th for some reason.
Okay.
Sticks in my head, but I may be wrong.
I think it is late October. I might be wrong as well.
Go to the Board of Elections. Yes, protect the vote, or go to Board of Elections in your area. So if I'm Suffolk County, Long Island.
Right.
So just call the Board of Elections. You can still dial 411 and get their phone number, and they will answer. Okay. Or just leave a message and they will call you back. But if you tell them you want to be an election inspector or a poll watcher,
411 still works.
Hundreds, thousands of these people. I think they said something like they need 55,000 people in order just for Suffolk County for election integrity. And you can be a Democrat, you can be a Republican. It doesn't matter. But if you want to help support the election and the election process and make your voice heard, then you need to.
Okay, I want to hear this. Shut up, guy. Oh, bro, I refreshed the page and it, acted like I'm a. I didn't. There we go.
Now with an ABC News exclusive about a new way to renew your passport that could save you time. And you can do it all from home. Janae Norman has the details for us. And look like we sent you to the airport to show us what we can do from home. Janae, good morning.
And in fact, you did, Michael. Good morning. And according to the text message from Gio, I'm now a transportation correspondent. This is a huge deal for the tens of millions of Americans who are flocking to airports like this and taking to the skies to travel overseas. No more paper applications or snail mails or long wait times for appointments. You can now renew your passport from home.
This morning,
I just renewed mine
changer for international travel. For the first time ever, Americans can renew their passports online.
I mean, we expect 5 million Americans to be able to use this every year.
The State Department revealing exclusively to ABC News its pilot passport renewal program is now fully available to the public. If you meet the criteria, an adult 25 or older who's had a passport before, you'll no longer have to fill out and print that paper application, mail a check, or make an appointment. The modernization, making it easier as a record number of Americans are traveling internationally. Last year, the State Department hit an all-time high, processing and issuing more than 24 million passports.
The process of applying for a passport online will be much more convenient for Americans.
It's your passport.
It's pretty simple.
Let your government know you can
to start
leave.
the application process on the State Department's website, enter your old passport information and upcoming travel plans, and no more finding a place to get your picture taken.
For so many Americans, when you get your passport picture, it's a whole ordeal. You have to go somewhere to get it taken. Now you can do that on your phone.
You can upload your photo and apply completely online without having to do anything in person or send anything through the mail.
Just make sure to follow the guidelines. No selfies, a plain white background, and the photo has to be recent. Then check out with the debit or credit card, and you're done.
This is major.
And while current wait times for processing, we're told, are about 6 to 8 weeks, they say that those are coming in much quicker than that, and that's whether you do it online or by mail. However, for expedited services, you do still need to do those by mail or in person.
Yeah, since it's only for renewals, then it shouldn't be an issue with people having fraudulent passports.
Join the Board of Elections committees. All right, you look in your area.
It's so important, especially.
Was holding up a sign that said Cubans for Trump, so I was so excited. It's so good to have you on.
Thank you. I'm appreciated a lot.
Well, I'm excited to have you here. First of all, you look fantastic. You're dressed the role. Thank you, thank you. Well, you know, you and I were talking. I'd love for you to share a little bit about it. We were talking about the fact that you have family that comes from Cuba, and I was saying, you know, a lot of people are really getting fired up from the Hispanic community, and particularly from Cuba, because they understand what communism was like. And let's talk a little bit about your family roots and what you're seeing happening in the USA right now.
So, my grandparents came from Cuba, and they fought for the American dream. They left when Castro came into communism, and they fought for the American dream, and that's what the American dream's about. And it's that's what we're here for. That's what Trump's about, and that's what the Trumpies are all for.
I mean, you literally are a living proof of what American dream turns out to be when it's accomplished, as it's intended to be. To come here from a country where you have no rights, where you're feeling like your freedom has been taken away. You come to America, you achieve a dream, and you have children like you, and you have a family, and you're able to live in a community and in a country where you feel like you have rights.
Yeah, people really don't understand what communism is about. Like it starts by slowly taking your rights away, lying, manipulating the news, and it's slowly taking away your rights. And
they do look like a bunch of alkies.
And do you feel like that's what you're starting to see happening with our government?
It's very true. They're slowly the news is manipulating everything, and it's crazy. It's very crazy.
It is scary because there's so much misinformation, and I always try to tell people you have to see the whole picture, and you can't just live your life based on sound bites. You have to actually remember a lot of what you see has been edited, a lot of it has been skewed in a certain direction, and if you actually just look at it as a whole, as a fact, and the reality you're living in, then you recognize what's happening in the country.
Or it's like even if you look at the debate, a lot of people won't watch the debate in full. They'll watch the sound bites. Or if you go back to the debate, you saw how they were fact-checking Trump, but they weren't fact-checking Kamala. It's a crazy world we're living in.
It's bizarre, isn't it? It's bizarre. I mean, but I'm glad that you're here to speak on behalf of the Cubans in America. Now, how many elections have you voted in so far?
This is going to be my second.
Even no
Just out of
Spanish.
curiosity, who are you voting for?
Of course I'm voting for Trump. That goes without saying.
Now, can you do me a favor, and all of us who are watching, can you please tell everyone in your community, all of your friends, how important this is? And
Breaking news. A metro train collides with a vehicle
Are we talking about
in East LA.
Dodge products, or what are we talking about there?
Oh, tighten this shot up a
There's
little bit.
Honda. I don't know if it's the CRV. I've kind of lost track on the.
Damn it! Knocked off the track, dude.
Lost interest on the Hondas, especially the little SUVs. They come out with so many of them.
That's a big deal, bro.
And names.
Damn it! Knocked off the fucking track.
Or maybe one time was a CRV, and I'm not talking about being in an accident. I'm talking about the model.
This is about to fuck up LA right now, dude. This is major, dude.
Yeah,
what line
CRV.
is that? Gold line?
Yeah, I would venture. I see the V part of it, so I'm venturing to say it's a little CRV. Clippers makes me think of a haircut. No, the driver is not dead. I would venture to say nobody has died here, except for maybe the Customs 5761. It might be dying of boredom. Public transit is not dangerous. Come on.
I did. E-line.
Sergeant broke, which is kind of funny because my Jeep's name is Sergeant and it's broke. Could be an HRV. Could be. Could be. Could be. Could be. Could be. Like I said, I kind of lost track.
E-line. What is that? Oh, that was one.
Matthew, I say that all the time. And Jeff, my pilot, this morning will probably say the same thing if he's got us potted up. Can't park there.
E-line runs east to west for the people. It serves 29 stations between East Los Angeles and Santa Monica.
No, I'd love to visit Boston, though. I was in Boston. I was in
It
Gloucester.
interlines and shares 5 stations.
For when they were doing Perfect Storm, the movie. Gloucester. Great lobster.
The A-line.
How much fuel does my helicopter consume in an hour?
The E-line, the
Jeff,
second busiest light rail in the system, saw an average of 41,900 passengers on weekdays.
I was just going to say about 7 gallons, 7 pounds a
So
gallon.
this is a huge deal.
6.8 is accurate.
This is down right
Guys
now.
and gals, I gotta
For
stay a
both
little frosty
directions,
because the top of
dude.
the hour is coming. I actually got to do some
Oh
work.
my
Gotta pay my
god,
bills.
so many people are being
Matt,
fucked
thank you
over
very
right
much.
now.
We had a
This
little
is
chase action this
crazy.
morning.
This is like
Little, very
this
little.
is probably worse than the interstate being clogged up right now with a wreck.
Miguel, I ride the train. I do, the subway. I have my opinions, don't get me wrong. But I got a feeling that it's all going to get way better when the Olympics show up. Somebody just called me goofy. I like the word kooky better.
Dude, yeah, the people that are on the one behind it, oh, these people have
Brian,
been
good
deported
morning.
already, probably. But yeah, like, dude.
45 seconds, copy all. Vague yet informative, coming right up.
I'm just trying to think of
If
everything
we
that's
can
being
stay
affected
here,
by
would be
this.
fantastical.
How does it go? Goes. This is the route for it right here.
Somebody said that they're probably going to bring out a crane for the train. Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
B-Dog's in there.
Somebody was guessing at our pay. You know what? I need you as my agent. The Dojo. Doe. It's an HRV. Everybody's saying it's an HRV.
Dude, somebody clip that.
Here we go.
You just said the Doe Show. Because B-Dog said hi to me.
That wasn't the suspect.
Did y'all hear that? There's no clip button. No, why? I didn't turn it on for the channel, I guess. Oh my, wait, there used to be.
That's right. Metro train collided with a car and derailed. Take a look at that happening out here in the East Los Angeles area. That's going to be on 3rd Street, right near the cross of Rowan. That little black SUV you see right there. Look at the damage on that driver's side. That's where that train slammed into the side of that car. Now, that driver, we don't know for sure, but I would venture to say was taken to a local hospital. Hopefully, they'll be okay. The train, take a look at that. Jumping the track, blocking the other line right there.
There's so many comments because there are 7,000 people watching.
The East Los Angeles area. That
2,000 people watching.
Way to Santa Monica. That's what we saw. And of course, the first responders arriving out here to basically make sure all the people on that train are okay. We got here pretty early. We haven't seen any transports except for the passenger from that black vehicle. When I say transports, meaning somebody being placed in an ambulance and taken to a local hospital. Right now, officials on scene, they're going to start doing that investigation.
They don't have a clip button. Stu doesn't have a clip button either. Neither does clips supposed to be down today.
And if Metro Rail is your ride,
Right Side Broadcasting doesn't have one either.
Those scheduling issues are going to be. I'm Stu and Skybox. Back to y'all in the studio.
Huh. No clip buttons on YouTube today, apparently. Yeah, hey, mark it.
Everybody's talking about somebody writing the word goofy down there. Shout out for, hey, got to stay away from that. I just got in trouble for that. Smoke and Scan, I don't know where he is, but if he wants to text me or say hello, he knows my number. He can talk to me anytime. Love that guy.
Wow.
Somebody said, made a comment about the driver of the car. You know what? That train's on rails. I don't know. I can't really say. Seems pretty obvious.
I'm about to look. I don't know what time it was.
I drive out here a lot, and when you get around any of these trains, especially in the downtown Los Angeles area, believe me, they've got signage, arms, flashing lights. Somebody was guessing at our pay.
I rewinded it, see if I can find it.
You know what? I need you as my agent. The dojo. No. It's an HRV. Everybody say it's an HRV. Agent. The dojo. No. It's an HRV. Everybody say it's HRV. It's an agent. I'm just gonna go with Honda. It's oh, the dojo.
Dude, I'm keeping this at this mark, and I'm gonna keep this over here and get that tonight or something or whatever. I'm
the dairy out there.
With slow mode, it sounds pretty cool.
And it's sometimes I actually will take the roads coming home. Whittier Boulevard, one of my favorites. Dumps you out onto 6th Street. You go across that bridge. I live in downtown, by the way. So yeah, I love this area. I love these homes. Yeah, if I ever buy a house again, it's going to be, well, maybe not East Los Angeles. It has nothing against East LA. It's just I want something on a hill.
What?
That's just the honest truth.
Dude, how cool,
I want like
man.
a little tiny house, older, on a hill somewhere.
Wait, he doesn't do live chases anymore?
Heck
What are you
yeah.
doing now?
Heck yeah.
There's no way he's seen my channel, dude.
But we can't. Can we see it from
That
here?
would be crazy. I mean, I have restreamed him, so maybe.
It's way up there, though, right? It's like over here. Yeah, that's Spectre's house,
Maybe.
right? Is it? All I remember is you could see the cube when we were there really clearly. Oh, yeah, there's the cube. Yeah, yeah.
It was a
If you're
smoke
wondering
scan.
what's going on, the voices in my head are telling me that that's Spector's house. Phil Spector.
Oh, and he likes smoke scan. Smoke scan's a stoner. Maybe he likes stoner
the music
restreamers.
producer, the
That
Wall
was a
of
trip,
Sound,
dude.
brought us Tina Turner,
Shut
amongst many other famous bands, but in prison for the homicide of Lana Clarkson? I'm not sure anymore. It's been a minute.
Because there are a ton of people
I know,
talking.
poor Lana.
For him to like do that, maybe he does know, man.
When all that was going on,
I gotta keep at it. Stu knows who I am.
For a different group of folk, and we got so low we could literally see through the house because they had all the doors open. They had the front doors open and the back doors open, and we got down real low and we could see through the house. It was pretty crazy.
It was probably
fun times.
The most well-known chopper pilot in America.
Top secret, thank you, man. I love the love, you know that. Danielle, I don't see any hate at all. Maybe somebody is censoring what I'm being able to read. The Skylord, my friend, the Skylord does not work here. I love the Skylord, Scott and I.
How'd you clip it?
Would I call Scott my friend? What qualifies as friend?
Word? It came back?
He and I are friendly. I've been to his house.
Did you get it in the slow-mo? I can always make it slow-mo post.
Raw Milk is down there somewhere. He's on Lorena. Thank you, Miguel. Grifter.
B-Dog's in there.
Somebody was guessing at our pay. Boy, the morning group morning group here is pretty awesome. I gotta say, the comments. The Doe Show. This is almost like the old days. It's an HRV. Everybody's saying it's an HRV. Let me find out.
Dude, somebody clip that.
Here we go.
He just said the Doe Show.
Who's
that was good.
I gotta Google it.
I'm glad you were able to clip the moment it happened. That's even better.
Milk, love the chocolate milk. Go out there every day.
20,000
every day, once a week.
Every successful good clip. Good tab.
Everybody's with the goofy all of a sudden. Like I said.
I'm really glad I came in here. You know?
Skybox, Simon Desk. I'm enjoying the YouTube Live. Do not get me wrong, but I'm just kind of wondering how long we're going to hang out here. A few more minutes just in case something changes. What did she say at the end there? Oh, we can keep it going, especially if we fly off. We can do a little aerial this and aerial that.
Hey man, come on in, boy.
Okay, copy all. Yeah. Raider Al, his mom, I'm assuming a guy. His mom's birthday is today, so I'm going to give a shout out to Raider Al's mom. Happy birthday. Everybody's giving her a shout out. I'm loving it. Nobody. We have not seen anybody get off the train. I'm being serious about that since the moment we arrived. They had all the doors open, and then they closed the doors, and well, somebody just showed up. But yeah, I think if there was anybody, they have already been taken off and talked to and looked at. There was a little group right there, and the only reason I think maybe they were part of it is because they're just kind of hanging out. And this guy's down there doing his YouTube Live. Everybody's on their phone.
So this is
so maybe these people, maybe.
This is how far this thing goes, man.
Somebody,
all the way to
somebody
Santa Monica, all the way through Los Angeles, downtown.
Uh-oh. Oh, these guys were called for after.
All the way to El
Somebody's
Monte.
Like, oh man, now my back hurts.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Hard to see it. No, it ends here. It ends there.
Bitcoin Baron.
Well, it's a pretty
really do.
serious. Ends there. Goes all the way to Santa Monica.
Oh, come on.
I'm down.
Jesus.
I'm down here.
Bad
in case
choice
anybody
to
was
live in the
wondering.
hills, please. Whatever. You know, is there a chance? Of course, there's a chance. I mean, I live in a high-rise in downtown. There's a chance my house, my apartment will catch on fire right now. But, you know, is it going to happen? Probably not. Living in the hills here is the way to go, trust me. For me. Somebody said FAA imposter. I want to know what that was all about. Smoking Scan got legit work. Wait a minute, he always had legit work. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my God, I'm so far behind on my messages. The train must have turned right in front of the SUV. I hate it when that happens. Yeah. Left turns are the most dangerous turns around. My dad, when he was driving, mind you, he's well into his 90s right now, would only make right turns. But as I'm laughing, he never got into an accident. How about that?
I like left turns. They're daring.
Not a chance. I can't list the number of accidents that I've been in. Fact check. Don't live in fear. Got that, man? I don't fear much. The only thing I fear is public opinion.
Got there, Bubba. Got there with the cat there, baby.
I'm waiting to see shout out for not shouting me out. Don silent. Well, it says silent right there. So I don't know.
This is the slow-mo version. Route for it right here. Oh, you
somebody said they're probably going to give me a
Who
second.
got it? Who got it first? Oh, there's also Bubba. There's a Dosho Clips channel on Discord.
Let me make sure that
specifically for clips.
We are headed back to base.
Ted got it first, though. Ted did get it first.
I mean,
I
think we're going to keep the feet up for just a little bit. We're going to give you a little aerial tour. When I say
10,000 though for the runner-up.
Really much going on. What's with my zoom? It seems like it's not so zoomy. Skyvox to assignment desk, just making sure we're clear from the scene.
Now it's in both places, so people may not see it.
Just want to make sure we are clear from the scene. You said that when we're done, we can keep it up and head on out.
I need to see it.
Got it all. So I know my viewers, and they want to see Tagger Tower. Jeff, can we do an orbit around Tagger Towers when we get on over there? Beautiful downtown Los Angeles. And, you know, I'm sure that this will fuel a conversation, and the
Bubba, you in here?
will
What are
be
you
on
doing?
fire in here in a few moments or two with a lot of condescending things, but I love living in downtown. I love living in downtown. I have lived in a lot of places, but I am the happiest living in the downtown Los Angeles area. For a short while, I did live, where is that? Right over there. No, not on the top floor, but pretty close. That's Circa. I moved out of Circa.
Oh, no wonder. That'd be pimp.
I'm not saying anything bad, but very young crowd at Circa, and I describe them as, not saying that's what's going on, I describe them as a bunch of young people, young money, a lot of drug dealers and their friends. That's who lives at Circa. It's a great place to live, don't get me wrong. I wish I could have stayed there. A little pricey, a lot of pricey, but I moved back to my cheapy place, and also in a different area. I've lived more like over here right now, but I gotta tell you, downtown is pretty freaking awesome. And if you can live in downtown, I would venture to say, give it a shot, do it. It's great.
What's awesome
We're gonna show you
about
some
it?
of that Taggart Tower, which, by the way, I was a real fan of it when it started. I thought when they first tagged it, it was very artistic. I felt that it was cool. Very colorful. I do love street art. There's no doubt about it. I actually knew or follow some of these taggers, and I thought it was really, 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 really cool. And but they kind of came back, and then they read, other people are tagging over it. You got a lot of just big giant initials. It's kind of losing the artsy part of it. I'd like to see the building come back as, apartments. And then I was following, if anybody's on IG, you should follow Moody Gabe. Go find Moody Gabe. That guy, really cool dude. Really, really cool dude. And the people that he hangs out with, amazing. But they had some base jumpers that were jumping off of this. They had somebody that was tight walking.
Structure at the top.
Between the two, the cable is gone now.
They used to be air conditioners or something?
They are something for
or is it
real.
to disperse
talk about a waste of
lightning?
money. If you guys are listening, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm all about
It's
it.
a helipad.
This is not, factual news, but somebody, the city, paid $1 million for that fence around the towers after the tagging happened. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, who was making the percentages on that? $1 million, because they took down a fence and they put up that other fence, that kind of heavy iron gate looking thing around it. And I was thinking to myself, $1 million, you probably could have spent that with somebody trying to
man, when we get
sell
some
the
PUBG,
towers
man,
to
you're always
somebody.
ghosting me.
Whatever. But anyway, beautiful Taggart
You play
Towers
with
right
these
there.
nobodies.
And, we're going to keep it moving.
You make me do that, Bubba. Do you see what you make me do?
For GTA 6. I wish.
You see what you make me do?
Come to the valley. We live in the valley. That's where we're going. Now it's just getting all political. Come on, guys. You guys can do better than that. Oh my God, there's so much movement right there. Maybe I just didn't have any. I didn't have it. Yeah, they're going to fix it before the Olympics. There's no doubt about that. I saw that comment. And Den, there's nothing wrong with that. Cynthia, that's the first time I heard that. I'm being serious. It is a concrete jungle, but it is my concrete jungle, and I love it. You think those are bots, Mike? I'm really, truly, I'm not 100% in on all of that stuff. But if you think that is, it would make sense, right? So if you guys are still listening, first of all, thank you. But there's something that Jeff and I were just talking about the other day. I don't know if, even people that live here, do you realize how big Los Angeles is? And,
it's
that's
crazy.
The thing, too. It's like we Los Angelinos only know Los Angeles, so it's difficult to gauge because this has been our home forever. But this is not normal for anywhere else but here. I'm making this pan right now, and I don't know the probably hundreds of thousands of, well, maybe not hundreds of thousands. How many square miles do you think we're looking at just in that pan, Jeff? Yeah. Would you say thousands? At least thousands, right? Square miles. And it, well, maybe square, how about acreage? No, let's go with square miles. Yeah, I mean, this is huge. And we all live here, and for the most part, we all get along, and there is so much everywhere. It's like you become lost in the fact that, you know, if you want a burger, the decision-making process is phenomenal. You want Korean food, you want steak, you want, you know, Indian food. I just found a great Indian food place on Melrose, right next door to a coffee shop that I think is a Korean coffee shop. Me, by the way, 0.2% Korean. Thank you, 23andMe. But the coffee was amazing. Tears are coming to my eyes.
Better than Cash Brew?
And this is just the flatland areas, right? So now we got flatland,
so weird that he sells coffee, isn't it? Them guys.
This is where, my
I think he quit playing altogether with how bad
it's like all that just comes out there. 3.8 million in Los Angeles, I believe it. Now, is that Los Angeles County? Is that Los Angeles City? Is that a combination of the two? And then you add in Santa Monica, Culver City, all that unincorporated, you know, East LA, Pasadena. This is all part of what we're seeing right here. And that's what I was saying. It is so vast in size.
Get there.
Oh, yeah, LA in a minute. Love that guy. Evan, love it. Yep, you just got to know where to go. That, you know, Lady DH said that. Delta Hotel. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy going on right now through here. But, yeah, we're making our way over here to the beautiful Hollywood Hills, where the rich, the famous, and the wannabe rich and wannabe famous live. So you see these, like, kind of like flat-roofed houses over here. All this kind of stuff, you just know that was built in the 70s. That's all, like, really old-school 70s stuff. And amazing, don't get me wrong. And the remodels in some of the homes that I've seen, I cannot ever afford to live up here, are jaw-dropping. This whole area. And that's kind of the thing, too. It's like you look at these flatland areas, and then you look at these hills, and you realize not just the vastness of the people, but the economy as well. You've got all these folks. We all live together. We all get along. We all have a great time for the most part. We're shoulder to shoulder, and it is just amazing. I used to call this place my my summer home when they were building it. We were watching it. It's like I couldn't even afford the garage. Trust me. This right here, I think, is the back house, like where the butler or maid stays when they're here. I would live in that and call that home. Trust me. So making away, did we already pass it? Let me show you some property. If you guys are wanting to move out here to Los Angeles or looking to up your game, there you go. That is some of the most expensive property in Los Angeles. And they're mowing it right now. They're mowing it. It has not been purchased. It is still for sale. It's been for sale for a really long time. A lot of times we fly by and there's deer running around out there. Oh, dear. Right now, not so much. Did we pass my?
Why does it sell?
A house over here that I
it's
used to
just
call
a waste. It's just sitting up there.
I was just going to move in and take it over, but they're tearing it down now. So we're going across the hills here. This is the Beverly Glen, Mulholland area, and then we make our way over here. And look at that. The homes and vastness continues
you meant to put
as we make our way into the San Fernando
Mississippi?
Valley. Again, it's just, it really is floored. It just floors me a lot of times when we take a look at stuff like this. I call this the Recycler House. If you guys are as old as me, there used to be a magazine out here called The Recycler, and I believe that this home originally was owned by the guy that owned The Recycler. And then somebody, Wilt Chamberlain, I think, owned it for a while, and that portion of the roof actually slides off. Open, and it's actually a bedroom in there, the master bedroom, as I was told. Oh, maybe it's over here. I think it's that one. I think that's the master bedroom. Anyway, that little portion opens, and it's like a giant sunroof in the house. It's super cool. Hope everybody had their drama.
What makes it more Asian, you think?
Like, I can't say that on the air. even on the internet. I am working for somebody. Anyway, making our way Sherman Oaks Galleria, totally for sure. It's not quite that anymore after it went under its.
Did you say something?
I mean, I'm swinging in the house. It's super cool. Hope everybody had their drama. I mean, I'm swinging this camera around like. I can't say that on the air, even on the internet. I'm sure quite what it used to be. And this area over here is that spot that was getting hit by all
swinging around like his dick.
We can just randomly pick one of the houses. I'm really, truly just zooming in, and it gives you an idea of the homes out here. And again, the price of realty and what things cost in Los Angeles. So I talk to people from across the United States, and they don't get it. But if you're out here and you realize that, what you're buying, it's just supply and demand. And the demand is really high, and the supply is not so much. Swinging it over here, got a golf course. You got Lake Balboa, which is also a new small town, small city out here. They named that area Lake Balboa. I don't know what it was called back in the day.
Maybe it's because you're playing on a TV.
We are starting to run out of things to talk about as we're making our way over to beautiful Van Nuys Airport.
Dude,
that's where we live.
You could never live where I live. That's for damn sure. I live almost like an apartment.
I'm trying to catch up on what you guys were talking about. It was a little tough for me. Anyway, you guys are talking about Bollywood. That's what I see. Who doesn't love Bollywood? Orange County, Kyle, you know the drill. You gotta have that credit rating and your passports. You have to have your papers when you're making your way from LA down to OC. Wo sind deine Papieren? Anyways. All right, kids, I'm going to knock it down. You're going to see the cameras kind of stow itself. And you know what? Maybe we'll keep it up. We'll keep it up as we make our way down. No, I want to keep it up. Let everybody see us do this landing. No pressure on Jeff. No pressure on Jeff.
That's neat.
Bum, 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 bum. See that little postage stamp down there? That's what we land on. Somebody's probably thinking I'm being sarcastic, and I'm not. Wow, Skyfox is fast. Do you see how quick we got down here? How quick we got over to that pad?
He lands on that? Wow.
We need a GoFundMe to redo the tarmac. Yeah, that's probably the only way it's going to get done.
I've never seen him do this before. So cool.
Skyfox, like a real fox, sniffing out its spot, making sure it's not a trap. Oh, before we go, hang on while Jeff is landing. Is this Whataburger or World Wrestling? What do you guys think? What is that? Whataburger? Or is that wrestling? What do you guys think? Anyways, we're going to shut it down. Thanks for hanging out with us. We love you all. Give us a call. Give us a follow, Stu_Mundell. Find me. I'll be there. Talk to you guys soon. Skyfox TOC. Now we'd like to knock it down.
Was it wrestling?
Landing. What is that? Whataburger? With us, we love y'all. Skyfox TOC.
People were saying it's wrestling. All right, Bubba. Let's do that. I'm pretty famous now. Stu knows who I am, so probably should want to get on that train. Oh. Come on, ride that train. That ride. Wanna ride the train with me? Wanna ride it? Family of Aurora man found dead in North Carolina to speak on case.
Well, I think the question is.
Where's the guy with? Where's the what's his name at? They're all black. It must be a civil injustice.
One moment.
My son. I just wanna. Sorry.
It's okay, and we'll see if they're able to answer. We've asked
his parents to work.
And I don't know. Not really giving me anything. Black woman battles racism.
All right,
dude,
guys,
I like this. This chick is awesome, dude. I think she might live in Africa. I'm not really sure. But she's a right-winger for America. And she always covers, like, black shit when they're being stupid. Let's go.
Here before, we've had this discussion before, but we're gonna do it again
She's
because
funny.
unfortunately some people are still wallowing in ignorance.
Nice skin.
Okay? Today we're gonna be looking at a black woman
not obese.
who is shocked beyond words, flabbergasted by the astonishing discovery she made in a particular Walmart. Don't worry, I won't keep you in suspense, okay? So let's take a look at what the fuss is all about.
Look at her accent.
Walmart got me feeling some type of way. Like, let me show you.
Now, see, why do Africans, when they speak English, sound way more educated than African Americans when they speak English? It's just like, what do they want to sound fucking stupid? What the fuck is wrong with people? Oh man, it's our slang. No, that's because you're uneducated and everybody can tell.
Take out all the white people hair products out of the cage, right? Free to grab.
Yo, this bitch, there's a reason why this happens. Like, Walmart apparently saw a bunch of shit missing, and they're like, hey, they're stealing this stuff in particular. Well, we better lock that stuff in particular up, because that's the stuff that's being stolen. Why does she want them to lock everything up if it's not being stolen? You know what I mean? She's looking at this like it's racism that they're only locking up the black stuff, but I'm sure that they didn't want to have to do that. It lowers sales to have to lock anything up. The only reason Walmart would do that is if it's being stolen.
Free to grab, free to grab. But when you get to the black people stuff, they got it locked up in the cage. Like, am I tripping? Am I tripping? The hot combs. Like, bro.
They probably do.
What? I really feel some type of way. Like,
right.
Am I tripping?
Yeah.
Am I tripping? Like, please tell me if I'm tripping.
You can ask as many times as you want. The question, the answer is still going to be yes.
This is foul. This is bogus. I'm down another aisle. What is this? White people stuff? But you get to the black people stuff. This is the only part in the place.
No, PC parody. We talking about PS5. Or you got PUBG, man?
Why do our stuff have to be locked up in cases? What are they trying to say? What are they trying to say?
Stop stealing the shit.
Right. It's not right. Just made me put all my stuff back and I'm out of here.
Like they give a shit. Walmart cares. They
First
lost.
of all, I want to say good
Lost
riddance,
her.
okay? Go and don't let the door hit you.
She was trying to steal
If you're not
something.
decent enough to acknowledge the reason why some specific items are locked up in this particular Walmart, then I don't think you deserve to be shopping in that particular Walmart in the first place. Because what you are doing is you've decided to turn a blind eye to every single factor that brought about this needed action by Walmart. And you've decided to sell false narratives, making it sound like Walmart is being racist to black people by locking up items mostly used by black people. You know what? Come closer. Yeah. I have a question for you, lady. Where are you? Where were you when this was all happening?
I don't care.
And it's still happening. Where were you? Where was your outrage when black people were looting stores?
It's always black people, dude.
Where was your outrage when black people were wreaking havoc on these establishments? Why didn't I see a TikTok video from you condemning these organized thefts, shopliftings, and store robberies.
You
what was your
right
response
on it,
when people like this woman spread this kind of ideology?
Personally, I don't look at a crime. If you're going into Target, a multi-billion-dollar company, and stealing clothes, it's not a crime. You're resourceful.
It's not a crime?
Hell no. You're resourceful as f. You're homeless.
What? That's where we disagree, I think, yeah.
Where was your anger and the sense of justice? You see, people like this woman would want you to turn a blind eye to actions and only notice reactions, okay? They would prefer you function like brainless idiots who don't understand that actions have consequences. She reminds me of that congresswoman who turned a blind eye when some black people in some neighborhoods were looting and robbing Walmart, Walgreens, and other stores, but immediately became an activist for black people when these stores started leaving these neighborhoods.
Mr. Speaker, Walgreens is planning to close yet another pharmacy in the Massachusetts 7th, this time on Warren Street in Roxbury, a community that is 85% black and Latino. This closure is a part of a larger trend of abandoning
just keep them open,
like
even though they're being robbed.
In Mattapan and Hyde Park, both in the Massachusetts 7th. When a Walgreens leaves a neighborhood, they disrupt the entire community, and they take with them baby formula, diapers, asthma inhalers, life-saving medications, and of course, jobs. These closures are not arbitrary, and they are not innocent. They are life-threatening acts of racial and economic discrimination. That is why I joined with Senator Markey and Warren to demand answers from Walgreens CEO. Why was there no community input, no adequate notice to customers, and no transition resources to prevent gaps in healthcare?
Goddamn.
Shame on you, Walgreens. Having a website with talking points about health equity and underserved communities is not enough. Walgreens is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that needs to put their money where their mouth is and stop divesting from black and brown communities.
They will never be outraged by.
See, the problem, the reason why is because these fucking people don't hold each other accountable. Yeah, I mean, if you're in a neighborhood, a white neighborhood, and you got a group of fucking hoodlum white kids that are always like going and stealing shit from the Walgreens and running out of it. Word on the street gets around after a time, like, hey man, you hear about Bobby? Yeah, him and his friends are fucking doing that shit again. Saw him on the news. They're not going up to him and being like, hey, Bobby, knock it the fuck off or we're gonna lose Walgreens, man. They're like, hey man, nobody called the cops. Somebody called the cops, man. Fuck that shit. Fuck the police. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. That's why this doesn't happen in white neighborhoods, because white people will hold each other accountable and be like, what the fuck are you doing, Bobby? Hey, Bobby's over here. Yeah, I found him. Out of here. We need our medication. They just expect the government to just step in and be like, no, y'all can't leave. You can't leave. You gotta stay there for the people. Keep getting robbed.
By the despicable and disgusting
and then they cry that they're leaving.
But best believe they would come crying racism. Immediately these stores try to protect themselves by leaving these neighborhoods or locking up items. Now this woman captioned this video, racism in front of our eyes. But we all know that's total BS, okay? This is not racism at all. And she knows very clearly that it is not. Now the reason you see me making these kind of videos and explaining and debunking all the lies is for the sake of the children that I will have, for the future generation. I want them to understand what actually transpired, okay? I want them to know the truth, even if it hurts. I want them to come across these kind of race-baiting TikToks and they will be able to understand that actually racism isn't the reason these items were locked up, okay? Degenerate behaviors like store theft, store lootings, and robberies are the real reasons. In fact, this is a defense mechanism created by these stores which have been robbed blind by mostly our people over and over and over again. I want them to understand that these stores are only trying to protect themselves. They are trying to protect their businesses, to curtail laws and still be able to render services to the same people who are stealing from them, people who are stabbing them in the chest over and over again. It is either these or these stores will start leaving the neighborhoods totally. This isn't racism at all. What we have to understand is that these stores does a shrink report, okay, on their profit and loss. It is a business after all and not a charity organization. In fact, even charity organizations take care of their organizations in terms of profit and loss. So these businesses calculate their profit and loss, and then from their findings or results, they can now create something we call merchandise protection plan for items that shrunk the most in each department in order to prevent further loss. And this is exactly what this particular Walmart have done in this situation. This has nothing to do with racism at all. In fact, let me ask you this question. What would you have them do? What? How do you propose these stores tackle the exponential increase in store theft being orchestrated and carried out by mostly black and brown people? Would you rather they leave your neighborhood entirely? Would you rather they stop black people from entering their stores? Or would you want these stores to sit back and do nothing and watch entering their stores? Or would you want this? Would you rather they stop black people from entering their stores? Or would you want these stores to sit back and do nothing and watch their businesses get destroyed? Tell me, what is the best way forward? Okay, how about we try a different approach? How about we stop robbing these stores blind? How about that, huh? How about we at least criticize and call out our people when they go about stealing and destroying our reputation?
Exactly.
How about we say enough is enough? We need to start behaving more responsibly. How about we establish that irrespective of certain people's beliefs, stealing from these so-called big corporations is a crime and should be eradicated? How about we stop with the entitlement mindset that makes some of us think it is okay to just go into a store and steal products because we are owed some kind of reparations? How about we pay for the products we purchased instead of taking them by force without making payment? How about that? Because if we are not ready to do any of these things, then we are simply encouraging theft. Therefore, we shouldn't be surprised if we see more stores recreating the solution that this particular Walmart is using. And if you ask me, I'd say it is the best way they're going to tackle the situation, because employees are not allowed to get in the way of these thieves who are mostly from a particular race, okay? The employees can't do anything, even if they wanted to. The police is not doing anything. The police is not doing anything worthwhile. They are not putting these idiots behind bars. They are releasing these thieves within minutes of them getting arrested. The police is powerless because they don't want to be accused of racism. On many occasions, these police officers deliberately let these criminals go. They have no intention of arresting them. The police just come to the crime scene to scare off the perpetrators, not to arrest them. In some situations, this is made so obvious that the police have become a joke. I have seen it in many of these
he was gonna leave them in the middle of the road.
A large group of police officers arrive at the scene only to scare away the criminals instead of actually arresting them. I have seen it, and these thieves have seen it too. Now, what the government is telling these criminals is that they can rob shops and get away with it. The government is saying that they don't have the balls to deal with black thieves, okay? And what this would do is that it would necessitate an increase in store thefts and flash mobs. These stores would keep suffering losses until they eventually find a way to shield themselves from this hazard. And that is exactly what this particular Walmart has done by locking up these frequently stolen items. Now, mind you, not every Walmart or every store is doing this, okay? This only happens in stores in high-risk zones.
Take the bitch part back. She moved them back.
Predominantly black neighborhoods.
I've seen it happen so many times though, where they move my cans and they don't move them back.
Brothers and sisters
That's the first time I've seen somebody actually
behavior. Then we might start seeing this same thing everywhere. In all stores.
I took up for her, she took up for me.
This is my opinion, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully.
Or they got hit
also,
by
consider subscribing to my channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and think about joining my membership as a way of supporting the channel. Because most of my videos
not exactly where I left them, but at least she didn't just
thanks for watching this video.
Put them in some random spot and leave it there. It's better than trash can out. Out there. Her channel, Madi Speaks here. Oh fuck, I gotta. It says in here where she lives. Your Instagram shows something. Hey, bro. What does it say? Body cameras. Wow, that's trippy. So door? Heck yeah. I think it's a good one. Been checking her out last couple of weeks. That a large mod sent you. Oh, my right hand's itching. Does that mean I'm about to go broke? Which is it? One or the other. $6,000 acreage. I sold for mine. It was just you? Oh, it is.
Hey, welcome back to the Tony Kinnett cast here on the Daily Signal News.
Is because, unfortunately, the topic is
from Portland, that Antifa ringleader Alyssa Azar has been sentenced to jail by a county judge following a felony jury conviction last month. So, not just a little misdemeanor situation. First of all, can you go into detail about what she was sentenced for before we dig into the rest of the meat and potatoes of this situation?
So the case is significant because Ms. Azar plays, according to prosecutor, a ringleader type role in her involvement in a violent riot in June 2021 in Clackamas County, which is a neighboring moderate county to Multnomah County, where Portland is. I'm originally from Portland. Most of my reporting is about Portland. I was there on the ground during years of riots. And one thing that people who listen to me read my work know is that most of the time, in fact, almost always, the riot suspects are not held accountable. There's a number of reasons for that. There's the political culture of Portland. There's also the district attorney's county apparently alleged only Azar.
You actually theoretical identity.
My pleasure.
Oh, they're gonna show some pictures or something. They showed the picture of her on I don't know. Do what I wanted. Oh, it. Why didn't he get my thing? I think that was a different kind of trash thing. He was looking for the big boys. Big metal boys, big chunky boys. Workout, good workout. Anybody else? Anybody else working out right there? The Fed decides interest rate decision. Yeah, what is it?
Unclear enough to not want to lay out a very long term.
Lower it by 2 points already. Fuckers. Take me forever to pay my credit card off because of them. Well, partially. Not helping. Dude, what are you doing? Dude, why are you such a bugging ass kitten today? Fuck. Today's by far the most buggy she's been in weeks. But trying to jump out the gate over and over. I'm about to get that top piece put in so she stops. One of them top pieces.
Mom goes at 725 West Broadway Street. No, by the speed. A type of so means so. Buffalo T. Castle is the baseball park. Summer park is with the dieses big was impossible to read the mind is stop. I just say please solo read sister stop. Can't break that West 7. Hey, that's a guy I've never somebody demons all the guys so one is the biggest system of all time. Twinkies.
That's brilliant.
Mom goes to McNugget Place.
Would it kill them to just all get together and color code these things?
That's a corn dog. That's the mid corn dogs you have. McDogs are right over there. That's a self-care.
Yeah, man, did you hear that? He fucking
Fiji water.
His head against the wall because she did that.
Same all everything. Guys, but coughing was slap. Mom's face is right. Slap mom's face is right. Also tell you.
Oh, really? He's being forced to. That's weird. Yeah. I wonder if Mom is getting him to do it though. His mom.
What is it before? Not for call. Says man. No. Zip. Zip. Oh no, not free.
Alright.
Not free sale. Not cost. Doesn't look like I care. No one.
What do you say? Does it look like I care?
Doesn't look like I care. Doesn't look like I care. No one hears that something else the best legal fun buzz of its space. Buzz off. Centric code.
See, you're so far.
Sick. So very space photo. Spinach. Asparagus. Just pumpkin. TC carrot. Nothing else is family.
Like everybody's doing the Coke Oreo flavored cookie thing. It's like this thing that you just do it to get free recommendations on YouTube apparently. So many channels that you did do it.
No Diet Coke Zero today.
What flavor?
Oreo Coke Zero.
Do you think it's gonna be good or weird?
Good.
Do you think it's gonna taste like Oreos?
Yes. I think.
What do you think?
Good.
What does it taste like?
Oreos.
Gonna try some more? Does it taste really sweet?
Yes.
Would you recommend it to your YouTube fans?
Yes.
And the big question is always, when Layton's World does a review, does Layton's World give it a thumbs up or thumbs up? What?
Take my real.
Should people subscribe?
Yes.
To what?
To my channel.
Is your channel cool?
Yes.
Tell them subscribe.
Right.
Damn. That is weird, huh? It doesn't seem to know what's going on, man. He's letting his fucking dog shit and piss in my yard, man. Stay the fuck out of my side. Oh, he lets his dog fucking mark my place all the time. I gotta go out there and spray it with odoricide and shit. I didn't have nearly as many dogs pissing on my place before he showed up, dude. I know that. And I think it does it almost every time it pisses. Another, he makes his kid eat from the gas station. Weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird when they don't know what the hell's going on, man. Like, at least the dude weird is watching, he knows, like, I don't know, it seems like he at least, like, knows he's filming himself and it's him doing it. Like, it's his idea to say his random shit. It's like that kid looked like he was like being told what to say almost. I'll say this when we turn the camera on. And he didn't look happy. Like, he didn't look happy. He just like, okay, we're gonna do that now. Okay.
Oh crap! Run!
Dude, is it normal for her to have all these fucking hard lumps on her belly?
I guess they saw us.
From the space?
No. Time for me to take a break. 3, 4. Again.
Hey. Now, look at
Business. Big.
Oh, little kids.
Obvious. No. Suicide.
if it's hurting her or not. I'll look into it.
Smell a quack cow. What is this?
How do we know if it's complications or not? I might have to press on it when she's calm, maybe, when she's more calm. See if it freaks her out. He has lots of scar tissue then. That's all it is. Oh, she's kind of laying down now, like It hurt.
Gray Waterloo's investigates full story. Immigrants, upper 70s. I got Magnolia. Hello, Payment. This is the jail end. Anyone's willing to carry air water. Mine's not on.
Good. Man, I wish you weren't constantly fucking. How do I fix this? Shut up. He acts like he can't breathe when I put him in that position. Flicking you, Simon. What are you doing? Fucking stupid. Okay. Her. Asshole. I don't know how to make him stop itching, dude. Dude, get out. Get down.
And I feel bad for y'all. Not that bad, though, because your ancestors suck and you're stinky and evil.
So we have to stop demonizing people and realize the biggest terror threat in this country is white men.
Hey guys, my name is Muddy and you're welcome back to Muddy Speaks. Today I have a question. Why do some people of color claim that all white people are racist bleach demons, yet they turn around and marry the same white people? Does this mean that they really don't believe their own words because they know that they are obviously lying to everyone? Or does this mean that they literally love sleeping with the devil? Well, we will find out in this video. Ever since I started using social media, I have been constantly bombarded with videos upon videos, articles upon articles of some people of color telling the world that white people are the bane of every other race's existence. These people go around calling white people evil and demons, saying how white people are the cause of every problem in the society. They claim all white people are racist, there are no good white people, and that white people are the cause of all the bad and nasty things that is happening in our society. According to these white-hating people of color, they do not want anything to do with white people. They don't care about white opinion, and they most definitely do not need white validation. To be precise, these people will do anything not to deal with white shenanigans. Now, naturally, you would expect anyone who views white people this way to surround themselves with people of color, since they are the only good ethnicities who are striving to make the world a better place, right? In fact, you would expect these people to want to associate with only non-white, especially when it comes to something as personal as marriage and dating. But no, that never happens, okay? Rather, what I have noticed is that these people usually end up swallowing their own vomit when it comes to dating and marriage. For example, Don Lemon. You guys remember when he went on CNN to announce that the biggest threat in America is in fact white men? Well, in case you forgot, here it is.
As the biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right, to the right. And we have to start doing something about them. There is no travel ban on them. There is no ban on, they have the Muslim ban. There is no white guy ban. So what do we do about that?
That's deep. Meanwhile, after all said and done, this is Don Lemon in 2024 happily married to the greatest threat in America.
What? He's married to a white man? Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. I don't like the sound of my laugh. And if you're like me and you think that my laugh is bad, then you'll be surprised to know that Don Lemon's response after he was questioned about this is even worse than my laugh.
I mean, it's kind of an obnoxious Twitter handle, but it's End Wokeness. We did something that said the biggest threat to America is white men. And you said this was a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
And then they put that right next to you
and my husband
with your husband who happens to be a white man walking down some stairs, and then it said like Don Lemon back in whatever year it was.
I'm so glad. Is this a last question? But it doesn't have to be, but I'm glad that you asked me that question because it
gives you the opportunity to address it.
No, it's not the opportunity to address it. It's yes, but it proves what I said about internet brain and dunking on people and people wanting to sort of have their own biases reconfirmed.
So now it's called dunking on people instead of accepting the facts that people are holding you accountable to your own words. Yeah. Okay, carry on.
But I said we were talking in the context of I think it was around the time that Christopher Wray was testifying in front of Congress around that time, and we were talking about terrorism, and the biggest threat was not foreign terrorism, it was domestic terrorism, and that domestic terrorism is done by radicalized right-wing males.
Well, you said,
are those the only domestic terrorists that we have? Are right-wing males? What is this guy fucking like? We have other terrorism happening. What was Antifa? White women, well, black women with BLM Were they terrorizing the streets, breaking windows and smashing stores up? What? That's not terrorizing? What do those small businesses have to do with any of that shit?
The white men.
I said white men, and I said mostly radicalized to the right. And then the FBI director said the exact same thing. So I don't understand why people don't understand that. I don't get it. I didn't say all white men were the biggest terror threat.
I suppose to a lot of people, now correct me if I'm wrong here, would say that if you flipped that the other way around, that would be like hate speech, that would be this, that would be that. What do you say to?
Well, I don't know. I think if you mean if there were black men, if black men were creating the were the biggest purveyors of domestic terrorism.
What the fuck do you think black on black crime is? That's not domestic terrorism to each other? Are they not? Do they not count? Do people in black neighborhoods not count? Or it's only domestic terrorism if it's happening to the rich folk, or what? I would feel like my neighborhood was full of terrorists if I had to deal with gang violence all the time. If I had to watch my back constantly because like they wanted me in the gang, or I ran from being in the gang or some shit. That's not terrorism. I don't know anything about this dude. I've heard his name. I heard a lot of people don't like him, and now I see why.
Then
he's full of shit.
Okay, that would be the facts. Those are facts.
How is he?
I don't understand
famous?
why.
Is he a doctor or some shit? How? Like, why are people just agreeing with him when it's blatantly bullshit? That's what I'm not getting. Is it because he's got some sort of degree, and they're like, "Yeah, well, he knows his shit because he's got a degree from the black college." You know, they're better than the white colleges. Harder to get into. You got to be black. There's not that many of us here in America. So statistically, our college is harder than Yale, but it's harder to get in. Especially now with the with DEI, and they're like, yeah, we gotta have 20% blacks, so you can't get in, really smart Asian dude. Sorry about that. It's actually easier to get into Harvard than it is to get into HBCU. They're actually going under, and our government's bailing them out right now. If you didn't know, we're bailing them out by they're making us taxpayers fund research in different areas of science, particularly at HBCUs. They'll be given millions of dollars in grants to try to figure out shit in their laboratories. Are they the best school for the fucking job, or just the one that we're trying to bail out because black people aren't going to college as much as they used to, and HBCUs aren't as needed as they used to be because of we got the DEI shit? Why would we need HBCUs now when we're making prestigious colleges accept more black people, no matter the score? Why would we need them? But yeah, we're still bailing them out. It just doesn't make any sense. I think that we should be giving those grants to the colleges that are the best in those fields, not to the ones that we want to be the best in those fields. This isn't just throw money at it and hope for the best. We already got the best out there. That's like colleges that are known, like Johns Hopkins University, known for being a medical fucking boom. Harvard Law, known for being one of the top. There's certain colleges that are like MIT, known for being one of the top for technical. Shouldn't we be giving the top schools, like, and then let the other ones fucking die off? We're so worried about canceling our history by taking down statues and not giving a fuck about deleting history. But we care so much about deleting HBCUs. And they're racist. Not to mention how fucking racist they are. If you can't be admitted unless you're black. That's the pinnacle of racism. What if we had a school where you can't be admitted unless you're white? Can you fucking imagine that shit for even a second? That dude would get assassinated probably.
Hear, I do a little, but not as much. I don't hear white women getting upset about that. I don't hear black women or black men. They all go, yeah, well, that's true. White guys get mad, but it's the truth.
I thought that tweet was a little bit kind of just like clearly trying to slam dunk
Yeah, it was trying, but it's also like, again, it's gotcha. But
that one was a gotcha. I would agree. That one was a gotcha.
But again, it's, hey, I married a white guy because that's who I fell in love with. I did not say all white men were terrorists, but that's what that tweet is trying to get you to believe. That's what the criticism is. That's what happens in conservative media because they are what? They want to gin up.
Didn't say all white men are terrorists, but he did say
ancestors suck and you're stinky and evil.
So we have to stop demonizing people and realize the biggest terror threat in this country is white men.
Hey guys, my name is
See, if that would have been worded as black men by a white person, I think there would have been fallback, a serious fallback. And if that same person ended up marrying a black man later on, it would be huge, dude. Every black person in the world or in America would be talking about it probably.
Not say all white men were terrorists, but that's what that tweet is trying to get you to believe. That's what the criticism is. That's what happens in conservative media because they are what? They want to gin up fear and they want to demonize me. They want to demonize me, one, because I think I'm on the left, two, because I was on CNN, and three, because it's easy to say, look at what this black guy is doing. Obviously, the racism is there because they're saying he married a white guy. And, they want to do it because it's easy. I'm black, I'm gay, they think I'm liberal, and I was on CNN. Boom. More than a trifecta.
No, that's not true. You knew exactly what you meant when you said those words. You're just a hypocrite, and that's it. You don't broadcast your words because you actually believe in them or because it's really true. Rather, you say these things because you think that's what people want to hear and because you want to promote left-wing ideas in order to advance your career. If Don Lemon truly believed that white men are the biggest threat in America, believe me, there is no mistake on earth that will put him under the sheets of a white man. Right. So I think he should be ashamed of himself for effectively deceiving himself. This woman here thinks white population should be reduced to the barest minimum. But there is a plot twist to her white hate.
White British population has decreased by 600,000, while the minority population has increased by 1.2 million.
What?
So, yes, lads, we're winning.
Oh, hell no. See, but if a white person is to say that they only want to get with white people because they don't want to, they don't want their kids to be non-white because our numbers are being depleted. because they are. Like, as soon as if you have a kid with a woman that's this dark, your kid's not going to be white. And then his kid's not going to be white. And then his kid's not going to be white. Like, it's good, like, boom. It can get wiped out very quickly. The white people could. Because there are way more Africans, or not Africans, but people of color or colored people than there are white people on the planet. By an extremely large, like 1 in 10 people maybe are white. What is it? Hold up. I just want to see that ratio because I'm genuinely interested. Ratio of white people in world to, I just put colored. It's just going to figure it out for me. What are the racial demographics of the world? White, Caucasian. This group is estimated to make up a significant portion of the global population, often over 10%, but potentially higher. as it includes people from Europe, North America, parts of South America, and other regions. Okay, so it's saying we're 10%. So that's pretty low. Black and African. Black or African population estimated only 14%. Wow, okay. I thought that was way higher, but still, it's higher than white. Asian, 60% or more of the global population. East Asia, Southeast Asia, and other regions. Wait, but which includes Muslims? Because Asia is actually Middle East Asia, right? They're in the Asian continent, correct? Middle East is in Asia and Africa. Okay. Well, is it? I'm just going to put our Arabs considered Asian. Or African. In the U.S. Census, people with the origins of ancestry of East Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Indian subcontinent are classified as part of the Asian race, with those origins ancestries with those with origins or ancestry in West Asia are Israelis, Turks, Persians, Kurds, Assyrians, Arabs, etc., and the Caucasus, Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijans. Oh, hold up.
Azerbaijanis.
Azerbaijanis, baby. All right, so they are Asian. So, interesting. So, according to this, yeah, okay. Well, it's Reddit. It's Chat GDP actually. What pulled up. I feel like blacks could be Asian at that point. Because what do you consider Gazans to be? Are they black? They're not Asian. Are they? Are they Asian? I guess they're literally they are Asian, but are they black Asians?
Like I hinted, she also can't bring herself to stay away from her white lover. On the other hand, she's like, oh, white people are bad. I'm happy they're all dying off. And on the other hand, she's like, no, sweetie, you're a really good person, good white person.
They're Asian,
I love you.
but are they black
Please make
also?
It make sense, okay? Do you want white people or do you not want them? Do you believe they are all humans and can be bad and good sometimes? Or do you believe that they are all inherently bad? Because you guys are beginning to sound like lunatics. I'm sorry to say that, but that's it. What do you expect me to say when you guys literally say one thing and do another? Tell me you don't think this TikTok woman has a mental something after watching this video.
Sometimes socializing with white people will be so motherfucking hard, bro. I don't know why they act like that. I'm really fighting demons, trying to make small talk, trying to make conversation.
When white people say shit like this, it isn't the serve they think it is. Like, you're a part of the problem, fix your people, bro. Like, when white people are like, I'm white and white people do suck. Yeah, you're probably a part of those said white people, so do something about it. The fuck? Also, I hate when white people try to validate me. Like, they're literally like, I'm white, but I agree. Bro, I don't know if you noticed, but I don't need validation from white people. Like, that's the last thing I need in my life. Like, I feel like white people always try, but they miss. Like, and I feel bad for y'all. Not that bad, though, because your ancestors suck and you're stinky and evil. But bad enough where I want to call you out and tell you not to leave comments like this because it's crusty. Anyways, for all the bleach demons willing to learn. I see you. You're not as bad as the rest.
You think she's gonna keep her words? Well, let's find out. Oh my god, baby girl, are you for real right now? After saying shit about people like me, and now you come to date me? Are you serious? Are you serious? You come to date me? I'm not surprised. I don't know about you. There are tons and tons of people of color saying all these racist things against white people. Yet at the end of the day, they are married to or dating white people. When I was starting out this channel, I made a video covering a black woman who said that punctuality is in fact white supremacy. According to her, she's a racial justice activist and her job is basically bullying white people for being just white. Her page is filled with videos and videos of her blaming white people for one issue or the other. But at the end of the day, she too is subservient to a white male. Whenever I see these kind of videos, I'm always left wondering if their white partners never see these videos that they make, demonizing people from their race, which in turn includes them. Are their partners not aware that they hold these ideologies? But I think that question is best answered by their partner or lovers, because honestly it baffles me, okay? Using myself as an example, I for one cannot date, let alone marry someone who is racist towards people like me, someone who is actively spreading hate towards my race, someone who thinks every single person who looks like me are demons, what's the word? Bleach demons, yes. Evil, someone who is happy for the declining population of my race. It is one thing to dislike somebody who is actually a bad person and who have repeatedly clarified that he or she is evil through the content of their character. And maybe that person happens to be of the same race as me. Yeah, I will understand that you don't like them. That makes total sense. But then it is another thing to hate someone not because of the character that that individual has perpetuated, but simply because of that individual's race. That to me is another word for racism. I won't condone it if a black person is hating on a white person because that person is white, and I definitely would not accept it if a black person does the same to a white person. The fact that these people are shameless enough to vomit stuff like this and still go back to swallow that same vomit, that says a lot about the kind of person they are. People like these are not to be taken seriously. They are not to be trusted, and most of all, do not believe these kind of people because they do not even believe their own words. So judging from everything I have seen in this video, I have come to the hard conclusion that the reason that this set of people come on the internet to label white people as the greatest doom that has ever happened to the human race, even though they themselves are intimate and married to these same white people, is in fact not because they enjoy sleeping with the devil, but because they know that the opposite of that statement is in fact the truth. They know that they are lying each time they say white people are evil. They are very much aware that that is not true. So these people know that they are liars, they know that white people are good, and they actually value good things. That is why they are in fact married or are dating white people, despite all the lies they spew on the internet. These, my dear viewers, are my humble opinion on this issue. So if you disagree with me or you agree with me, please feel free to share your take on the comment section below. And as you do that, do not forget to subscribe to my channel, like and share this video, because why not? It is totally free and it will encourage me to keep making more videos. Until next time, peace.
This this is 7 years ago. He was saying it was 6.5% of what the world was white. The other one saying 15. Yeah, see, 18% for black. It's saying, but 15. I don't know. I don't think it's that close. Not with the birth rates the way they are in Africa. Oh, here, this one says, oh, what? I saw it. It doesn't give me the world. Let's just see. This is ChatGPT says 15 to 20% of the global population, but it includes some of the population in the Middle East, North Africa, European descent, okay, estimating the percentage of the world's population with darker skin can be complex. As skin tone varies, here, I'll just get this to read it like a robot, since it's a fucking robot that's telling me.
Estimating the percentage of the world's population with darker skin can be complex, as skin tone varies widely across different regions and ethnic groups. Generally, individuals with darker skin are more prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa, parts of South Asia, and some areas of the Pacific Islands and Southeast Asia. While there isn't a precise global percentage, it's estimated that around 1.3 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa and millions more in other regions have darker skin tones, suggesting that roughly 20 to 30% of the world's population may have darker skin. However, these figures can vary significantly based on how darker skin is defined and the demographics considered.
So, double, really, actually, probably. I bet there are double the amount of dark-skinned people than there are of light-skinned people. And she's right, they are winning. Apparently they're winning in the UK. And their population is bursting out here too, because we are incentivizing baby machines to come here from Venezuela and other places. Baby factories, dude, they're pregnant while they're on their way up here. Some of them were bragging about how they got pregnant on the trip after the Darien Gap or some shit. That couple was like, yeah, it happened on the way here. They're just trying to get here and have it so they have an anchor baby. PuffCon 2024, 10 days left, last chance to get your ticket. No thanks. Yo, I wish I was like into that kind of shit because it'd give me content probably, but walk around with a Puffco in public for. They don't have anything free there, from my understanding. You can buy stuff, but Caucasian, is that what they say? And oh, I'm about to get a new phone soon. Thinking doesn't say charged very well. Lugner's finally up.
Appear to be bigger today than the ones yesterday. The ones yesterday were pager explosions that seriously injured hundreds of people and injured thousands of people and killed about a dozen people.
Lots of pickles.
But those, there were no fires that I'm aware of caused by the explosions yesterday. But as you can see here, this is a building with smoke coming out of it. There were reports of a number of fires caused by the explosions today. I'll play that one more time for you.
You get so many. You can see here's what's. He's got a water bed, so it's like he doesn't put a sheet on it, and then he puts pickle juice all over it, and he makes the prostitute, escort or whatever. He makes her wallow in it.
J7 says claims that all victims are Hezbollah are entirely unjustified. Yeah,
he just touches himself the whole time.
I don't know exactly who all the victims are. It appears from reports that there were people. So there were some people report yesterday who were not in Hezbollah. I can't confirm that. I don't know about today's the victims identified today. I have seen some reports that the walkie-talkies today were Hezbollah walkie-talkies, but. You just saw in the Reuters report, it said walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah, but I don't know the nature of who was injured or
he actually has a cat that he never got neutered, and he lets it spray him every day in the morning. He makes it spray him.
So let me read you this update here. This is from Reuters. Handheld radios, i.e. walkie-talkies.
So nasty. Because I just had to deal with Simon's pee on that bag. Oh my god, that shit reeks. That wasn't even spray.
I'm not a walkie-talkie expert, but I know,
put a little extra in the spray, I think.
You can use them to communicate with somebody else. It's not like you can't make a phone call on it, but if somebody else has a walkie-talkie, you can talk to them and they can talk to you. You know, if
he always has. There's no
they're
why.
set up correctly.
It's one of those things.
So these would be communications devices. They're not cell phones. Fetish. You don't send text messages on them. You don't make calls on them.
The sweet
you kind of
stank
directly
of vinegar.
Communicate with other people with walkie-talkies with them. Samantha says if you're in range. Yeah, so they're radio devices. Again, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I assume most of you are aware of that.
He gets off on seeing other women that are the same as him, so that's why he makes women
and again, Reuters is saying these are Hezbollah walkie-talkies. They detonated today across Lebanon South in Beirut suburbs and the Bekaa Valley.
They don't get paid, but he pays really well, so he makes it
after similar explosions.
Worthy for them to be like, fucking all right.
Lebanon's health ministry said 14 people had been killed and 450 injured in today's explosions.
That would fuck up their pH balance.
While the death toll from yesterday's pager explosions rose to 12, including 2 children with nearly 3,000 injured. At least one of today's blasts took place near a funeral organized by Iran-backed Hezbollah for those killed the previous day when thousands of pagers used by the group exploded across the country and wounded many of its fighters.
It helps the yeast infection, right? Or does it hurt it?
There are a couple of videos.
If you put a douche on yeast infection, does it help or hurt?
This walkie-talkie explosion at a funeral. So I'll post a link to one of them. I don't own the rights to the video, but I will post a link in the chat right now to a video that Manny Fabian posted, where you can see
a mother's yeast looks kind of like
an explosion of a walkie-talkie
it's something that grows in vinegar, so I'm not sure.
So I am literally posting the link to the video right now. I just posted the link to the video in the chat. You can also go to my X account where I have reposted it. My X account is at Lookner on X.
For kombucha.
And that is right here. So if you go to X and you go to @Lookner and you scroll down, you will be able to see that video posted by Manny. But I just posted it in the chat if you want to check it out as well. It's not graphic, but you see basically a big crowd of people, and then you see and hear an explosion. Okay.
Yeah, I was afraid of this.
Hold on a second here.
Because apple cider vinegar is acidic. It can actually worsen yeast infection symptoms when applied to the vulva or inside the vagina. Additionally, incorrectly diagnosing and treating vulvodynia as a yeast infection can prevent patients from seeking and receiving proper medical care.
Frantically taking batteries out of any walkie-talkies on them that had not exploded, tossing the parts in metal barrels. Lebanon's Red Cross on X said it was responding with 30 ambulance teams to multiple explosions in different areas, including the south of Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley. Hang on one second.
White vinegar is okay, though. Maybe white vinegar. Flush yeast infection out. Apply seawater rinse. Just shove seawater up your coochie, lady. Eat yogurt. Take probiotics. Many yeast infections happen when your immune system is busy. Damaged. Man, that's why I'm getting some time in the probiotics, hoping it'd help the skin. It's not working. What the heck, man? Her skin's not all messed up. I guess she doesn't go out there. I cleaned his litter box. I gave the probiotics. I did laundry. I cleaned his blanket that he sleeps on. I cleaned his bed. Vacuumed. I haven't mopped. Maybe I need a mop now. It's the back of his legs like that, though. Last time I gave him the revolution, it went away. His hair grew back.
Okay, the Israeli military said warning signs, sirens sounded a number of times in northern Israel, but there were no reports of any damage or casualties. The Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said on Wednesday the Center of
I suppose it might clean the clutter left behind from rough and rowdy, not to mention kinky sex traffic, but I've been told cider, apple cider vinegar, the good stuff that with the mother in it is healthy for the soul, not to mention the ass. When I was a kid, I remember getting them from dear old mom, different from the mother mentioned above, but for the likes of me, don't know why I received them. Perhaps it was punishment. In any case, it seemed like I think it was probably for constipation. I don't know. Maybe I'll give her a call. Yo. Yo. I wasn't expecting that.
including the ICVA2, which...
Yo, I just want to hear that done by the robot.
I suppose it might clean the clutter left behind from rough and rowdy, not to mention kinky sex traffic. But I've been told apple cider vinegar, the good stuff with the mother in it, is healthy for the soul, not to mention the S. When I was a kid I remember getting them from dear old mom. Different from the mother mentioned above. but for the likes of me don't know why I received them. Perhaps it was punishment. In any case it seemed like it. I think it was probably for constipation. I don't know, maybe I'll give her a call.
My girlfriend bleaches her butthole with vinegar. You can't bleach with vinegar. She can cleanse her butthole with vinegar. It might be that vinegar is a good thing. You can get the same effect by using 3 teaspoons and 8 ounces of water 3 times a day. It takes the bad fats and bacteria from the intestines. What am I reading? I don't know. She's even. What? Wait for that one. Oh, look, he's showing a video.
All right, let me take some comments from you guys. I have a lot more reports on this, but I want to take some comments from you guys. Tactical Bite is talking about if that shop supports Hezbollah operations. I don't know. I don't have specific details about what went on in that shop. I don't know if Hezbollah people were there.
Men are
if they were fixing walkie-talkie.
What?
Men are putting vinegar on their penises to make them grow. Docs say don't. Docs are urging men not to put vinegar on their penises in an attempt to make them grow. The bizarre method is not only unproven and physically impossible, but could be harmful and potentially even deadly. Adverts on popular porn sites have for years told blokes to use apple cider vinegar, ACV, as a way to boost their member. Various versions of the ad show cartoons putting their penis into a bottle, pouring ACV on their penis or inserting it into their anus with the help of a soaked tampon. The adverts, published in a report by Vice, claim the weird trick will make a penis increase in size by 65% and make it American Samoa hard as a rock. Users on the forum Reddit have said it would be irresponsible not to at least try, but doctors have said do not try this as a trick to make the penis bigger, which cannot be achieved. Dr. Sarah Brewer, medical director of HealthSpan, told The Sun, numerous products are sold online that claim to enlarge the size of the penis. These products do nothing except make money for the unscrupulous companies marketing them and prey on male insecurities. There is no evidence that taking any herbal supplements or applying any creams or even apple cider vinegar will have an enlarging effect. In fact, as cider vinegar is acidic, it may well sting and cause irritation and inflammation. Do not apply it to this delicate area. Apple cider vinegar is made from fermented apple juice, meaning it constrains alcohol content. Dr. Brewer also warned of putting the penis into a bottle with such a narrow opening. She said, "Never, ever, insert your penis in a bottle as shown in the illustrations." Having worked as a doctor in a busy casualty department, I have had to rescue several trapped penises in which the foreskin was drawn back and became swollen, a condition called paraphimosis, as a result of being inserted into various inanimate objects, including a bottle. Dr. Amr Rahim, a consultant andrologist at the International Andrology London, said, "There is no doubt that something like that is not going to work. There is no possible mechanism of action that will affect the erection. The body is like a biological machine, and we know how many parts of the body work. For something to work in an erection, or enhancement, there has to be a mechanism of action. The people that say it works need to provide a possible explanation for how they suggest it work, which has not been the case." Speaking of applying it to the anus, Dr. Yael Cooperman, MD, medical editor for Roe Health Guide, told Vice, "Vinegar can damage the delicate lining of your colon, causing bleeding and extremely painful ulcers. Also, Any damage to your colon can allow the bacteria that live in your digestive system to enter your bloodstream, causing a serious and potentially deadly infection. The adverts always feature Bragg apple cider vinegar, sold in UK high street stores, which claims to help with weight management, cholesterol, blood sugar levels and inflammation among dozens of other things. But clicking on the adverts takes you to a pill, rather than ACV itself, that claims to support healthy blood flow, libido, vitality, and boost performance. The supplement is created by Endure Health Alliance and it's not clear if it even contains ACV. Where has the rumor come from? Using ACV to grow the penis is an old wives' tale for helping erectile dysfunction, ed. Some of the adverts claim APV will make a man as hard as a rock, suggesting it as a treatment for those who struggle to get an erection. While using ACV directly onto the penis won't do anything, it is claimed to help with other ailments indirectly linked to erections on the back of weak studies. These include kidney disease, type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure or high blood cholesterol. The research is poor, based on small numbers of people and often contradictory, Medical News Today reports. There are various, NHS-approved, ways that men with ED can help improve their erections. Erectile dysfunction can have complex causes, often psychological such as stress or anxiety, and ACV won't do anything to improve that. How can you get a bigger penis? The average length of a man's penis is 8.3 centimeters, 3.3 inches, long when flaccid, and 13.6 centimeters, 5.4 inches, when erect. Dr. Rahim said, if you are really worried and your penis size is bothering you, see your GP or a specialist and they can tell if you are average or small, because there is a lot of misinformation. The same people selling apple cider vinegar are probably giving false facts about what is small. The other information is what normal is will come from porn, or social media. I always suggest counseling to patients. Having said that, there are other things there can be done to enhance the size.
If you've gotten this far,
including surgery, costs anything between £1,000 and £8,000 at clinics like International Andrology. There are various options. To increase the girth, doctors can inject fat taken from other parts of the body, or filler, into your member to increase the volume.
It'd be weird feeling though, wouldn't it?
A more permanent option, costing more money,
squishy penis,
is to lengthen the penis surgically. Docs can do this by cutting the ligament that attaches your penis to the pubic bone and performing a skin graft to elongate it.
Oh God.
It might give you an extra 2 centimeters, but it may also make your erection point lower than before.
What does that mean?
There are also other options, including to remove excess skin around the scrotum that can go as far up as the middle of the shaft, giving the appearance of more length. Penis stretching also uses tools that literally extend the skin, but it has to be done for several hours every day over around 6 months for the small gain of no more than 5 centimeters.
A big gain, man. Story isn't over.
If surgery seems one step too far, there are some tricks given by the NHS to help you feel more confident about your penis. You can trim your pubes. You've heard the saying, mow the lawn to make the tree look bigger. Well, that's exactly what trimming your pubic hair will do. Banish the beer belly. Losing weight is a great way to make your todger look bigger. It's not going to look as impressive if you have a beer belly hanging over it. Get fit. Not only will getting fit make you look better, but you'll also feel better. It goes without saying that if you're feeling sexy, your love life will also benefit.
You don't need a bigger penis. Don't be so fat and trim your pubes, man. It'll look massive. Baby it up. That's what I'm saying. You take a razor to them, and you make it look like you're a baby again. I tell you what, then your girl, next time she sees you, she might not like it actually. I don't know. Good luck with that. Good luck. Especially if she shaves too, man. Y'all about to have some fucking war zone happening in a day or two. It's gonna look like these little. It's gonna be like 1,000 of these, though. Every hair follicle is gonna have one of these explosions in it. I know from experience with that bad mistake. It's all the friction. The hair is supposed to. A little bit of hair is supposed to be there. When you're both too smooth, you're gonna fucking. You're gonna break out probably. That was the one. Of course, it's gonna be the guy. Thank you. Oh, he just uploaded a video? Never did that again, though. I'll tell you that. Oh, but is it better than this one?
Although, honestly, they kind of sell themselves at this point. The last 3 books have gone to the
You just uploaded one, too.
every list because they're great. People love my mom.
Absolute.
With more and great people.
Got it.
Oh, no, last night, yeah.
Yes. Brain. Says who, kid? Says who?
I'm gonna start knowing what he's saying after a while.
No, it's a mental speech therapy, so bust.
Oh, he goes to speech therapy, it sounds like.
Hi, I've got a coupon code. What's the number? 60?
Give me 1 second. Let me help it.
Oh, you got it. That's okay.
Okay, say it again.
60 17 96.
96. All right. And that's a possible number?
Yes.
With both bacon cheese.
Yes, please.
And both plain.
Okay.
That's fine. And he would also like them plain.
Both plates?
Correct.
All right. What else can it be?
2 medium Dr. Peppers.
And root beer.
Oh, sorry. 1 medium Dr. Pepper and 1 medium root beer. Sorry. I thought you would like a Dr. Pepper today.
Medium.
Perfect.
And another 1 root beer.
2 sips.
That's it. Thank you.
He would like a crispy chicken.
Okay.
And the sandwich
I was going to collect my coupon. It was on my app.
Burger King's kicking up the flavor. Fiery menu, now that's major.
Got something for me, I likes it hot.
Just a little spice for me, we'll hit the spot. Bacon Whopper has been fired up. Fiery must fries, that's what's up.
Sprite now made a bit fiery too.
Gotta try everything on the fiery menu. You roll your season.
What the hell is happening?
BK, have it your way.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I think we're
Guys, gonna get picked up by Burger King probably. They're like, that's our guy. He's perfect. Dude, that thing is microscopic.
Philosophy professor said, look, we use Sisyphus as an example of...
Dude, sesame seeds are just a pain in the ass on buns. A little bit.
Yes, it comes from pushing a boulder up.
Do you actually taste that?
Only to see it roll back down, only to do it again. He said, the Stoic not only finds a way to control himself and deal with it.
I always started putting sesame seeds on buns, though.
But finds a way to love it. Yes. And to find meaning.
I'd find out.
Correct. And to me, that's what Franklin did by going back, simply by surviving that kind of makes the point. But the idea of pushing a rock up a hill can not only be not futile, but actually wonderful. That means that I can tilt the windows too and find a way
Here it is. I remember once seeing a documentary, maybe it was The Corporation, that sesame seeds performed best in making the customers salivate. Their role on hamburger buns is not to add taste, but rather texture. Because of this, big junk food corporations specifically use tasteless sesame seeds. If you buy sesame seeds at a grocery store, you'll notice they do have lots of flavor. But since not everyone likes that flavor, yet everyone salivates at the texture, they make them flavorless. As for poppy seeds, they are more expensive, I think, and some people may be put off by how they look. To some, they may look like mold or bugs. It's all about the common denominator. It's interesting, they make you salivate. Weird.
So the Stoics, look at the life that some of them lived tremendously long, and they were killed.
Are they really tasteless on the buns, though?
I don't want to go down this rabbit hole because I could. It's
crazy.
One of my favorite things to talk about is history. But back to our discussion of meaning, Frankel's book, In Search of Meaning, is one of the greatest titles.
Are they more expensive to be tasteless, or are they just going to do inferior ones that didn't give as much nutrients when they were growing? Or they had to like decaffeinate them, like, or deterpene them.
I'm fierce protecting individuality. Brag about me, except for this guy named Mike Rowe who comes around and sticks a camera in my face, and all of a sudden I'm getting
It's a
attention.
big ass
But
tub
the reality is, they have in their own way
root
said,
beer.
this is a functional job that is making life better for someone. It's making society better. And oh, by the way, it's making my family life better because I'm a multi-millionaire, or I'm living comfortably, even though I'm in crap all day long, or whatever it is. But those men and women that you showcased, to me, are illustrating what happens when there is a sense of meaning when I show up.
I haven't watched that.
Son, this is your dad.
Oh no.
And I don't know when you may ever see this video. I may be long gone by the time you ever see this. But I want you to know, son.
Gosh, weird.
Your daddy loves you with all of his heart. And I'm out here fighting for you, buddy.
Good fight. Do I need to see if there are flies
While
on
I
the food?
believe wholeheartedly that you need to know the good, the bad, the ugly, all of the in-between about both your parents, me and your mama, and about life in general. I don't really want to talk bad about your mama. See, we all have a decision we have to make every single day, multiple times per day. And that decision is in which whom to serve, God or Satan. And son, whomever we choose to serve, that's whom we give ourselves over to be used as a tool. If we give ourselves over to God, then we allow Him to use us and to speak through us. But in those moments of sin, we give ourselves over to Satan, the rulers of darkness, that's spoken about in Ephesians chapter 10, verse 18 through Ephesians chapter 6, verses 10 through 18. Son, right now, at this season of life, Your mama has made the wrong decision in which whom to serve. But see, just like Ephesians chapter 6 tells us, our war isn't with flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and the rulers of darkness of this world, wickedness in high places. And I will continue to fight, both legally and down on my knees for you, son. But I want you to know, this is your mom's decision to keep you from me. No, that's inaccurate. This is Satan's decision to keep you from me. And your mom's just but a willing vessel to do his bidding for him. But I want you to look into my eyes right now, son. I want you to know that I love you with every ounce, fiber of my being. I love you so much, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you, baby boy. No matter how young or old you may be, no matter how old I may get, till I take the very last breath within this body, I will always fight for you. And then when I get to heaven, the Lord willing, I'll always be looking over you. And I'll always be going to battle for you there too. I'll always be talking to the Father about you and to the Son. I'll always be requesting extra guardian angels to watch over you, baby boy.
Kind of crazy, doesn't he?
Your daddy's heart. Your daddy's heart. I know who my war is against.
Uh-huh.
And so I cannot let it bring me down.
Why not be?
I have to just fight, fight, fight. First, down on my knees in prayer. And second, by doing all that I know to do to stand, and then standing therefore, with my loins girt about with all truth, and my breastplate of righteousness on. Giving thanks in all things, as though they were, even though the appearance says that they're not. For faith is the substance of things hoped for, and the evidence of things not seen. You remember that, son.
Beautiful.
Son, when you go to the Father in prayer,
What, is this ex-religious?
talk to him like you would me. Just talk to him. Just talk to him like I'm talking to you right now. You don't have to have no special rhythm to it.
Can you believe he got somebody pregnant?
Ritual to it or any of that. Matter of fact, God don't want no ritual.
Yeah.
He wants you to talk to him as a child, because that's what you are to him. That's what I am to him. We are his children.
Outlaw, call me outlaw, baby.
I love you, son.
You know I like it when you call me outlaw.
I love you so much. We'll see each other again.
from their supporters, from the Lebanese population to do something in response to this, to do something bigger. I think it's an interesting point. Hezbollah, Iran's most powerful proxy in the Middle East, said in a statement it would continue to support Hamas in Gaza, and Israel should await a response.
Was it because they were both on drugs
which
that
left fighters and others
came out
hospitalized or dead? I need to see if Hezbollah released a new statement today. I'll do that right after this. One Hezbollah official said the detonation of yesterday, the explosions yesterday, were the group's biggest security breach in its history. Also down below here, you can't see it. It says the plot appears to have been many months in the making. Several sources told Reuters it followed a series of assassinations of Hezbollah and Hamas commanders and leaders ascribed to Israel since the start of the Gaza war. Hezbollah had turned to pagers from mobile phones. Hezbollah had turned to pagers and other low-tech communications devices in an attempt to evade Israeli surveillance of mobile phones. Okay, let me do a quick check here and see. So a number of Hezbollah walkie-talkies exploding today. That's after the pagers explosions of yesterday.
Yo, look at this. Gazans getting prosthetic legs. Who's paying for these legs? Are these American paid for prosthetic legs? First, we got to pay for the bombs, and then we got to pay for the legs.
ممكن نشتغل 4 5 ممكن نشتغل 10 ما ادري. ميزة هاي الاطراف انها عبارة عن اطراف سريع التركيب، خلال ساعة لساعتين عمل المريض يكون مركب الطرف وجاهز.
انا فقدت املي كليته انه مش هقدر ارجع ثاني امشي على رجلي الاثنين، والحمد لله اليوم
$20,000 leg.
بدي امارس شغلي ثاني.
Crazy shit they try to charge for them. Who else is paying for them?
And Lebanese Health Ministry article, there's a photo of a car with its windows blown out from a walkie-talkie explosion today. That photo on the right there from AP, it says a partly damaged car after what is believed to be the result of a walkie-talkie exploding inside it today. That's also from Sidon, Lebanon, same town as that video.
This afternoon, the President and the First Lady will host leaders and members of the Latino community at a reception to celebrate their achievements and contributions in the United States. Tomorrow, the President will attend the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute Gala, where he will honor Latino excellence and the contributions of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. In his remarks, President Biden will highlight how since day one, he and the Vice President have been committed to promoting opportunities and equality.
Why is everything about race lately, dude?
Including the millions of Latinos across the country. Since taking office, President Biden and Vice President Harris have lowered Latino unemployment to the lowest rate on record, supported Latino small businesses, which are now experiencing the fastest growth rate in 30 years, doubled the amount of SBA-backed loans for Latino entrepreneurs. Hispanic ownership has climbed to about 50%, with over 9.5 million Hispanic households owning their own homes. Lowered drug prices for 5 million Latinos with Medicare. Expanded affordable and quality healthcare coverage to Latino families, including to DACA recipients from the Affordable Care Act. Created a federal government that reflects the diversity of the United States, with our 4 Latino members serving in the cabinet. Helped Puerto Rico's economy by investing over $140 billion and adding more than 100,000 new jobs. Vigorously defended the DACA policy and taken steps to keep married couples together, where one spouse is a U.S. citizen and the other has been in the U.S. for 10 years or more.
Poor fly.
This month is also an
Cameras down.
opportunity to celebrate the Latinos in the Biden-Harris administration and the White House who have worked on our administration's priorities, canceling student debt for millions of people, expanding access to quality health care, reducing drug costs, and taking action to eliminate gun violence in our communities. This National Hispanic Heritage Month, we celebrate the progress and prosperity we are continuing to create for Latino communities since President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, and we reaffirm our commitment to supporting Latino families and communities. And let's remember, Hispanic Heritage Month is American heritage. Now, my colleague from the National Security Council, Admiral John Kirby, is here to talk to you about the President's upcoming Quad Summit in Delaware, in Wilmington, Delaware, to be specific, and also the UN General Assembly next week. Admiral?
Try to do this without butchering my own English here. But good afternoon. We got a busy few days ahead of us here on the foreign policy front, and if you'll just bear with me, I'll give you an overview. This weekend, as Corrine noted, in Wilmington, Delaware, the President will host the leaders of Japan, Australia, and India for the 4th Annual Quad Leaders Summit. Now, over the last 3+ years, President Biden has made it a priority to invest in rebuilding our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. And in the process of doing that, he has strengthened not only existing relationships, but he's helped forge new ones altogether. So think about AUKUS, for instance, or the Trilateral Camp David Summit with Japan and South Korea, or the first ever U.S.-Japan-Philippines Leaders Summit in April, and of course, the Indo-Pacific Quad. Back in 2021, President Biden elevated the Quad to the leader level for precisely those reasons. He understood that bringing 4 leading Indo-Pacific democracies with shared priorities, mutual security interests, and strong bonds of friendship between our peoples, would make for a safer and more prosperous region, and quite frankly, a safer and more prosperous United States. Now, this particular Quad Summit will be the first time we've hosted foreign leaders in Wilmington, the President's hometown. And he's very excited about that, about showing them a place and a community that shaped so much of the public servant and the leader that he became. It's also a reflection of his belief that, like politics, foreign policy is also personal. And the President is enormously proud of the personal relationships that he has with each of these 4 leaders. Or these 3 leaders, sorry. Indian Prime Minister Modi, Japanese Prime Minister Kishida, and Australian Prime Minister Albanese. The President will meet individually with each of them, and they will also gather together in a larger plenary session where they will discuss expanding cooperation across a range of critically important issues. We believe that you'll see coming out of this summit that the Quad is more strategically aligned and more relevant than ever.
Couldn't they just do that on the phone?
I think you can expect a robust agenda aimed at delivering concrete benefits to the people of the region as they all identify priorities such as health security, natural disaster response, maritime security, quality infrastructure, critical and emerging technologies, climate and clean energy, and cybersecurity. You'll also see some announcements that demonstrate our intention to make sure that this special partnership, the Quad, endures and in fact thrives over the long term. We'll have more details, of course, to share on the specific deliverables as we get a little closer to the weekend. Looking ahead to next week, on Monday, the 23rd of September, President Biden will welcome the President of the United Arab Emirates, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, to the White House. Now, this will be the first ever visit by a president of the UAE to Washington, so it's a historic one. The Vice President will also meet separately with President Mohammed. Both the President and the Vice President have spoken with or met with President Mohammed at multiple points throughout the administration, and we look forward to the opportunity to have face-to-face discussions here. In particular, the President and the Vice President will discuss a number of bilateral and regional matters together with areas of deepening cooperation in advanced technology, clean energy, space, supply chain resiliency, and critical infrastructure investments. The UAE has made a number of recent announcements with respect to strategic investments in climate and clean energy, all of which build on the Partnership to Accelerate Transition to Clean Energy, or otherwise known as PACE, which we signed with the UAE 2 years ago. We look forward to expanding this collaboration over the coming months and years. UAE is also, we might add, a leading partner in the President's Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investments. Advanced technology, I think, will also be a focus of this discussion, including efforts to advance responsible artificial intelligence goals. Now, in the region, President Biden and Vice President Harris We'll discuss with President Mohammed, obviously, the crisis in Gaza, UAE's essential role in addressing the humanitarian crisis there, and the crisis in Sudan, where, as the president's statement made clear last night, we all must increase efforts to open routes for humanitarian assistance and ultimately to secure a ceasefire. The president and the vice president look forward to this important engagement with a strategic partner at a very important time. And then finally, the president, as you know, will be traveling to New York City on Monday afternoon for the 79th meeting of the UN General Assembly. Throughout all his engagements up there in New York, he will reaffirm America's leadership on the world stage. He'll rally global action to tackle the world's most pressing challenges, including climate, the opioid epidemic, mobilizing resources for developing countries, managing the risks and benefits of artificial intelligence, and helping end the brutal wars in Gaza, Ukraine, and Sudan, among many other critically important issues. Specifically, on Tuesday morning, the president will deliver an address to the UN General Assembly outlining his vision for how the world should come together to solve these big problems and defend fundamental principles such as the UN Charter. The president will also meet with UN Secretary General Guterres and talk about how the partnership between the United States and the United Nations in advancing peace and safeguarding human rights can endure and to prosper. On Tuesday afternoon, the president will host a summit of the Global Coalition to address synthetic drug threats. We established this coalition ourselves just last year to drive international action in order to disrupt the global supply chain of illicit fentanyl and other synthetic drugs. This event will be an opportunity for leaders to drive progress on one of the most lethal global health and safety challenges of our lives. The meeting reflects the president's vision of countries working together to deal with problems that cross borders. Now, in this case, the coalition is playing a vital role helping our country deal with the fentanyl crisis here at home. The president will also have engagements with foreign leaders on Wednesday, and we'll have more to share on that agenda.
Wait, what did this guy say?
Thank you. Appreciate your patience.
Admiral, what's the White House response to the exploding walkie-talkies in Lebanon today? I know Karine addressed the pagers yesterday, but what's the latest U.S. assessment, and does the U.S. consider this a justifiable escalation?
What I can tell you is we were not involved in yesterday's incidents or today's in any way, and I don't have anything more to share.
Bullshit. America knew about it.
Has the Israelis let you know about these operations?
I don't have anything more to share today.
Confirm that it's the U.S. assessment that the Israelis were behind all this.
Nothing more to share.
The Israeli defense minister said today that this is a new era of the war. What's the White House's response to that? And how concerned are you that this will cause this escalation?
All I'll say is that we want to see the war end. And everything we've been doing since the beginning has been designed to prevent the conflict from escalating. We still believe, for instance, that there is a diplomatic path forward, that particularly up near Lebanon. And we still believe that while it is increasingly difficult, and we are certainly no closer to finality, that we're going to that we believe a ceasefire deal and a negotiation to get the hostages out is still the best outcome, and we're going to keep pursuing that.
But how do these events move forward any diplomatic solution here?
It's difficult for me to stand up here, Gabe, and tell you exactly how incidents over the last couple of days are going to affect outcomes in the next few days. All I can tell you is we're still putting our shoulder to the wheel to get the hostages home and get a ceasefire in place, as daunting as that is today. And we are still involved in intensive diplomacy to try to prevent a second front from opening up on that border with Lebanon.
Thank you. Given the rhetoric and the attacks in the last few days, it seems like a full-out conflict is inevitable at this point. Would you agree with that assessment? And is the U.S. government preparing for an evacuation of American citizens in Lebanon and or in Israel in that case?
I think we've learned through experience, particularly over now what's going on almost a year here, that nothing is inevitable when it comes to that particular part of the world and this particular conflict. And we're going to, as I said to Gabe, we're going to do everything we can to see if we can end it and get those hostages home. And your second question was evacuation. I don't have anything with respect to evacuation preparations to talk about. I mean, that's a better question really put to the State Department. I think you know, Laura, particularly from covering the Pentagon, we have on the shelf, we have evacuation plans available for places all over the world. But I wouldn't lead that to believe that we're in a moment now where we think we need to imminently call for that or act on that right now.
What has been the impact of the latest attacks on the potential for a ceasefire deal in Gaza?
I think it's too soon to know if what happened over the last couple of days is going to have any effect on where we are with a ceasefire deal. Sadly, we aren't any closer to that now than we were even a week ago. So it's difficult to see any immediate impact of these incidents, but I think it's just too soon to know in general.
Officials have said we're 90% there. Is that still the case?
I think in terms of the agreed framework and the language, that's still the case. The framework has been agreed to. The major architecture of the deal had been agreed to by both sides. But as we said, once you get down to niddling over that last 10%, and you're in that kind of horse trading, it gets real hard, and the details get real specific, and that's where we have run into some resistance, and we're not any closer today than we were a few days ago.
Thanks. CBS News, at least, has learned that the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, spoke yesterday with the Israeli Defense Minister two different times. We've been told no specifics were given about the operation that happened yesterday. Was there any heads up given yesterday that there would be more attacks in Lebanon today?
Well, I'd refer you to the Defense Department to speak to conversations that the Secretary had with Minister Gallant. As I said, there was no U.S. involvement in either of these incidents, and I have nothing.
One thing, though, but awareness it was coming is another.
I recognize the question. I have nothing more to add.
If you're someone who owns a pager like this that's been blown up in Lebanon in recent days, whether it was made by the Taiwanese company or the Hungarian company that may have had a licensing deal with them, should you be concerned it could blow up?
Again, Ed, I have nothing more to add on this.
Yeah. Our sources have confirmed to us it's been widely reported that Israel is responsible for this, but notably you still won't say that. Why is that? Is it because that's not your assessment, or because you don't support what they're doing here?
It's because I don't have anything more to add on this issue. As I said, there was no U.S. involvement, and I'm not going to go beyond that today.
Then let me ask this. These kinds of tactics, blowing up pagers and walkie-talkies, is this type of warfare acceptable to the United States?
Again, Mary, I appreciate the question. I'm simply not going to be able to address these incidents over the last couple of days in any level of detail one way or another.
Okay, let me try one other thing.
Please.
Everyone keeps urging, all parties involved not to escalate this. Isn't this an escalation already? I mean, isn't this Israel doing exactly what you've been warning them not to do?
Again, I'm not going to speak to the details of these incidents. I understand that's frustrating. I get it. And I understand where all your questions are coming from. They're all valid. They're all fair. I'm just not going to get into this. I will add, if I could, and restate a little bit to what I said to Gabe. We still don't want to see an escalation of any kind. We don't believe that the way to solve where we're at in this crisis is by additional military operations at all. We still believe that the best way to prevent escalation, to prevent another front from opening up in Lebanon, is through diplomacy, which is why Mr. Hochstein was over in the region this week. And we're still going to pursue those kinds of outcomes.
If a state actor was involved in any way in what took place in Lebanon, is that acceptable behavior by a government?
Look, that's a great hypothetical, Trevor, that I'm simply not going to engage.
So it's not that's not the case, that it was a state actor?
I have nothing more to add on these incidents. I understand the question. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals or speculate about what did or didn't happen or who might be responsible.
Is there any current intelligence assessment as to who was responsible?
I'm not going to get into intelligence estimates and assessments from here either.
Secretary of State Blinken expressed frustration at the escalations and remarks earlier today, saying it threatens to slow it, to stop a ceasefire deal. Is that the White House's assessment as well, that it's close to being stopped or derailed, or?
Look, as I said earlier, I think looking at the last couple of days, it's just a little too soon to know what kind of impact those incidents are going to have in the region writ large, particularly when it comes to the tensions up at the border with Lebanon. On the ceasefire deal and trying to get both sides back to the table, we're still working at that. Nothing's changed. We're still trying to get that done. We understand that even before the incidents of the last couple of days, doing that was real hard, that there wasn't a lot of momentum to be had there or inertia. We recognize that, but we're still working to try to see if we can get that done because we still believe the best way to get those hostages home is through a negotiated arrangement. On the tensions with Lebanon, again, too soon to know what these incidents are going to mean to the already high tensions between Israel and Hezbollah up at that border, the blue line specifically. All I can tell you is even as recently as a couple of days ago, Amos Hochstein, our envoy, was in the region having discussions to do everything we can from a diplomatic perspective to prevent those tensions from escalating into all-out conflict.
One more just on Wilmington this weekend. Does the president intend to press Prime Minister Modi on human rights abuses while they're talking, one-on-one?
There's not a conversation that he has with foreign leaders where he doesn't talk about the importance of respecting human and civil rights, and that includes with Prime Minister Modi. He did when the Prime Minister was here in the United States, and I'm sure that as appropriate he'll do going forward. I'm not going to get ahead of the conversation, but he never shies away from talking about our concerns over human and civil rights anywhere in the world.
Thanks. And you said a lot of time, especially about this region, that it's very important for this administration that the rules of war or international humanitarian law is being followed. So why won't you make an assessment whether these operations that we are seeing in Lebanon indeed are in accordance with international humanitarian law?
I can appreciate that you all want answers to these questions, and you want them now. I get that. We're talking about incidents that allegedly happened today, apparently happened today, and some that happened yesterday. I'm just not going to get into intelligence assessments one way or another about this. And I would also add that, as we have said from the very beginning, Israel has a right to defend itself. How they do so matters to us, and we don't shy away from having those kinds of conversations with the Israelis as appropriate.
So you're saying Israel is behind these operations?
I did not say that.
Do you think that Israel, whoever committed this attack, is undermining U.S. efforts at avoiding an escalation in the region? And if so, what is the next move to try and prevent that from happening?
We're going to keep at the work of intense diplomacy to see what we can do to de-escalate, to try to prevent this from becoming a bigger conflict than it already has.
One more. Over the weekend, the Palestinian ministry in Gaza submitted a report with the names, IDs, ages of 34,000 people who've been killed since October 7th, over 7,000 more whose identities have not been verified. The first 14 pages of the report are babies under the age of 1, and 2 people over the age of 100. Has the White House seen that report, and do you have any comments beyond far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed in this conflict?
Let me take the question for you so I can get you back a good substantive answer. I don't know if we've seen that report. I haven't, but that doesn't mean that somebody here hasn't, so why don't you let me take that back and get you a better answer.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
On U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel, the CFIUS review that's now been, delayed or extended another 90 days, can you explain a little bit why that process is taking so long, and if it signals any sort of shift in the president's thinking about concerns he's expressed about this merger?
CFIUS runs an independent process. As far as I know, there's been no delay or extension. That process is ongoing, as I understand that to be the case. Look, the president has said already what he believes the future of U.S. Steel ought to be. He's made that clear, but he also respects the CFIUS process, and again, that process is ongoing.
Thanks, Corinne. John, to what extent will China be a focus of the Quad meeting this weekend?
Well, I think it'll certainly be high on the agenda, John. I mean, there's not an opportunity when you get together with these particular leaders, the Indo-Pacific Quad, where in fact, it would be irresponsible if they didn't talk about the challenges that still exist in the region caused by aggressive PRC military action, for instance, unfair trade practices, tensions over the Taiwan Strait. I have no doubt that all those issues will come up.
Do all 4 Quad countries view China as a threat to the Indo-Pacific region?
I think you'd have to talk to the leaders about their particular view of the PRC, but I think we all have a common set of understanding about the challenges that the PRC is posing. But each of them are sovereign countries. They get to decide for themselves what their relationship is going to be with the PRC and how that looks. Each of them has a different relationship with the PRC, including us.
Thank you, Green. Admiral, there's been a decided shift in confidence among U.S. officials about the ability to reach a ceasefire deal in the near term. And today, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is meeting with hostage families again, and I'm wondering what the administration's message is to them.
Well, number one, that we haven't forgotten their loved ones. Number two, that we're going to do everything we can to get them home where they belong, back with their families. And number three, that even though we haven't found purchase here with this deal, we're not going to stop trying. That we're still working very hard every day. I mean, I had a chance to talk to Brett McGurk earlier today. I can assure you, he's still working to see what we can do to try to move this forward. It doesn't appear right now, and I don't want to get ahead of Jake or speak for him, but I would imagine that he'll also convey to them, and it doesn't appear that Mr. Sinwar is serious at all about moving this forward and coming to closure on it. But it doesn't mean we're giving up on him.
And then in the events in the region more broadly, given what happened in Lebanon, in previous instances where there's been the possibility of wider escalation, we've seen the U.S. move military assets, vessels, aircraft in the region. Is there any of that going on right now?
We have a robust presence in the Middle East right now and have sustained that, as you know, over the last few weeks when there was concern about escalation. What I can tell you is that force posture is still there, still robust. We look at it every single day as against the threat, and we make adjustments as we need to. Not all those adjustments make headlines, or do we announce them for understandable reasons, but the President is confident that we maintain sufficient military capability in the region to defend our interest and, of course, our allies and partners as appropriate.
And just quickly, if I may, on that, last year the President's message was largely about Ukraine and the need for more funding for Ukraine's defenses. October 7th happened just a couple weeks later. How much will that figure prominently in the President's events next week?
Well, without getting too far ahead of the President's speech, I think you can expect him to talk about the modern crises that we're facing right now. Certainly Ukraine and Gaza are two of the chief ones there, and how American leadership matters, how coalition building matters and has made a difference in both conflicts, and how we have to stay at that work.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, next week President Zelensky of Ukraine will present his victory plan to President Biden. Has the President had a chance to review this plan, and would you call it victorious?
We've not been fully briefed on it.
Will President Biden host President Zelensky in New York or here at the White House?
I don't have a meeting to announce today, but stay tuned.
Ukrainians have requested a meeting, according to our sources, with Vice President Harris. Did she accept this
I would refer to Vice President Harris's staff. You know, she has met with President Zelensky face-to-face on a couple of occasions, and I know she's spoken to him on the phone. I have little doubt that if the opportunity presents itself and both of them can have another conversation, they will, but you'd have to talk to her staff on
Getting back to Lebanon, so those communication devices were reportedly made in Japan and Taiwan. Have you reached out to your Japanese and Taiwanese counterparts in that matter?
I'm aware of no such communication.
Thank you, Karine. Admiral, staying on the subject of Russia, the government of Armenia today said that they formally plot Russian forces to try to stage a coup in their country. Is the White House aware of this and have any comment?
I won't get into intelligence assessments specifically, Jonathan. I would just say writ large, and we've talked about this before, Russia has proven adept and certainly interested in interfering in democratic institutions around the world, certainly here at home, no question about it, but overseas as well. And it is a constant topic of conversation between us and our allies and our partners, and we're doing everything we can working with them to try to disrupt that interference.
Thank you so much.
John, can you address the famine in Sudan? John, can you address the famine, please?
I think if I could just briefly point you to the President's statement last night.
How serious is it? How dire is it?
I don't know of a famine that's not dire. Right. It's dire.
Millions
of people have been pushed out of their homes. Hundreds of thousands of them are facing incredibly violent circumstances. And yes, there's real famine and real hunger. And that's why we are working incredibly hard. And that's why the President himself wanted to make that point about last night about that town Al-Fashir and the RSF's basically siege of it. It's got to stop. Both sides have got to start coming together, sitting at the table and doing what's right by the Sudanese people. And I'll tell you something else. He's not going to stop fighting for the people of Sudan. We're not going to stop trying to find a way to end this conflict.
The president has called on the belligerents to come together. Are they listening, John?
Okay, thanks, Admiral. Appreciate that. Okay, I just have one last thing, and then we'll get to questions. So as we announced this morning, the First Lady will lead the President's delegation to the inauguration of Mexico's first woman president, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, on October 1st. The full list of the delegation members will be announced at a later date. President Biden and President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador have built a strong and constructive partnership, and we look forward to building on this partnership under the President-elect to advance our economic, migration, and regional security cooperation. And with that, Will?
Thank you. I know we're going to have the Economic Club interview tomorrow with the President. I'm wondering if we're going to hear from him on the rate cut that the Fed has announced, and if there any chance that he'll speak to possible political influence this close to the election?
So let me just give you a little bit of flavor, if you will, on tomorrow.
Half a percentage, that's it.
The President is going to speak at the D.C. Economic Club. He's going to
Trump
deliver remarks on the important
said it was going to happen.
We've reached inflation.
Be measly half a percentage.
Interest rates are falling, and the economy remains strong, which many critics thought was impossible. I'm sure you all remember claims that we'd need a recession to lower inflation, with some going so far as saying that there was a 100% chance of a recession. So the President will discuss what falling inflation and interest rates mean for American consumers and workers and businesses. The cost of buying a home, a car, and so much more will go down. Starting a family or a new business will be easier. The President will discuss how he will continue to lower costs by building
He's doing it at the
homes,
end, though.
making child care more affordable,
Pretty whack.
capping prescription drug costs for all, and cutting taxes for families.
Where does all that money
Contrast
go
that approach
that they
with what we're
got
seeing,
for raising
from
it?
congressional Republicans. Their plan to raise costs by nearly $4,000 for middle-class families with a national sales tax while blowing up the debt. With more tax cuts for the very wealthy and never seeing that actually trickle down. And so that's what you're going to hear from this President. As far as your question about the politics, the political side, the political pieces of this, look, we're going to let the Fed speak for themselves. As you know, and we've been always very clear about this and very respectful of the independence of the Federal Reserve. Unlike other administrations, we've been, I think, pretty steadfast about that, and have been continuous in making that clear.
Was there any surprise here at the White House by the size of the rate cut?
So I'm not going to get into private conversations or discussions. Look, I think what's important here is that it's a moment of progress. I think that's how we see this, and also a recognition of how far we have come. And so I think that is what we think is important here. And I just mentioned at the top, or in that question that I was asked by Will, how this is important for families, businesses. Now prices are going to go down if you think about being able to buy a home. And these are important items for the American people. And so that's how we see this. We see this as a moment of progress.
Two other quick things. The former president is now under what the Secret Service says is a pretty substantial security footprint, pretty much on par with what the sitting president gets. Is President Biden satisfied that he's now getting, that President Trump is now getting the protection he needs?
So look, I'm just going to kind of reiterate what you heard from the director just yesterday in the aftermath, what you heard from the director, but also in the aftermath after July 13th, the president was very clear. He wanted to make sure that the former president should have the highest level of protection. That's what he offered by the Secret Service. That's what he wanted to see. President Biden wanted to see that. And he has also repeated over and over again that the Secret Service needs to make sure that we need to make sure that they have the resources, the capabilities. What their mission is incredibly, it's critical what they're trying to do. And so since July 13th, the Secret Service has greatly enhanced that security for the former president. And so honestly, they are the only ones who can speak to the specifics on what that looks like. But again, the acting director, Rose, spoke to this yesterday. I think you also heard from Secretary Mayorkas on this as well, and so I certainly would leave it to them. I'm sorry, not Secretary Mayorkas, the Department of Justice Secretary, but yeah, Secretary Mayorkas. I'm so sorry, Secretary Mayorkas. That's who you heard from yesterday. I'm going back and forth on that.
I could have asked the Admiral, but I'll ask you. The fact that this summit is being held in Wilmington as opposed to New York or here or Camp David. What should we read into the fact that he's taken him to his hometown?
Look, I think that what people should look at this as politics, whether it's foreign or domestic, is indeed personal. Right? It is very much local. It is very much personal. And if you think about this, is that the president has developed over 3.5 years and more, the president has developed a relationship with these leaders. And so he wanted to continue on that diplomacy, if you will, by bringing them to Wilmington. And I think it's important. I think it's important show of how that relationship. Those relationship has grown. It's important to show how much the president really focuses on foreign policy, and I think that's what you should see from that. It's politics, not just domestic, but also foreign policy is very much local, and I think that's what you're going to see from this president.
Is holding it in Wilmington something he considered? Hosting any world leader in Wilmington, something he'd considered previous to now, or that he would have done more of had there been a second term? I mean, it's a city that's gotten used to him and the footprint being there every weekend or every other weekend. So why now?
It is indeed, Wilmington, Delaware is his home. It is a place that he talks about, as you stated, that he before he decided to not run for re-election. I'm not going to go into that. What I'm going to go into is that he thinks it's important in the relationship that he has built with these leaders decided to not run for re-election. I'm not going to go into that. What I'm going to go into is that he thinks it's important in the relationship that he has built with these leaders to bring them to his hometown. And again, not just politics, but domestic policy, foreign policy as well, as it relates to the American people, is indeed very local. And so he's looking forward to bringing them to his hometown. I think they will enjoy Wilmington as much as you all do when you go to Wilmington with the president. Go ahead.
You can either confirm or deny.
I don't know. I think you love it. I think you love it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is the White House concerned at all that the Fed is predicting that the unemployment rate is going to rise by the end of the year?
So look, I'm going to let certainly the Fed speak for itself.
The Fed said that.
As they have. I'll say this, as their statement said today, the economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace, and the unemployment rate remains low. And as Chair Powell just said moments ago, the labor market is actually in solid condition. It is clear that our economy remains strong. As we're talking about foreign policy, we have the strongest economy, leading the strongest economy in the world. And unemployment is still low at 4.2%. With the lowest average of unemployment of any administration in 50 years, 142,000 jobs created last month, nearly 16 million jobs created under the Biden-Harris administration. Wages are going faster than prices are, So I think these are important data and points to also lift up as well. But again, the Fed also spoke for themselves in speaking to the strength of the economy and the economic activity as well.
I know you can't speak to politics, but the Teamster today decided not to endorse any candidate in the election. Can you just speak to the administration's relationship with the Teamsters? Obviously, you guys have done a lot with $36 billion in aid. Is the president surprised at all by that?
So look, I'm not going to get into endorsements from any organization, including today the Teamsters. That is certainly something that the campaign could speak to. As you know, this is a president and a vice president that has fought hard for unions throughout their administration. This administration, in the past 3.5 years, he has been called the most pro-union president ever. The president is very proud to have that title, if you will, and let's not forget, he's brought American manufacturing back home, creating close to 800,000 manufacturing jobs, and by creating the first Made in America office. And so these are things that he's incredibly proud of, and he believes if the union labor built the middle class. You hear him say that all the time, and so can't speak to any sort of endorsements. That's for the campaign to speak to directly. But this is a president who has really has put, when it comes to union and bringing jobs back to America, he has put that front and center of his economic policy.
You've described the Fed's announcement today as a moment of progress, but just to put a finer point on it, does the president agree with the assessment of many that this cut essentially declares that the battle on inflation is won?
I mean, look, all we have to do is, I don't even have to look at or speak to what the Fed has done. I mean, the data shows, right? The fact is that we have seen inflation coming down. That is something that we have seen in the data that I continuously speak about from here, whether it's from me or my colleagues who join us in this room. And so it is obvious. It is obvious that we have seen interest rates have fallen, that inflation have fallen, and so I'm going to let the Fed obviously speak to more specifics about their decision, their monetary decision. But we have seen inflation going down. I think that's important. That's important to the American people. That's important for families, for businesses. And so I think the progress
What is she talking about? What have we seen?
At this time is critical. And we have said this was coming. I stated earlier that there was a time where folks were saying that we needed a recession. And this has proven through the president's economic policy and what he's been able to do that we didn't need to do that, right? We needed to make sure that we really focused on the needs of the American people.
And can I just get your reaction, the president's reaction to the Senate's move yesterday failing to advance a bill to protect IVF?
Look, I mean, the president, we put out a statement on that. I talked about it at the top just yesterday. It's shameful. It's shameful that I think more than 40 Republican senators decided not to give protections to IVF. And the reason that bill is even put on the floor for a vote is because of what Republicans did, the former president did in undoing Roe v. Wade with the Dobbs decision. And the Dobbs decision took away a constitutional right that was around for almost 50 years, which is Roe v. Wade. It led to now families, people who want to start a family, not have that ability to do so. And that's what it led to. And, they can pontificate and talk about how some of them may want to protect IVF, but they certainly didn't vote that way. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that now families are being taken away, their rights are being taken away, their decisions to start a family is being taken away because, Republicans are blocking it or getting in the way. And so this is something, when you think about abortion rights, when you think about reproductive health care, when it comes to the Biden-Harris administration, we are going to continue to fight for those freedoms. We believe that it is important to do so, and so we're going to do everything that we can to continue to make that progress.
Follow up on that, please, Greg. Follow up.
Yeah.
You do follow up.
Thanks, Greg. Do you have any thoughts about the increasing prospects of strike with the UAW and the Jeep manufacturer?
Yeah, and so as I started off moments ago about how this president has certainly led in the efforts of making sure that as we talk about the middle class, the union built the middle class. So a strike authorization vote as it relates to this particular question, does not mean that union will strike. It often precedes continued negotiation between employers and unions. But I will say that President Biden respects the right to strike. You've heard me say that many times. He has said that. President Biden is proud to have stood on the picket lines with UAW workers, and he believes they deserve a fair deal. He also believes in collective bargaining and will continue to encourage the parties to stay at the table and negotiate, to do it in good faith. And so we are certainly in touch with UAW and the company as we are often. And so certainly I will direct you to the parties involved here. But collective bargaining is something that the president believes in. Just as long as they do it, they come to the table and they do it in good faith. And so the president is always going to make sure he has the back of union workers.
And then one more on the Fed. They said in their statement today that the economic outlook is uncertain and that they're attuned to kind of both sides of the coin there in terms of positive surprises and negative. You've kind of emphasized the positive trajectory that you see. Are you also attuned to the possibility that we are witnessing a weakening labor market, a weakening growth trajectory?
And look, and as you heard me lay out some of the positive things that they have said about the economy and about the certainly the unemployment remaining low, which is incredibly important. The labor market is continues to be in a solid condition. I think that's important too to note. Look, we see this as a moment of progress. We really do. We see this as inflation going down, interest rates going down. I'm going to let certainly the Fed speak for itself, but the economy does remain strong. That is still the case. It remains strong, and that is because of the work that we've been able to do. This administration has been able to do in the past 3.5 years, making sure that we are addressing the issues of American families and American people across the country. And so this is progress, and this shows, I think, what we saw from the Fed today shows how far we've come.
Thank you. Just to follow up on my colleague, the market.
Oh, what about this?
Eating dirt is taking on a new and literal meaning thanks to TikTok. TikTokers are racking up millions of views advocating eating clumps of dirt and clay for health benefits. While there is some truth to this, it has been in practice for hundreds of years in some parts of the world for digestive and nutrition issues. Out of context, there could be some signs of trouble. So let's bring in News Nation's Nancy Liu, who is covering this, joins us live. All right, Nancy, I have to ask, did you try some of this as part of your research for this story?
Don't even dare me, Nicole. No, thank you. But people who purposely eat dirt and clay, they call it a dirty little secret and a diet staple, which supposedly has a range of benefits, including improved gut health. Now, the trend is unfolding on TikTok, and the videos are wild to watch, even after multiple views.
Delicious.
Fuck.
Eating dirt is officially known as geophagia, and it is quite common in some parts of the world where many believe minerals and nutrients from the earth can soothe digestive problems. Along with dirt, influencers are also ingesting various types of clay, which are said to unclog pores and improve skin health, promoting anti-aging effects. There are even claims of curing certain allergies. Now, edible dirt, clay, and chalk are actually sold and marketed all over the internet, and the listings usually describe crunch levels and taste descriptions such as hint of grass and wet concrete. Sounds yummy, Nicole?
Yeah, I love the crunch levels. But, to be fair, in processed foods, we know that there are all kinds of, various particles. So when it comes to dirt, are they onto something here? Can there be an actual benefit?
Well, although geophagia has been around for centuries, we found mixed opinions for eating dirt on purpose. In fact, eating clay has been linked to iron deficiency since it's a substance which can absorb minerals that the body actually needs. In general, there's no harm in ingesting a little dirt, which often happens when you buy produce. We spoke with Ohio farmer Lee Jones, who does not recommend eating dirt, though he does have a mantra of a little dirt don't hurt.
I'm not going to say, oh, don't do it, but I'm saying that I believe a safe way to do this is through plants. Know thy farmer, know where the crop is coming from, grow your own garden, and eat that dirt through the soil. It's really not the dirt that we're looking for. It's the minerals within the dirt is what they're trying to thrive for.
And Farmer Lee says that it can be rather dangerous to eat random dirt since it can have all kinds of waste and other byproducts and bacteria and who knows what else. So no, thank you, Nicole. But I got a cup.
Yeah, I guess get some of that organic dirt. Nancy, give it a try. I feel like I might give it a try. All right, Nancy Boo, thank you. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Now interpreting the Fed's rate cut as perhaps a sign that the economy is weakening more quickly than even the Fed thought possible a couple months ago. So how is the White House monitoring that economic data and the possibility for a recession?
So look, as we've stated many times from here before, whether it's one of our economists who have come to the podium or myself, the stock market is not our economy. We got to be really mindful about that. What we believe is the economy is resilient. The data still shows unemployment is low at 4.2%. We have a strong economy. It continues to be strong. And I think what we're seeing is a moment of progress. As I've stated many times before, we're still continuing to see jobs, more than 140,000 jobs just last month. And so GDP grew 3% just last quarter. And so this is important. This is important when we look at all of the data together, that we are continuing to see a strong economy. The stock market is up more than 40% under this administration, but that is not our economy. And so we're continuing to see progress. We've come a long way since this president and this vice president walked into this administration. The economy was in a tailspin. And we've managed to turn that around. Now, as you hear us say all the time, is there more work to be done? Yes, there's more work to be done. We want to continue to lower costs for the American families and Americans across the country, and we're going to continue to do so. And you're going to hear from the president tomorrow directly.
And on Teamsters,
I know Pete Simon, man, he's starting to give me a hard time.
Specifically, but the union also put out its internal polling that showed that there was a pretty wide margin of rank and file membership that supported former President Donald Trump. To what extent is that a referendum on the work of this administration?
Look, I'm not going to speak to their poll. I'm not going to speak to the rank and file. Look, it is, we're talking about a 2024, obviously, an election that is just a few weeks away. I can't speak to that. I can't speak to their decision to endorse, not endorse, I guess in this case, not endorse. What I can speak to is what this president and this vice president has done in the last 3.5 years. This president has been called the most pro-union president ever. And I think
that Trump outpolled President Biden.
I hear you. I mean, we're talking about.
How does that reflect on the administration's work?
We're talking about one union, right? We're talking about the Teamsters.
1.6 million people.
Yeah, I hear you, but we're still talking about one union. And I'm not going to go into their data. I'm not going to go into their polling. But what I will say is many other labor unions have said, and they've been very clear about what this president has been able to do. Thinking about manufacturing jobs, you're thinking about building an economy that leaves nobody behind. You're thinking about what we've been able to do to make sure that we're bringing back American jobs here, made in America, obviously here. We created an office to do just that. And so the president has certainly not just done the talk, he's walked the walk. And I think there are many labor unions out there who have seen that from this administration. I'm not going to dive in or double down or get into a particular polling that's out there.
Corinne, following up on Mary's question, back in August, I asked the president whether he thought the U.S. had beat inflation, and he responded with an emphatic yes. Today, Jerome Powell was a bit more cautious, and he said, we're not saying mission accomplished. So I want to ask you again, does the White House believe, does the president believe that the U.S. has beat inflation?
So what we believe is that we've seen progress. That's what we believe. We believe that inflation indeed has gone down, right? That is something that we have seen over the past several months. Inflation has gone down. We cannot forget where we were when we walked into this administration, a once-in-a-century pandemic. And the economy was in tailspin. We did not have a comprehensive plan on how to deal with the pandemic. That's something that the former administration did not leave us. And so we see that inflation is going down, not just us, it is indeed the data is showing that, and now interest rate is going down. I'm going to let the president speak for himself. He's going to speak tomorrow at the DC Economic Club, and he'll have a lot more to say.
Right now, you're not going as far as the president did in office.
I'm going to let the president speak for himself. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm going to let the president speak for itself, and what I can say is that it is a fact that inflation and interest rate are indeed going down. That is what we see, and we're just stating the obvious. This is not talking about the monetary decisions that the Fed has made. This is just stating the obvious and the fact. I'm going to let the president speak for himself.
Thanks, Corinne. Donald Trump suggested yesterday that he wants to eliminate the cap on state and local tax deductions, which he signed into law a few years ago, generally speaking. What is the administration's position on this cap? Should it be removed, and why or why not?
Look, I'm going to just let the campaign speak to that, as it is related to his priorities as a candidate. I'm just going to let them speak to it.
Corinne, thank you. The president has had a long career on the world stage as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, as vice president, and of course as president. And I'm wondering, going into these summits, the Quad Summit and the UNGA meeting, how much will we see him speak in a personal way about his legacy, his vision? This will be his final talk, his final address to an UNGA group. And also, thinking about the speech tomorrow, you said that the president will discuss how he'll continue to lower costs by building millions of homes, making child care more affordable, capping prescription drugs, etc. How much does he think he can realistically accomplish in the waning days of his presidency?
Certainly I'm going to let the president speak to that and more. I was just giving you a little bit of a taste of what the president wants to talk about. And look, lowering costs has been something that has been at the center of his economic policy, a priority for him in the past 3.5 years. And so that is something that we're going to continue to do. And I think under this administration, we have been able to build homes for people in an affordable way, and that's something that we're going to continue to do. We've been able to deal with child care, especially the child tax credit. That is something that we were able to do with the American Rescue Plan, which only Democrats voted for in Congress, and that actually made a difference. So you've seen some of the approaches that the president has been able to do. We have already beat Big Pharma, and so you have seen prescription drugs go down because of the work that this president has done with the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, only Democrats voted for that, and that was something that you've heard from elected officials for years, that they wanted to beat Big Pharma. This president was able to do that. So I'll let him speak more to that tomorrow and what that's going to look like, and lay out his plan and his thoughts. As it relates to the world stage, the president has been a leader in the world stage, on the stage. not just throughout his Senate career, as you just stated, as VP, as president. You think about how he's been able to bring partners and allies together on really important moments, critical moments in the past 3.5 years. Look, I'm
in a personal way.
I hear the question. What I will say to you is I'm going to let the president speak to that. And speak to his own personal views and a look back, if you will, of his 50-plus year career and what he's been able to do on the world stage and also here domestically. And so I'm going to let the president speak to that. But I think he is very proud of his accomplishments and what he's been able to do. And he'll speak more to that, so I'll let that go.
Great.
Get VOA in the back.
Great. Again, next week, President Zelensky will meet with President Biden, be it in New York or in D.C. Can you talk to me about President Biden's expectations from this meeting, given that this might be their last in-person interaction before President Biden leaves the White House? I'm not
going to get into details or specifics or his thoughts, behind-the-scenes thoughts of how he's thinking about it. As you know, he has he's met President Zelensky many times. And I think President Zelensky has appreciated his leadership, and we've been incredibly impressed by the bravery of the Ukrainian people as they continue to fight for their democracy, their freedom. And so you've seen an unwavering support for the Ukrainian people, and certainly the president has led in more than 50 countries getting behind the Ukrainian people as they fight for their sovereign territory. And so certainly that's what you're going to continue to see, and I'll just leave it there.
In D.C. or New York, just
I don't have anything else to. I don't have anything to add.
And one more, if I may. Senator John Kennedy accused Arab American activist Maya Berry of supporting Hamas, even though she denied it. So the senator told her, let me quote, "You should hide your hat in a bag." Do you have any reaction to such an intent?
Yeah, I do actually. I'm glad you asked the question. Look, fighting hatred of all kinds, including anti-Arab sentiment and Islamophobia, was a core tenet to the president's campaign and continues to be a driving force of his time here in office. As you all ask me about his last 4 months. And speaking to this specific moment that we saw, that we all witnessed, it was shameful. It was shameful insults and abusive treatment of an Arab American Institute Executive Director, Maya Berry, at yesterday's Senate hearing, and they were deeply troubling and demonstrate why we need to fight against hate, fight against discrimination of all kinds, It is a bigoted and dangerous and very wrong to call someone a terrorist sympathizer based upon their heritage or their religion. And so we have seen troubling rise in anti-Semitic hatred attacks since October 7th, and we've seen a distressing rise in hatred and attacks aimed at Arab and Muslim Americans. And it is upon all of us, especially leaders, national leaders, in particular in this country, to call that out and to condemn that type of hatred, that type of bigotry. And this is something that you're going to continue to see from the Biden-Harris administration. We're going to condemn that type of hateful speak, any forms of that type of hatred. We have to speak against it. And it was shameful. It was a shameful insults that we saw yesterday in that hearing. All right, we're going to start wrapping it up.
Good.
Thank you. And somebody may have asked this before, and if they did, I apologize, but I would love to get an answer anyway, which is back in July, late July, you said that the White House was recalibrating in the wake of the president's decision. And I'm wondering if that recalibration is done, and like, if you got a flow chart, like what does this last 4 months want to do?
Fair enough. Look, and I think it was fair to say that we were recalibrating. As you can imagine, what we saw in the end of July was historic, had never seen before. And so what I can say more broadly is that the president is focused on the American people. He is. whether it's the economy, healthcare, foreign policy. It is, and many more other issues that Americans care about. That's what he wants to put at the forefront. That's what he wants to continue to build on the successes that we have seen over the last 3.5 years, and wants to continue to make sure. You know, you heard me just talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. You heard me talk about the American Rescue Plan. There's so many other things, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, the Chips and Science Act, right, the PACT Act. There's so many historic pieces of legislation that we want to continue to implement and get done. So that is critical and important too. Like the president is making sure that his teams and the different agencies are on it, are on top of it, on getting that done on behalf of the American people. And so it is a wide range of issues that matter to him because it matters to the American people. And you're going to hear from him next week at UNGA. You're going to hear from him this weekend at the Quad Summit. And there's going to be a lot more. Stay tuned. There's going to be a lot more that you'll hear directly from this president about what else he's doing and what else he wants to continue to do. But I think, if anything, we've been taking those actions. We've been giving those speeches. He's been giving those speeches, whether it's SCOTUS. You heard him talk about the reform there. So tomorrow he's going to talk about the economy. He's going to talk about lowering costs. He's going to talk about what else he wants to get done. I was just asked, you know, the little bit that I shared about with home ownership and lowering cost, and certainly prescription drugs. How is he going to get that all accomplished? He'll speak to that tomorrow as well. Okay.
Great.
All right. Go ahead, John.
Thanks a lot, Karina. I saw some polling yesterday that caught my attention, and I wanted to get your views on this polling.
Okay.
It indicated that nearly half of Republicans say they won't accept the results of the presidential election if their candidate loses. Nearly a quarter of Democrats won't accept the results of the presidential election if their candidate loses. And the polling also indicated that 14% of Republicans would take action to overturn the election if their candidate loses. What's your reaction to that? Is that concerning that there seems to be such distrust with the election system to get these types of results?
So here's what I will say. And I have not seen that polling, so I don't want to speak directly to the polling, but more broadly, and you've heard the president say this. It is important, and it is important that it shouldn't matter if you win or lose. You should respect the results of the election. You've heard him say that directly, and he respects our election process. He respects free and fair elections. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you sit in or you believe in. It is important that we respect this process. Peaceful transfer of power is incredibly important. Respecting the results of the election, it is incredibly important. And you're going to continue to hear that from this president. He's going to continue to fight for our democracy. And you heard him say that on January 6th, after what we saw on the Capitol, after violence was incited, when you saw 2,000 people trying to overturn an election because of what the former president said. And he denounced that. And it wasn't just, you just didn't hear that from a Democratic elect president. You heard that from the judges who more than 60 of them were Republican judges who said it was indeed a free and fair election. And so he believes, as a leader, as the president of the United States, it is important to be very clear in protecting our democracy and fighting for our democracy. And you've heard him say this. And so I'll leave it there. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
At IVF, the critics say it violates religious freedom. Can you address that?
Jaw-dropping that they're focused most of their efforts in the same 6 states that everybody else is focused on. But, and this again goes more to both Mr. Clegg and Mr. Walker, you know, they're still targeting paid advertising. we remember in 2016 when we didn't even have controls when Russians were paying with rubles for paid advertising on sites. I would have thought 8 years later we would be better at least screening the advertising. Again, in the case of YouTube and in cases of Facebook, what are we doing to stop the paid advertising targeting by these adversaries?
Since Nick took the last one, I can start on this one. We have an extensive series of checks and balances in our advertising networks that are designed to identify problematic accounts, particularly around election ads. We require election ads to have registration effectively. And in the 2016 situation, I remember we did an extensive forensic review of our systems and found that less than $4,000 had been spent on our networks.
Respectfully, sir. As recently as January, I wrote the Treasury Department that said, both of your companies have still repeatedly allowed Russian influence actors, including sanctioned entities, to use your ad tools. We will get that specific information to you, and we're going to really need as soon as possible the content, the bad actors, how much content have they purchased on both of your sites, and frankly others. And we're going to need that extraordinarily fast because I think they are getting through in many, many more ways than has been represented.
I certainly appreciate the concern, and we have taken down, as we've indicated earlier, something like 11,000 different efforts by Russian associated entities to post content on YouTube and the like.
We're just going to need this as quickly as possible, both in terms of number of Americans viewing Fox News, what they think is Fox News or Washington Post, or advertisements. We need that data to make sure, again, that we inform the public.
Thank you. The area I want to focus on is where political speech is involved, and it's sort of this area I talked about in my opening statement, which is and really in particular, I want to understand what the current policies and practices are as we speak regarding content moderation, specifically in speech. So just for, as I'm reading, and I'm not reading the opening statement from Meta, we're constantly working to stop the spread of misinformation and disinformation. We have built the largest independent fact-checking network of any platform, nearly 100 partners from around the world, to review and rate viral misinformation in more than 60 languages. Stories that this platform, or these group of people rate as false, are shown lower in feed. And if some page repeatedly creates or shares misinformation, we significantly reduce their distribution and remove their advertising rights. Let me explain. We're not talking about the stuff that was up here. That's fake content. That's just purely fake content. It's generated to look like Fox News or Wall Street Journal, New York Times. That's not, no one's arguing that. That's fake. That should be taken down. Those companies should want it taken down. That's their copyright and their logo and their letterhead. I'm talking about this. So you've got a group of people that I think are your fact checkers from all over the world to determine where something is true or not. So let me take you back to a real world scenario, which ties into what the CEO of the company said, and that is there were people at one point saying, maybe I believe that the pandemic began in a lab. I believe there was an accident in the lab and it leaked out. And at one time, that was considered not factual. And in fact, there was pressure from government officials on companies not to report on that. How would that work today? A story like that, who determines whether that's true or not? Because it wasn't true then, but all of a sudden now it is 50% maybe likely. How would something like that, because there are people that were caught up in that. I imagine that under the policies that you describe, if I was out there or someone was out there raising the specter of a potential lab leak, it would run through these fact checkers from 100 partners all over the world. They would decide whether it's true or not. And you could have your page diminished, potentially deplatformed if I write too much about it. So how does this policy deal with that problem that I just described, which is a real world one?
Senator, yes, indeed it is. And as I said in my opening statement, we are obviously, we all inhabit a world of imperfect information, and crucially, and I think the pandemic was a very good example of that, information which changes. And obviously with the benefit of hindsight, we now understand the epidemiology of the pandemic, which we didn't at the time. When we were in the middle of the pandemic, prior to the vaccines being rolled out, when people were dying, when really no one knew what the trajectory was of this global pandemic, we as an engineering tech firm, of course, we're not specialists in...
Yeah, but I'm not asking what happened. I understand what happened. I want to know how this policy today would prevent that from happening. Because if the government is telling you this is a lie, we have proof that it's a lie, take it down, and your fact checkers say it's a lie, then my account gets blocked, gets diminished today, if that happened today.
Right.
Now.
So two things. Firstly, we do continue to rely on these independent fact checkers. We don't employ them. They're not part of Meta. They're independently vetted by a third-party organisation.
Who are they?
Oh, there's a variety of organisations which specialise in examining what they think is a reliable way of asserting whether something is missing.
Is there a way to know who those vetters are?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a list somewhere?
We have a full list, absolutely. We can provide them to you. And they obviously work in multiple languages, including the United States. I think there are 11 fact checkers in the United States, and we can provide you with all the information on them. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, and Mark Zuckerberg did indeed explain this in his recent letter to the House Judiciary Committee, I think we learned our lesson, certainly as Meta is concerned, that in the heat of the moment, when governments, and it's governments around the world, exert particular pressure on us, on particular classes of content which they are particularly focused on, we need to act always, and we strive to do this, but of course we make mistakes. We need to act independently, and we need to be resistant to the sort of passing moods and passions around particular bits of content, which was particularly the case during the pandemic. People were, in effect, in a panic.
Let me, in a different context, the exact same system, a laptop appears, and 51 people sign a letter saying, we used to work in the intelligence community, this is Russian disinformation, and your fact checkers say, we got to listen to the experts, they would know. Does the New York Post get their account taken down again?
So to be very clear, we did not take down the account or the content. I think X, who are not here, but they did. We did
right, but under this policy, if you deem it to not be true because it's disinformation, because some guys signed a letter saying that it would lower them in the feed and potentially reduce their distribution. And if they post that story too many times, you may actually lock them out.
So in this policy. Sorry, in this instance, Senator, you're correct that story was demoted in its... I mean, it was always available. Millions of people saw it. But its prominence on our services was temporarily reduced. And we used to do that to allow the fact checkers to give them the space and the time to choose to then examine that content. In this instance, the Hunter Biden story, they didn't do so. So that temporary demotion of a few days was then released, and it circulated.
Did the fact checkers reduce or demote the 51 people who signed the letter or the letter they signed? Because that turned out to be not true.
I don't believe they did so at the time, no.
All right, thank you.
Senator Heinrich.
So I want to stay on this same topic of the sort of fraudulent news sites that look like something people would recognize from their own news preferences. Do each of your companies have a policy of removal once you become aware of something that is clearly a fraudulent version of a legitimate site?
I think the answer is yes, and Vice Chairman Rubio, I thought, captured it very well. It actually, in my view, does not depend on whether the topic had anything to do with politics. Those are counterfeit sites. Those are people using the trademarks of Fox News and the Washington Post without their permission and in a way that deceives the public and diminishes the value of those companies. And so, yes, and I think you'd see pretty universally across the industry terms of use that prohibit that.
Why does it seem to take as long as it does for those sites to be identified and removed? I know they remain up sometimes longer than I think most of us would hope or expect. And then have you been able to use AI proactively to identify some of those fake news outlets?
I think increasingly we are using AI to detect these kinds of problems. And I think AI is especially good at detecting the use of AI to create content. That's one of the things we do. And we are able to see things faster. You always have to be in a race. But for example, just this morning, we saw a Russian group put online an AI-enhanced video putting into Vice President Harris's words at a rally words she never spoke. And so I think that is one of the goals for all of us to keep pursuing, to identify these things faster and then, where appropriate, take action.
Yeah. I'm encouraged because obviously AI is being used offensively, and we need to be on our game and responding with those same tools to be able to identify and appropriately deal with these things at a much faster rate. At a hearing of the U.S. House Committee on House Administration last week, New Mexico's Secretary of State testified that, quote, years of false election claims and ideological attempts to discredit our voting systems and processes have led to increased threats and harassment to election workers, end quote. How have you sought to improve your platform's ability to detect and remove content that actually threatens or harasses people who are part of the democratic process and apparatus for fairly administrating elections?
I'm happy to take that. And I suspect the same is true for all of us. There are two elements of that. One is making sure that we are trying to safeguard our elections officials against threats that may be posted online. And I'm confident that all of our companies have policies against incitements to violence, direct threats, bullying, cyber attacks, et cetera. So that kind of material would come down. The second half is helping our election officials be more protected themselves through the use of some of the tools that we have spoken about, like the Advanced Protection Program, so their information is not being hacked or doxed, et cetera. Personal information is not being made public and the like. So between the various companies here, including I know our Mandiant group, has worked with a number of election officials and agencies to make them more cyber resilient, if you will, so more robust against cyber attack.
Mr. Clegg.
And Senator, again, I'm sure this is in common for all of those represented here, but we also encourage local election officials to use our platforms to communicate with voters. So we established a system called Voting Alerts. And I think since we established that program in 2020, around 650 million voting alerts have been issued by local and state officials on Facebook's apps and services, so that voters are properly informed about where and when to vote.
I'm going to give the rest of my time back. Very uncharacteristic for this body, but nonetheless.
I'll take it.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clegg, we've received briefings from the intelligence community that indicate that China is not focused on the presidential election race, but rather on down ballot races at the state level, county level, local level. And that concerns me because officials at those levels are far less likely to receive the kinds of briefings that we receive, or to get information from Homeland Security or the FBI on how to be on alert. In addition, China is attempting to build relationships with state and local officials. We see the sister city programs. We see the Confucius Institutes and educational institutions. So how are your platforms attempting to help safeguard the down ballot races? The presidential race, I think everybody's aware of the risk there, but the down ballot is what really concerns me.
And Senator, I think you're right to be concerned, and that's why our vigilance needs to be constant. It can't just sort of peak at the time of the presidential elections. It's something which we need to deploy our policies and our enforcement around the world and around the clock. And you're also right, Senator, to point out that what we have at least seen, I'm interested in what my colleagues have witnessed, but what we have at least seen is that from what we call coordinated inauthentic behavior networks conducted by China, some of them are quite specifically targeted at particular communities. So, for instance, quite recently we disabled dozens of Facebook and Instagram accounts which were targeting the Sikh community in the United States. And that is one of the reasons why the central signals that we look for aren't related to the content or even the person, but the behavioral patterns that we see. And the telltale patterns are most especially the use of a network of fake accounts. And that, of course, then manifests itself in lots of different ways, is targeted at different communities. But the underlying analysis that our teams conduct is about the behavior rather than the individual bit of content. Because, as Vice Chairman Rubio said, sometimes the content can be actually consistent with things that are circulated by kind of ordinary folk in kind of the normal day-to-day business.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, you talked about the need for the American people to be prepared and to be on the alert. Why isn't part of the answer so that we're not getting into suppressing dissenting views or criticism of public officials, for example? Why isn't the answer to watermark posts to indicate not whether they're AI generated, but rather where they originate? Like, why couldn't you do an R if it came from Russia? Then the person who's looking at the post can make his or her own determination, but they would be on alert that this isn't Joe down the street who's posted this. This is someone who's in Russia.
I do think that's a really interesting idea, and it's one that across the industry people have been giving a lot of thought to. I would say a couple things. First, I think actually it starts with also picking up on the idea you just described and putting Americans and American organizations in a position to put what's called metadata in effect, to put the credentials in place so it's clear where their content has come from. We worked, for example, with the Republican National Convention, and they used that on more than 4,000 images that were released in Milwaukee so that it would protect their content from being distorted. I do think one can then go farther, and it's an important question, as you raised. If we find something that is coming from somewhere else, how and when should we identify it? I frankly think the most important thing is that we address content where that kind of protection has been removed. And that's been the subject of legislation being proposed, including from members of this committee, to protect against tampering. And then we can think about other forms of identification for the public.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all of you, for being here for this very important hearing. I just got back from visiting our allies in the Baltics, who are all border Russia, also to Finland. And they have been targeted by disinformation attacks at a pretty high level, and they come pretty quickly.
I hope we can take
today.
They say that
as well. But this country
12 to 1
needs to be transparent about
also the feeding of the quantity of the algorithm. This is an area that Americans have got to be able to rebuild trust. That I would
needs to be transparent, as was talked about. Points more
to just publication that are, they almost, in some cases, pride themselves of giving the proverbial middle finger to governments all around the world, which I think raises huge issues as well.
Dude is such. Why every day? So, he's like, hey, time for me to go to annoy the whole neighborhood. Well, honey, I'll be back. I gotta go piss everybody off.
That Russia
Yeah, I'm gonna go and end this one. Give myself a break from these headphones. I think that's what partially what makes me so tired is wearing these things for hours on end. Tired of it. Oh my god, that feels better already. So thanks for hanging out. Friday it came through. See Ted Thomas. Dirty Popo. Oh, Bitcoin. Bongo. Brody, YYC. Mark Hopper. Joker Toker. Hey, have a good day, Mark. Thanks for hanging out, dude. See you later. Thanks for modding, Sister T. I ate about 2.5 cans today. I think I put 3 cans out, but there was about a half a can still left. All right.